Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Ready? Oh, give me some juice, baby!
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Here we go. Here we go. Football Friday. And if the football gods have anything to say about it, it will not be the last Football Friday of the year.
You mean if they win this?
Wrong mic, Seth. Other mic. Other mic.
I'm ready.
We're off to a hell of a start here.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, you're ready to go.
No mental errors for the divisional round.
The Texans get off to a better
Houston.
The Texans get off to a better start than you do. Gonna be a hell of a weekend, Gilbert.
I wasn't quite sure. I know Romo tried to explain it multiple times during the Jags game last week. But if they don't win this game, are they done, Sean?
Yeah, this is a big game.
Okay.
This is a big game, Seth.
You kept making that point, but it never soaked in.
I double-checked with Tony Romo before the show, and I said, Tony, is this a big game coming up? He said, yeah, it's a pretty big game coming up.
This is a single elimination tournament,
Right,
huh?
right. It's a one and done, they like to call it.
It feels like every play will be important, and it will be.
Yes.
It will be.
Yep.
I think this game has a chance with Texans takeaways to be an emphatic victory, but more than likely, I think it's going to be a pretty hard-fought, grind-out, decided in the fourth quarter type
It's
of
a
game.
bloodbath, man.
Yeah,
It's got a chance to be a real bloodbath. The ethos of both of these teams are very similar. I just think the things that the things that make this game what it's going to be, what you just said, like it's going to be a slugfest, it's going to be a lumberjack match, whatever it is you want. I think the Texans are just a couple notches more lumberjacky and swarmy and bloody and grimy than than anybody in the NFL, if we're being honest. Like,
we don't even know what their acronym is.
Right.
You know,
swarm. Oh, you talking?
Bro, do you even have an acronym?
I don't think they do. I don't think they do. God.
Ugh.
Never mind. Like 7 notches more. Yeah.
Do we know what Bob Kraft's trademarked slogan is for this year? Or
What is it?
I don't know. I was asking if we know. No, because
Yeah.
he's famous for having awful slogans that are trademarked.
Do your job.
No days off.
No days off. That
all
was the one I can't think of. Yeah.
I was on with I think Ted Johnson's co-host on the afternoon show.
Yep.
Last night I was on his podcast, and I realized that like 2 different times in our hour-long interview, I ended up using old Patriots slogans. And it's how much it's seeped into the Texans organization and football at large.
Yeah.
Do your job, to be fair, is I believe that started with Bill Parcells. So it's not like it's not like Sean Payton and Bill Belichick invented that. They're both acolytes of Bill Parcells.
Got handed down.
Yeah.
An heirloom.
But I did a do your job at another point, and I wasn't intending to do it. It's just that's the way it goes.
Yep.
These things get copied and pasted all over football.
Were you scheduled to go an hour on this podcast?
15 minutes, Sean. 15 minutes.
You went an hour with him, huh?
Yeah, we were having a good time.
Yeah, I was going to say, it must have been a fun conversation you were having.
It was with John something, Fitzy.
Fitzy, yeah. I listened to them. It's funny, I listened to them yesterday afternoon, looking behind enemy lines here.
Yeah.
Ted Johnson is going to come on with us at 8 o'clock this morning. So if you're kind of making your appointments this morning and you're not sticking with us all morning, which would be really stupid not to do, but if you're stupid and you're not going to do that, make a note. You probably do need to make a note for yourself to come back here at 8 o'clock because you're stupid for leaving at any point this morning.
Yeah.
But I listened. Their show goes 2 to 6, but Ted comes in at 3 o'clock. And it was interesting.
Baller move.
There were I know. Trust me, I did a 5-hour show with Ted back in the day.
Yeah.
It almost drove him crazy. So
wait, their show goes 2 to 6 and he comes in at 3?
At 3, yeah.
Okay.
So he does the last 3. I believe he does the last 3 hours with them. But there were 2 things that were interesting that they're very good. There were 2 things that jumped out at me. Their description of the New England Patriots in terms of how the ethos in the building, the culture, the guys themselves, and Vrabel's impact on that sounded exactly like they were describing the Houston Texans.
That's what we ended up having a conversation about, really, was that, Vrabel and D'Amico are really very similar coaches, much different personalities. D'Amico's not the kind of guy to cut you down with a biting insult the way that Vrabel is or anything. But the whole worldview, and I would lump Caserio into this. It's why I thought Caserio and D'Amico were going to get along so well, even though they've got different personality types. There's just kind of an ability to cut through all the fluff and nonsense and focus on what really, really matters. They demand a certain type of player. Yeah. And Vrabel did exactly what the Texans do in Houston and what D'Amico did the first couple years with Caserio. Whole lot of churn. We're going to keep bringing guys in on 1-year deals, 2-year deals. We can swap guys out. Oh, Laramie Tunsil, one of the best pass protectors in the league. You know what? He's not quite our kind of guy. Yep. You just get your types of guys. And we started using the word cult, and it's a little bit cultish. You got to have true believers in your cult.
But as you pointed out many times, even back when the cult was a bad thing here, cults can be effective sometimes.
Cults can be great, and they can be awful. They can be very, very effective, or they can be very, very bad.
It's a good cult right now.
They've got a good cult going.
They do.
I go to Dabo Sweeney back in the heyday of the Clemson days. That was kind of cultish.
Yeah,
there.
man. Can't spell culture without cult.
They're baptizing DeAndre in a cold tub after practice and everything. Yeah,
giddy up. Let's go.
This is it's going to be fun, man, and especially there's a chance that there might be a gentle snow.
Yeah. No, I want to get to the snow in a second. The second thing that I heard, and this is after Ted came in because it's something Ted said, and I immediately texted Ted during their break after he said it. He said they do this thing, Seth, where they each get 60 seconds in the first segment that Ted comes in. They each get 60 seconds, each of the hosts. There's 3 of them. To give some big take on the game coming up. And Ted's big thing was they are going to pound the hell out of Drake May's legs in this game with a lot of designed runs that the Texans have not seen. And I immediately texted him and I said, you and Seth share the same brain. This is the thing that Seth is deathly afraid of in this game.
It made me happy to hear that was Ted's big takeaway too. Yeah. I'm looking at it. I'm trying to look at it through Josh McDaniel's eyes. And you go and Josh probably watched all 17 regular season games of the Texans by now, and because he's kind of old school in that way, I can get the computer cut-ups and everything. I'm just gonna go ahead and watch all 17 games.
Right.
But no, and pick out, okay, how do we slow down Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson without having to double team them every time, et cetera, et cetera. And the thing that makes the most sense by a long shot is you get the QB designed run game involved in it, the RPOs, everything else like that, and just try to put a little bit of indecision and make those guys read more as opposed to just blowing up field and going.
Yep.
And that's the smart way to do it. And it's the playoffs. They haven't had to do it with Drake May a lot this year, but they've done it against the better opponents. And usually what you'll see is in the first half, you're going to see a couple of designed runs by Drake May.
Yeah.
And then Drake May also last week showed that he's very willing to just pull the ball down and run. When the opportunity's there, he's going to pull the ball down and go. So much like the Bills game, that's the big challenge is, hey, keep him contained, get him on the ground, smother everybody downfield. So if they try to combat it with the quick game, good luck.
Yeah.
If your solution is, okay, well, we're worried about these edge rushers, we're just going to get the ball out quick. That's exactly what the Texans want you to do.
Yeah. Well, there's audio we're going to play. We have so much audio today. It's crazy. We have audio later in the show of the morning show on WEEI. I think it was Jermaine Wiggins, Ted's former teammate. He's a tight end. Basically just saying, well, the whole talk up there is how do you slow down Anderson and Hunter? How do you slow down Anderson and Hunter? And it's like, well, you can chip. And, well, you can get the quick game and get the ball out fast. And I'm like, teams have been trying to do both of those things for 17 games
now. Did you see the cut-up I did of Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter's
I did. And I told Drake May's descendants not to look at it. I said, if you're Drake May's next of kin, don't watch this video from Seth.
The fun thing, too, and I didn't bother pointing it out or anything, but if people watch it
multiple times. That's a crazy video, dude.
You can see, so 2 things about that. One is that the fun thing is I should have also included all the sacks that came when one of those guys was double-teamed. Mm-hmm. So you're like, okay, well, double-teamed Danielle Hunter. And there's Will Anderson. But I saw a lot of Patriots fans say, like, wow, the quarterback was holding on to the ball too long. That's why. Yeah, that's what happens. I mean, some of them, both guys are getting chipped. Yeah. So, yeah, when you've got a running back and a tight end both involved in the pass protection, you've got 3 receiving options out on routes versus a really good secondary.
Stingley, Lassiter,
and an aggressive
Petrie,
linebacking core. Yeah, so that's what happens. If you throw 2 bodies, it will take a little bit longer for them to get there. But the devil's bargain you make is that the quarterback just doesn't have as many options. He's going to have to hold on to the ball a lot longer when he doesn't have the running back or the tight end to check down to.
All right, so Noah Berggren is the first one I saw this from yesterday afternoon. He's a meteorologist in Orlando, but, it's 2025, or 2026. So
They've got computers for this stuff.
He's able to check the weather in other places besides Orlando.
Oh, world we live in.
That's a beautiful thing. Noah said this, and he posted 2 Doppler radar screen grabs, and he said, wow, remarkable trend continues. Chances Patriots-Texans game ends up as a snow game are rising rapidly. An East Coast winter storm turning into a New England snowfest Sunday into early Monday. Chances are rising significantly for sure. He uses some meteorology jargon here, but said heavy snow on the I-95 corridor from D.C. up to the Boston area.
What I'm seeing on Wonderground right now is Sunday, high of 35, p.m. snow showers. That sounds about right.
Yeah, I almost would rather drop into the 20s so it's not a wintry mix. I'd rather just
wintry mix is the worst.
Yeah, I'd rather straight snow than a wintry mix.
Honestly, I think for the Texans, and especially if they can build on their run game from last week, if they can continue that, if that's for real, and it looked like it was for real.
Yeah.
And the Patriots' defensive line, the Patriots' front is very similar to the Steelers' front in their style of play, their type, all of those things. Yeah. There's a lot of similarities there. And if they can build on that, I would welcome the wintry conditions because the Texans look a lot more built for cold weather and playoff football now than they did in the first part of the season.
Yeah.
They've kind of steadily improved at a lot of the run game elements, and everything just clicked against the Steelers. So I would welcome that, honestly, and especially because, look, the passing game, throw all the talk of strength of schedule and everything out. As far the sum total of it is that the passing game has been a lot more effective for the Patriots this year than it has for the Texans.
No question.
So if you even the tables a little bit on that, especially with the Texans not having Nico Collins, I'd be cool with that. The Texans, meanwhile, have one of the best run defenses in the league. It's something that goes under discussed, I think.
Yeah.
But it's for real. Like, they are genuinely good against the run. And
they forced a ton of fumbles this year.
Yeah.
And they've recovered a ton of fumbles this year. And I know that's something that the people in New England, Ramondre Stevenson has had a resurgence towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
But the reason he needed to resurge from something was he was putting the ball on the ground a bunch earlier this year.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
It would be awful in slippery, wet conditions if that returned to
It really would. It really would.
I'm going to do a video on my YouTube this afternoon explaining to Patriots fans what the kill zone is all about. So, because I don't want them to be upset in the game when their receivers start dropping balls over the middle.
Yeah.
I want them to understand exactly what's going on in the heads and minds of those guys as they drop really. And I went back to I forgot, Sean, the Chiefs were terrified of the Texans. They were petrified. I kept thinking of the Rashee Rice drop late in the game in the second half after he'd already gotten just destroyed by Jalen Petrie.
Travis Kelce was dropping the ball.
It was all game long, you know, and culminating with the Travis Kelce drop at the end there. Yeah. Those guys were petrified.
It's a real thing, man.
You got Kayshon Boutte talking smack about how he's not worried about this matchup. He likes the matchup.
What are you talking
Patriots
about?
Fans talking about how, look at Derek Stingley's PFF grade. It's Kayshon Boutte time.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Kayshon Boutte?
They,
all right, fine.
You know what they remind me of, Seth? They remind me, I was thinking about this last night. The Patriots remind me of Apollo Creed in Rocky IV. That was the one where Apollo died. Remember Apollo, who was sort of the, he was the champ from a few years ago, much like the Patriots, who made said, I think I'm going to make a comeback here. Ivan Drago becomes a thing, the big Russian. And at first, Rocky's like, no, I want to fight him. And Apollo's like, no. I know I've been training you the last few years, Rocky. I want to fight him. I want to get in the ring and defend the honor of America. and fight Ivan Drago. And remember how cocky he was, and he's just like...
Well, it was just an exhiction, wasn't it?
It was just an exhibition, but remember how it was supposed to be.
That's what
it's supposed to be an exhibition. That's what Apollo's trainer yelled after Ivan Drago killed him. That's what the Patriots remind me of right now, like the old-timey champ, very cocky, not taking the new blood very seriously. And they're going to walk out there for the coin toss, and they're going to smack gloves, and the gloves for the Texans are not 1 inch.
When I was talking to Fitzy about this last night.
Very cocky.
I think I talked to him and his co-host for a while after we were done live streaming.
Yeah.
And I think that he kind of described it as, for all season long, it was kind of a nice, wow, look at these guys. Wow, Drake May, look at this. He's really doing it. To all of a sudden, within the last couple weeks, the way I interpret it, these are not his words, was that old school Patriots arrogance has returned all of a sudden and turned vicious.
Yeah.
They're all up in their Dunkin' Donuts and they're feeling it.
Yep.
They've had 3 bear claws and they're ready for a 4th. Yep. And it's so annoying and I love it.
I do too. They're Apollo Creed, man.
It makes it feel that much better. It's nice. You know, as Rich Eisen was talking about how you're gonna miss the Chiefs in the playoffs. I'll tell you what I missed was the Patriots in the playoff because they're insufferable, man. That is an insufferable fan base, like tenfold more so than the Chiefs. It's fun to have them back.
It is fun. Okay, that's what I'm just checking on you. Because I know that
am I back on the blood pressure medicine?
You were jousting with some of them yesterday. I just want to make sure your head's in a good place, man. Oh, that's fun. You mentioned Nico. This was Dr. Chow yesterday. Dr. Chow, former team doctor for the San Diego Chargers. We've had him on the show before.
Yeah.
He talked about concussions. Nico missing practice again yesterday. Looking pretty bleak that he's going to play in the game on Sunday.
He's not the one who punked along the way, everybody.
He's not.
People try to pin that on him. That was a different Chargers doctor.
Gotcha. Yeah. This was Dr. Chow. This goes beyond the Patriots game. This cut right here from Dr. Chow on his Twitter account yesterday.
The 6 days is interesting, too, because you have to be cleared in Houston before you travel. So it really is only 5 days, first of all. But the fact of the matter is, earlier this season, Nico Collins had a concussion already. So this is his second one this season. Rule of thumb, not absolute. First concussion, at least a week. Second concussion in the same season, a month. It's not absolute. It's a rule of thumb. However, I can tell you with this independent neuro final clearance protocol, they're not likely to care that this is a playoff game, which makes it seem unlikely that Nico Collins will return.
Well, that's bogus. There's no sliding rule for the playoffs.
Hey, how independent are you, independent neurologist?
Yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, there's an independent neurologist that is, partly overseeing the whole process. It's a medical decision. The coaches aren't involved in it at all. Nico Collins can only do so much, other than recover, and it's very, very unlikely that he plays this week.
Yep. That's it's unlikely he plays, from what Dr. Chow said there, it's a great point. When you're on the road, you get one less day because you got to get cleared here before you get on an airplane. All the more reason to be rooting for the Buffalo Bills this weekend and get a home game, as it gives you one extra day to get Nico Collins back for a potential AFC title game, which we are going to, by God, we're going to hope so, man. All right, we're digging deep on the Patriots and Texans today, obviously, on the show. Keep it tuned here to Sports Radio 610 all day long. Up next, the Darrell Taylor factor in this game. Darrell Taylor, former Texan, cut last week, signed by the Patriots. Is it real? We have a friend of the show who lays out what he thinks exactly the Patriots are going to do and what he thinks how much does this factor into the game? We'll do that coming up next.
This is what you're going to do if you're thinking about building a custom home. You go to Kirk Homes.
Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on SportsRadio. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, real quick, Seth, this is just funny the way the text page chopped up this text that we just got.
Yeah.
We have a text page that takes some text and just chops them into a bunch of little pieces, and we have to.
We're operating in 1997 here. Well, like you get 144 characters.
Yeah.
And then it chops it up.
It chops it up. It's crazy. So this texter says, after listening to Seth's podcast last night, I went and perused Boston media after the game. Yeah, those guys are a-holes, like Seth. Except there's one more text after that.
Yeah.
It says, like Seth said, what the F are you talking about? But it chose to, it's funny, it chose to, first I'm reading this, I'm like, wow, that's harsh. These guys are a-holes, like Seth. And I'm like, whoa. It's like, no, like Seth said, what the F are you talking about?
Yeah, I get it. I still would have interpreted it as a lovingly like Seth. The whole thing about, this is a thing, and this goes back to the Brady era. There's this tone amongst New England media members, even the ones who I think they're being objective. There's this level of arrogance where they think they know football better because they let Bill Belichick spit on them for years.
That's been going on for years, man.
Yeah, and it's really, really annoying. So when I talk about the insufferability, a lot of it really isn't even the fans, because fans are going to fan no matter what. It's that tone in the media up there that they just better than everybody else. It's really annoying.
That was going on even when the Patriots were bad.
Yeah.
That tone, the
last few years.
Yeah, the tone of just evaluating football in general. We watch Brady all these years, so I know what this is supposed to look like. Even though we're mucking it with Mac Jones and whoever, Bailey Zappi and whoever you're putting out there the last few years.
Right. They just know football.
They know ball. They're ball knowers, Seth.
Meanwhile, I see some of them quoting PFF scores of Derek Stingley and everything, saying like, "Well, looks like that's who you got to target."
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I know.
Please.
There's so many
Take
things.
your PFF. I'm sure Josh McDaniel's like, well, look at this. Well, the PFF scores would suggest we should really try to hammer that. What the hell are you talking about?
There are so many things on defense that they're talking about doing. I'm like, yes, do that. It's not working
Josh
for anybody.
McDaniels is not falling for it. But all the ball knowers up there,
That's
they
what
just
I'm saying.
know.
Yeah, they know.
They just know because they've got a premium subscription to a stat site.
Is the Darrell Taylor factor real? Darrell Taylor, the former Texan who signed with the Patriots this week to their practice squad, there's talk they might elevate him for the game. Ross Tucker yesterday on his podcast said that he brought this up. And, of course, the thought is that the Patriots are going to pump him for a bunch of information, and they'll get all the dummy calls and all the audibles and tendencies and everything else. Here was Ross Tucker's thoughts on what this exactly means for this matchup.
So this happens from time to time. I firmly believe that Mike Vrabel signed him in order to and get any knowledge he can from Taylor about the Texans. Now, listen, he's a D lineman. So what does that mean? They have different calls for stunts or twists. Sometimes it's as simple as you, me, but there's other words they use. They have front seven checks that they'll make. The Texans know this. So this just makes the Texans have to change their code words, which is really just annoying, right? I mean, it's not that big a deal, but the Texans have to change it now. They can't just go with what they've been going with because Taylor knows it, and he's going to tell it to the Patriots. So it's a little thing, but if nothing else, Vrabel's making those guys have to change their calls in the front seven this week, which is annoying at a minimum.
Do you agree with that?
I agree with it to a degree. The thing about that is on the D-line, these days I think in general everybody has to change their calls a lot more than they used to back in Ross and I, back in our old, analog days, because everybody's mic'd up all the time.
Yep.
And on TV, you can hear, and the film is so good that you can see the hand signals guys are making and everything. Usually the best antidote to that, because the O-line does it too. Mm-hmm. So, Trent Brown might know what some of their, whatever. Yeah. You change it more frequently these days than you used to. And then the other thing, like what he was talking about, the you, me. Like, okay, so if you're running a TE game where the tackle goes first and that end's going to, the old school way would be, all right, the D tackle says me, means I'm going first.
Yep.
You can switch it up by being like, all right, whatever that guy's hometown is. Yeah. Or, if it's me and on the outside of me is Kylie Wong or something, we might go, vanilla, or Kylie might be like Brown, like he's going first, and so
honky.
No, yeah, we've done that before too. We did. That's 100% something that happened. Yes.
God, I love football.
Yeah. Nobody's running off to HR because you made a joke about it. So so it's not, the other part of it too on defense is there's certain times where you can make a dummy call. So like, all right, we know what the call is. We're going to run this play no matter what, but I'm just going to say, hey, me. Mm-hmm. And it's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
I think more realistically, they might just like Darrell. The Texans like Darrell Taylor enough to have him on the squad.
Vrabel said they liked him in free agency last year. Yeah.
And any little nuggets they can get, sure, they're going to use them, but it's not like some kind of, code for wrecking the machine or anything.
Sure.
It's like Ross said, it's annoying.
Yeah.
But it's not also, it's stuff that's so easy to pick up on film or with the mics that are on the field all the time now. Mm-hmm. The center is wearing a mic, you hear it on the broadcast. Yep. It's not that big a deal.
Yep. I mentioned this audio earlier. We'll play it here. This former Patriot, former teammate of Ted Johnson's, Ted will join us in about 90 minutes at 8 a.m. today on the show. He's on WEEI, the morning show. He's on the radio right now. He brought up ways, as long as we're talking about the pass rush for the Texans, ways that the Patriots can attack Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter.
You played the game.
Yeah.
You can scheme up whatever you need to scheme up. You can add somebody when it comes to blocking.
There's so many things you could do. You could have a quick game where you can incorporate a lot of quick passing where those defensive ends are not able to kind of get the pass rush going. You can run at those guys to make them have to think about it. We obviously know you could chip, whether you're going to chip with a tight end or you're going to chip with a running back. You chip them early. You put some barbecue sauce on those ribs, and now that end is thinking about it a little bit. Like, all right, every time, whether it's Hunter Henry or Austin Hooper lines up near me, I got to worry about this guy, chipping me. So there are plenty, and my point is they played against teams that can get after it before, so they know what they need to do.
Oh, yeah, so Johnny, again, this is revolutionary stuff.
You mean Myles Garrett, who you gave up 5 sacks to?
You better watch out for that Hunter Henry.
Barbecue sauce.
You ain't never felt Hunter Henry in your ribs before. Hell, that Hunter Henry's going to come after you.
He's talking about it like.
How about a little bit of this? A little bit of Hunter Henry on your smacking you upside your internal organs.
Teams have been doing all of these things all year long against these guys.
And it's just go ahead. They do that, and then Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson have shown up in the fourth quarter to an extreme degree.
Extreme.
You look at there's some of those stats that show the quadrants on a graph and everything. Fourth quarter impact plays, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are always up in that upper right quadrant. That's 100% what they'll see, as they've seen all year long.
Yep.
And likewise, like Josh McDaniels, it's just funny that he said they've seen this year, some of these good pass rushers. Yeah, Josh McDaniels been in the game for a long time. Yeah. He knows what you're talking about.
Yep.
Those are things you can do, but it's not like it's a secret antidote.
No.
And the other thing, too, is, look, the Patriots' offensive line, Will Campbell's had a really good rookie year, but they got 2 rookies on the left side of their offensive line that had some really bad snaps versus the good pass rushers that the Chargers have.
Yep.
And, Drake May has taken a lot of sacks this year. He still had good performances in games where he's taken a lot of sacks. But you go back and you watch the Browns game.
Yeah.
And, man, Will Campbell, they left Will Campbell alone on Myles Garrett a couple times. Good luck with that.
That was ugly,
It's going to be a problem for him. Is it an impossible problem to break? No, obviously. Multiple teams have beaten the Texans this year. But there's nothing – the only thing that he said there that I genuinely think Josh McDaniels might be smarter about than other teams – is just, yes, the QB designed run game.
Running the football at them to make them hesitate.
Yeah, and especially some of the misdirection, bringing guys across the formation on wham blocks, et cetera, to just make them think. You're gonna see a heavy dose of that in the first half. And then the old rule book is, and then in the second half, you've made them think, and they turn to jelly. Please stop doing it in the second half. That'd be great. That would be great if you just stopped doing it in the second half.
That would be awesome. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Sunday, 2 o'clock kickoff, Texans-Patriots right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I get it all started at 11 a.m. on Sunday morning. It's going to be a hell of a day here. Hell of a weekend on Sports Radio 610. Keep it tuned here all day long on a Football Friday. All right, up next, headlines. No Nico at practice yesterday. Boy, what is wrong with the Rockets right now? Kyle Tucker has found a new home. My God. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Always a great time to
Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Thank you to the Men's Tea Clinic for powering the headlines today. We start with the Texans. No Nico Collins again at practice yesterday, so it is looking highly, highly unlikely that the Texans' star wide receiver is going to play on Sunday against the New England Patriots. If the Texans win, we'll see what happens after that. But that's probably the biggest injury storyline, Seth. Other than that, there are names on the injury list, but it's largely been the same group of guys getting treated the same way throughout the week in terms of when they are and are not practicing.
Yeah, and that's obviously when the best player on your offense is out and you're in the divisional round of the playoffs. Not good.
Not good.
Christian Kirk's unexpected emergence last week makes me feel a little bit better about it, but there's so many things that happened last week offensively that I was excited about. We just don't know if it's for real or not.
Right.
So Christian Kirk being a thing is one of them. The run game looking magnificent.
Yeah.
And really your best run performance of the season, other than the Ravens game, but I don't count that one nearly as much. The Ravens defense, that was when they were still trash. This was
a playoff game
an
in
impressive
Pittsburgh.
rushing attack. Christian Kirk was great in this game.
Yeah.
Is that for real or isn't it? And that's the million-dollar question in this game.
We will not know until Sunday. That's the truth.
They have to play the game, Sean. It's one thing I learned from Tony Romo.
It's true.
The whole thing about this game is that they have to play it before you know who wins it.
Every play is big. Got to play the game. Yes.
It turns out if they don't win this game, they're going home.
That's right. These
are all things that I've learned.
That's from Tony Romo,
yeah,
who will not be on the call on the Texans game. We get the ESPN crew on this one. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman.
Two
on this
straight
game.
weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. I like Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. I think they do a good job. So looking forward to that. I think if they make it to the AFC title game, I don't think we have a choice. I think that's a CBS joint, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah. That's a
They won't have elevated JJ up above Romo by that point.
I don't think that quickly. So yeah, that'd be a good problem to deal with. I'll deal with that.
Romo the other day talking about how he was sick for the broadcast, but there's no way he was going to miss that game.
I know.
I don't know if I've ever heard that. Like it was a courageous effort or something.
He talked more courageously about that than he ever did playing quarterback.
Like he'd been on the injury report all week or something.
Yeah. No days off. Here was Kamari Lassiter yesterday. He was on Good Morning Football talking about the Texans' stud defensive ends, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter.
I mean, they're unstoppable. I mean, you look at Will refuses to be stopped on any play. Like, you watch his tape, you watch him at practice, you watch him come in the building, he's undeniable. And then you mix him with Danielle. Danielle's got a crazy bag, and then he's a freak of nature. Like, I was trying to get his workout regimen a couple months ago, but he wouldn't tell me. So I went and asked his mom and them, but they wouldn't tell me either. But, I mean, you just mix those guys. Like, you see those guys on the D-line, and, I mean, they're a 1-2 punch. I feel like they're unstoppable. Like, there's no telling when they can get a sack or how many sacks they can get in the game.
I love Kamari Lassiter.
I'm a little concerned about Danielle not sharing his workout.
That's a little selfish, don't you think?
No. Yeah, I was wondering, I think it's 100%. I don't know Kamari Lassiter's sense of humor 100%. So I would assume he's joking about that, especially when he brought Danielle's mom into it.
Yeah.
But the relentless nature is something that Josh McDaniels talked about in his press conference too yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever he spoke. That he doesn't think they get enough credit for playing as hard as they do. And I think that's the sum total of it. When you watch the Texans' defense, it's the relentlessness of it, and it's just the constant pressure that ends up. It's why this team has been so good in the fourth quarter, because offensively, as many struggles as they've had, they've been much harder in a lot of respects than they are in the first three quarters.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it's going to be a hell of a game. It's really, I think it's going to, unless the Texans get some key takeaways and scores or set up for scores, I think it's going to be a hard-fought game in the fourth quarter, and I think the Texans have the advantage in that regard.
They've been great in the fourth quarter all year long, turning teams over and keeping them off the scoreboard. Rockets not so great lately. 111-91, they lose to the Oklahoma City Thunder last night. This was a close game deep into the third quarter, and then the Thunder put a run on the Rockets to go up, 9 or 10 at the end of the fourth quarter, and then the Rockets just didn't show up for the fourth quarter. They didn't show up on offense for much at all in this game. They can't shoot lately. They're a bad shooting team right now.
But it's also, it's not without cause or reason or anything. I mean, teams know, all right, we're going to harass the hell out of Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
And then after that, we know what they're going to try to get somebody isolated and ISO and just go. And it's just, that's the frustrating thing and the thing that you're worried about. With or without a point guard, it's just that it can't be as simple as just Udoka being upset that they're not shooting well.
Right.
Like, all right, let's do something about it.
Yeah.
Can we do something about it?
They might. Rafael Stone might need to do something about it. I mean, they need a floor general out there. I get what you're saying, with or without Fred VanVleet, but there's so many possessions where you're like, my God, if there was a point guard out here, it would at least look organized. There's so many times they just don't look organized out there. So that's the Rockets. Kyle Tucker signs with the Dodgers. He got the deal with the exact team that you and I were talking. There had been some smoke out there about, hey, maybe Kyle Tucker's market probably isn't a 10-year deal. It's more of a short-term deal with the opt-outs, of a deal that, at least in our world, the first one that we saw was Carlos Correa back about 4 or 5 years ago, the first deal that he signed with the Minnesota Twins, where he got 3 years, $100 million with opt-outs after each year. Tucker gets 4 years, $240 million, $60 million a year with opt-outs after years 2 and 3. Why the hell he would opt out of this deal? But he's got opt-outs in there after years 2 and 3. They, like the Dodgers have been doing with a lot of these deals, they're deferring some money, not nearly as much as they did with Shohei. Shohei, like 90% of the deal is deferred way into the future. Yeah. They deferred about $30 million of Kyle Tucker's, I think. This turns out to be, in terms of the competitive balance tax, about a $57 million deal. Who cares? This is a crazy – the Dodgers, there's going to be – the owners are going to lock them out so hard after this season, these players. There is going to be a work stoppage to end all work stoppages.
Oh, you think so?
Yes. Yes.
This is going to be
yes.
hardcore. There needs to be some kind of a cap.
This is going to be ugly.
It is.
Yeah,
like above and beyond the luxury tax and all that.
The Dodgers yesterday. They're reporting on this contract. They're like, Kyle Tucker's $60 million AAV is second in all of baseball. Who's first? His new teammate in the outfield, Shohei Ohtani. Like,
the other team that had been involved in a bidding war or whatever with all of this, of course, is the Mets.
The Mets
that were willing to go in a year,
yes.
a paltry $50 million per year
on a short-term deal.
It's just the economics are so far out of reach for the vast majority of Major League Baseball teams. It's it's incredibly unfair.
It's so bad. It's so bad. Well, I got to get this audio and send it to Ben for later in the show. It's so bad that Nick Turturro was begging baseball to do. Nick Turturro, diehard Yankee fan.
Right.
Begging Major League Baseball to do something.
You're a
Yankee
teams
fan
that already spend more than everybody else complaining about how much other teams are spending.
It's so funny. All right. And I suppose the Astros are kind of in that strata way more than the Pittsburgh Pirates or something.
The team's down in the bottom barrel, but the Astros wouldn't be able to compete with that financially.
But comparatively to the rest of the league, they are a have, not a have-not, and it's still bad for us now here too. You can't win. Can't win. John Harbaugh signs 5 years, $100 million with the New York Giants to be their new head coach.
We're like those kids that are we're like those trust fund kids that are upset that Daddy only gave us $200,000 a year.
Yeah.
How can I even? I don't even know if I'm supposed to operate on this.
How can I get chicks?
You see my friend off at Choate or wherever is getting $1 million a year.
Choate.
My life is so hard.
I remember Choate. I went to soccer camp at Choate one time.
Is that a fancy New England prep school?
It's a Connecticut prep school, yeah.
Okay.
Yep, it sure is. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on I didn't go to school there. I went to public school, everybody. Hard Scrabble, Simsbury High, all right?
Mm-hmm.
I just went to soccer camp there one year when I was like 9.
Sean had to get in a fist fight every school.
Yeah.
He got so as grizzled as he is now.
I had a dime for every tennis racket I got hit with in the hallway, let me tell you.
It wasn't as tough a neighborhood as Marky Mark grew up in.
No.
Marky Mark claims that he got in a fight every single day.
Oh, yeah. That was me, too. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It's interesting. We have a question on the text page. Speaking of running quarterbacks, is CJ afraid to run the football? We talked about this at the end of the show yesterday. There's a theory that one of Tua's teammates has about Tua, and I'm curious if this applies to CJ Stroud and running the football. We've got that. We'll do Circle of Swarm at 7:20. This will be fun, especially after a game where the Texans gave up 6 points on defense. We'll do that at 7:20. We've got a busy show. Ted Johnson joins us in about an hour. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But I'm going to tell you right now, we've talked about ways to stop our football team. You know, the chips, the
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, someone said on the text page they tuned in just as you were screaming, "What the hell are you talking about?" And they use that as a harbinger that this is going to be a great show.
Was I saying it to you or to somebody that I wasn't talking to?
No. One of the rare times you weren't saying it to me. You were.
I was saying that one of the thoughts that people had about how the Patriots are going to beat the Texans.
Yep.
It was probably that. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. That somehow the chip blocking Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson is the secret thing that nobody's ever thought of before. Yeah. Can you imagine some young staffer going up to Josh McDaniels and be like, "Hey, this is the idea I had.
Yeah.
What if sometimes the tight end, instead of getting out on his route immediately, tries to shove the defensive end? What do you think of that?"
I think you're onto something here.
Yeah, that kid's washing Josh McDaniels' car that morning.
The audio, right, exactly. The audio we played earlier that talked about that was from Jermaine Wiggins, who is a former Patriot who has a heavy Boston accent.
Yeah.
Someone said Griffin know how to stop Will Anderson. That's funny. So Darren Waller, tight end for the Dolphins, he was on Johnny Manziel's podcast, and some clips have dropped on social media. I haven't watched the whole episode, but this was interesting. Waller is a pretty thoughtful guy. He's had his issues off the field. When he's on the field, man, and when he is peak, Darren Waller is a really good player.
Are his issues off the field just his divorce, or was there more to it?
I think he had some other issues prior to the divorce off the field, back when he was a Raider. Yeah,
he just had a very public divorce, right?
Yeah, with the WNBA player, Plum, Kelsey Plum. So Darren Waller was on Johnny Manziel's podcast, and he had an interesting theory on Tua and why Tua eventually got benched by the Dolphins. It has to do with a book that he read, which is why I thought you might enjoy this, Seth. Yeah,
okay.
I thought you would like this.
Book review coming up.
But I want to correlate this to C.J. Stroud once we're done listening to it. So take a listen.
Just from me being there, like when I showed up there in training camp, I got hurt early on because I was doing speed work and I hadn't trained, but I was watching most of training camp. So I'm on the sideline. I'm watching this man throw darts every practice, bro. Like it was just like, what the am I watching? Like I had never seen the anticipation and the accuracy out there. So it's like, I think from my standpoint, the skill set for him is still there. Well, I think like maybe some of like the disconnect comes from like seeing it translate. I think there could be some like trauma still stored like in what he's gone through, like with the head injuries and stuff. Because there's a book called The Body Keeps the Score, which is like the #1 book about like trauma. And they talk about how trauma was first with like war veterans and like what they went through there, and like they'll come home and they'll see like a car sitting by itself in a grocery store parking lot, but they're in their body and their brain will tell them like that car has an explosive in it when it's just like a car sitting at Publix or something. And so I think like I can notice him like trying to make things happen like in the game, like he's trying to pull the trigger, but it's almost like his body and like his system won't
allow him to do it.
Do that, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like if there's a way for him to find some healing in that regard, I think the skill set is definitely still there, like you said.
Okay. So I listened to that book a long time ago, and it's a good book, but it's mostly, if I recall correctly, it's about PTSD and how you go through these loops, you get stuck in these loops and everything.
Yeah.
I feel like you don't need science to explain that though, especially in a football context, because a lot of times with PTSD, it's when people are reliving a traumatic experience, but out in normal life when there is no threat. In football, it's a lot more clear cut. Oh, no, wait. No, that thing that messed me up, this is actually a real threat right now.
There.
It's not, So I don't know if you have to go as far as, a PTSD explanation or anything. It's as simple as getting your hand slapped, when you try to reach for the cookie jar.
Yeah.
It's a very real danger that's clear and present, and it's in front of you. I'd be surprised if Tua's like reliving it at night and waking up in a cold sweat or something. That's where you got to start getting into the PTSD stuff. He's been bludgeoned literally, and he wants to get rid of the ball quickly. And if the process goes any longer than 2.5 seconds for Tua Tagovailoa, it's that panic starts to set in.
Yeah.
And whether it's his body keeping the score or just simple, dumb, just horse sense that it's affected him somehow. And with CJ, yeah, I mean, he hasn't pulled the ball down and run nearly as often since he came back from his concussion.
19 carries for 20 yards.
Yeah.
Since coming back from he hasn't pulled it down and run almost at all.
And we were talking yesterday about how, I mean, you don't have to point out when a quarterback is capable of running anymore because just about all of them are. Mm-hmm. It's more the exception when a guy doesn't run.
That's right.
There aren't that many guys in the league anymore at quarterback, young quarterbacks especially, that aren't ready, willing, and able to pull the ball down and run when the easy yards are there. And CJ had been more willing to run, especially in the playoffs and late in last season and early this year, and it was effective for him. And you get to that Steelers game, man, and there's times where, all right, the easy yardage is there, and instead you're fighting to make a difficult pass or something. It's hard for me to believe that it's not related to the concussions.
Yes,
it's just too obvious and it's too plain.
Drastic.
I don't need an extravagant scientific explanation for it.
Nope. This is a big game for C.J. Stroud. This is a massive game for C.J. Stroud when you consider not just legacy thing, but when you consider the upside of going and winning in New England and him getting to an AFC title game. He's owned the wild card round for a young quarterback. Like, for the first round of the playoffs, CJ's done things that 99.99% of the quarterbacks in the history of the game have not done. He's also lost each time that he's gotten to this level. But when you consider what's coming up in the offseason for CJ Stroud, for him to go to New England, and I think he's going to need to play better than he did against Pittsburgh for them to win this game. So I think it's almost correlated that CJ Stroud, he doesn't have to throw for 350 yards or anything, but he's got to protect the football. He's got to be efficient. The operation needs to be good. He needs to, he has a lot of control there, so he needs to get him in the right play and do the right things. CJ's going to have a good game. This is huge for him. Does he bounce back from all the fumbles and all the mistakes against the Pittsburgh Steelers? Dan Orlovsky, for one, is confident that C.J. Stroud will bounce back.
I do think that when you look at C.J. and you go, over the course of your career, what are some of the calling cards of who you are? You're elite in the pocket when it comes to your pocket movement. That wasn't good the other night. I don't expect that to be the case. Again, you're outstanding throwing the ball downfield with your ball placement and accuracy. That was the case this past weekend. And so I just think of, one, the weather. We were there Monday going into the game. We're like, this weather's going to impact the game. I'm confident that CJ rebounds. Nico's, it concerns me. But knowing Higgins has stepped up, knowing Noel has stepped up, knowing Christian Kirk has stepped up, I think that we'll see a little bit more from what we're accustomed to with C.J. Stroud rather than, oh, my gosh, you're keeping the New England Patriots in this football game.
I don't think we're going to see him put the ball on the ground 5 times again.
It's never happened before.
He's been really good at protecting the football this season.
Yeah. I think for me, the biggest concern is some of the sloppiness we saw in the pre-snap operation and some of those things that they've gotten better at, but all of a sudden now we've got an illegal motion, we've got a false start, we had to take a timeout to avoid a delay of game.
Yes.
And it wasn't, I don't know, it's hard to tell from the TV broadcast. It didn't seem like it was overly loud in that environment. Maybe it was, but it's on the road, and it's in the playoffs. And the Patriots fans, for those of you who missed it yesterday, we discussed this. Apparently the Patriots fans they had been known as a team that they were almost bored with winning, and the home field advantage wasn't all that much about noise and everything. Last week, it was apparently incredibly raucous there.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a loud environment.
Yep.
So all of that I think that concerns me more than CJ all of a sudden, somehow being incapable of handling a snap that's not perfect, or even if it is perfect, but the timing is off. Because that one, the ball hitting him when he wasn't ready for the snap, that's another one of those pre-snap things where, all right, is it CJ in the operation? How much of it was Jake Andrews' fault, et cetera, et cetera? They just can't get away with that kind of sloppiness.
Well, even just the little things, too. Like if they're going to run a flea flicker again, which I doubt I don't know if you see teams run it 2 games in a row or whatever. Again, Marks needs to put less air under his pitch back to C.J. Stroud and throw the complete timing off of the play. They got to do the little things right in this game on Sunday. You brought this up earlier. We got a few cuts here relative to the Patriots. Kayshon Boutte is one of their wide receivers, LSU guy. And Kayshon Boutte was asked about the matchup. You know, I don't know that there's a lot of receivers out there that enjoy matching up with Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter. Kayshon Boutte sounds like he's really excited about this.
I think they're just physical cornerbacks, but, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm physical too. So, I mean, that's a matchup I like every day of the week, so I'm just ready for Sunday.
Okay. He likes that matchup. He likes the matchup with the best cornerback in pro football and a rising
one on Stingley,
corner.
He caught one on Stingley last year.
He did, right before the half.
Yep.
Right.
Good. I'm glad that he likes that. I go back to the thing about this offense is that it's reminiscent in a lot of ways of Josh McDaniels with Tom Brady, where you look at it and you wonder, all right, well, just exactly, wait a second. Who are these guys on this offense, and why should I be scared of them? And it's the sum total of it. Without having anybody that necessarily blows your socks off on an individual level, they put together the entire operation really well.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to fight the urge to say, like, all right, Kayshon Boutte, you and your 600 passing yards this season. I'm petrified. You're the guy. But it doesn't matter what is sum total. It's that one or two times if Drake May gets the ball to him on those plays where the coverage isn't immaculate or whatever. Yeah, you do have to worry about Kayshon Boutte. But there's also that part, and it's like, sorry, Kayshon, 551 yards receiving this year.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't mean to overstate what you had accomplished.
Tacked on 49 extra yards for him.
Yeah,
man.
wow, you're a real nightmare.
Yeah.
Real nightmare, Kayshon Boutte.
Yep, he likes this matchup.
How's your name Boutte, by the way, like a man?
Yeah, well,
you know,
especially
who the hell, if given the option of pronouncing that like Boutte or Booty, you choose Booty?
Booty. Yeah, and
that's Booty.
He's from New Iberia, Louisiana. I mean, you got to do the French pronunciation.
Like, you know what it is? I don't think he likes that he's from Louisiana.
Oh, you think?
I think he's self-loathing.
Oh, well, okay.
How the hell do you come from Louisiana and pronounce it Booty instead of Boutte?
Boutte, like any good Cajun
ashamed.
would. Yeah.
He's ashamed of his hometown and his roots. Yeah.
New Iberia. Yep. I know New Iberia well.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. That's where my first marriage took place at the Catholic Church, right in the middle of New Iberia, Louisiana. Yeah. Yep.
Where's Old Iberia?
I don't. The rest of Louisiana.
Listen here, I'm an American.
Yeah.
I refuse to know.
Old Iberia is where I was telling you yesterday. My ex-father-in-law drove me out to the middle of the sugarcane fields and almost dumped my body out there.
No, I would have known. It's the Iberian Peninsula, so Spain and Portugal.
Yeah.
That's Iberia.
Yeah, that's the old country. So the Chargers lost to the Patriots. Robert Spillane, who is the Patriots' leading tackler, he's a linebacker on their team. He said this after the 16-3 win over the Chargers, that Charger players were coming up to him after and during the game saying, man, we don't even know what you guys are doing on defense.
Zach has been great all year. He keeps the dial spinning.
For a second. Zach is their defensive play. He's their linebackers coach. Zach Kerr is their defensive linebackers coach who calls the plays. Continue.
Zach has been great all year. He keeps the dial spinning. He keeps offenses guessing all year. He's been doing that. You know, just after the game, talking to a few of the guys on their team, they had no clue what we were doing. And they came up and said that. We have no clue what you guys were in all game. So for him just to be able to build those packages throughout the week, our back-end players to know how to disguise the different defenses, really keeps quarterbacks guessing.
Okay. So a lot was made of this when he said it, that, wow, the Patriots they're using stuff that nobody's ever seen before from them. Dan Orlovsky doubled down on it on behalf of the Patriots almost on Monday, saying, I was rewatching this film, and I have no idea what they're doing out there, these Patriots, which I then saw Texan fans get a little concerned about.
Yeah.
Because C.J. Stroud might get confused there as he's setting things up at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. I was a little bit confused about that, too, and I think this is the problem. Like, okay, so if a team's playing quarters coverage, which the Texans do a lot of, then the guys in coverage are kind of sorting out who's coverage, and then it becomes man-to-man coverage after that. So it's, all right, you're in this against this route pattern, you take this guy, I take that guy, I take this guy, whatever. And that the thing that changes from game plan to game plan is the specific exactly what the rules are. So there's kind of like the standard textbook version, but then there's the little wrinkles you have in it and how you're going to handle it. So maybe that's what they were talking about. It didn't look to me like anything out of it, but obviously I defer to guys like Dan Orlovsky, obviously. But I think that's something I've said that people sometimes paint the Texans defense as being simpler than it is just by saying, look, they line up in zone.
Yeah.
Like, there's multitudes of wrinkles you can add to that to where the offense doesn't know exactly how you're going to respond to what you're serving up for them. And I think that's probably what the dynamic was on that day, that maybe they just switched up some of their tendencies.
Well, Greg Cosell, who's on Ross Tucker's podcast, noted film watcher and ball knower, thinks that Spillane is full of crap.
You know, it's funny. I happened to see the Spillane quote before I watched the tape, Ross, so I was conscious of it. I got to tell you, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought that's BS. I don't think they did anything where you went, oh, my God, I've just never seen that before. That, to me, I think that's a lot of garbage. You know, again, I'm just telling you what I saw watching the tape. I didn't come away believing that, wow, they just showed you something that there's no way anybody knew what that was, and it was different from anything. That's my take on it.
That's an important distinction that Greg Cosell makes there. There's a difference between doing something unexpected and doing something that is revolutionary that nobody's ever seen before.
So, like, if you're thinking about quarters coverage, I won't get overly technical here, but you might have a situation where, okay, the safety's going to carry a vertical route, and that's the textbook definition of what you do on this play. There's a million different ways to tweak that, and I think sometimes, especially when you get to this time of the year, whatever your tendencies are, or wherever the Texans perhaps have had miscommunications sometimes on who's responsible for whom, and that's by and large what causes the big passing plays against the Texans. It's rarely that somebody's getting beat individually, one-on-one, unless, and even though it might look like that on film, it's more that they didn't sort the routes out properly. So if you break your tendencies or you change your rules and you just wrinkle it up a little bit, then the offense that thinks they know how you're going to handle it, when they're seeing that, they're handling it differently, that's where some of the confusion comes in. And that's all a matter of execution. You know, it's not necessarily that it's anything revolutionary or anything. It's just a really good job of game planning against that offense.
Yep. Couple texts here, and then we'll get to the Circle of Swarm. The Houston Texans send-off event before their game against the Patriots is scheduled for Saturday, January 17th, 9:30 a.m. at NRG Stadium. Need all fans, all caps. That's from Chris and Katie. Yeah, we should mention that. If you want to go send the guys on as they're leaving the stadium to get on the bus, they had a really good turnout for it last week. I would imagine 9:30 a.m. on a Saturday. They'll get another great turnout for it this week. Last week it was on a Sunday. I would think on a Saturday morning with, less churchgoers and things like that. And now it being the divisional round, they should get a good turnout. But people, if you didn't know that already and you want to be out there with a bunch of Texan fans, and then go out to brunch afterwards with them, 9:30 at NRG Stadium tomorrow.
Go to brunch with your friends, not the Texans.
With your friends, the Texans won't be able to go to brunch with you.
Yeah, pronouns confused me a little bit there. I was like, wait a second, they're going to have brunch?
No.
I'll go if they're going to give me brunch.
Free food there is not there tomorrow.
Mimosas with Kamari?
That'd be beautiful. Oh, dude. Yes.
That's what I want. And then if the Texans win, I need there to be a welcome home party, and then with an iconic photo of Kamari Lassiter kissing a nurse, like pull it, like with her, just like that World War II photo.
Yes. Last one, and we'll get to the Circle of Swarm. This is about Joe Buck. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on the call on Saturday. Someone says football Joe Buck is way better than baseball Joe Buck.
Oh yeah.
Is there a distinction for the Joe Bucks with you, football versus
No, you know
baseball?
who I'm actually thinking of? As you said that, I was thinking of Dodger Joe there, Joe Dodger.
Joe Davis.
Joe Davis.
Yeah.
I think I don't like football or baseball Joe Davis anymore. I used to feel like he did a pretty good job of being impartial or towing the line or whatever. The last couple times he's done Astros games, he's randomly bringing up the being better. Okay. Yeah, like 8 years after the fact in a weird way where I thought he was pretty good and diplomatic about it in the first few years after the being better than everybody else scandal. Yeah. And I don't like him as a football guy either.
It's tricky with Joe Davis because he has, inarguably to me, one of the greatest national calls in Houston Astros history, which was the Yordan Alvarez home run against the Phillies.
Yeah.
This game has been turned upside down. I get chills just remembering. That was a great call by him. I hate to stick up for a guy that you despise right now in Joe Davis, but I have to do that. Hey, real quick question before we get to the Circle of Swarm. I'm curious for you if this is the case, because I saw some people bringing this up on Twitter last night. Kyle Tucker, if you missed it, Kyle Tucker signed with the Dodgers last night, 4 years, $240 million. So there's a lot of reasons to get angry about it. He signs with the evil empire. He's getting this big money deal. In some ways, you could say, like, he's going to a team where he doesn't have to really be the guy. There's, like, 6 other guys on that team. So Kyle Tucker can just do Kyle Tucker things. Does Kyle Tucker signing with the Dodgers ruin the last out of the 2022 World Series for you?
No.
Me neither. No. There were people saying that last night.
It ruins it for him?
Yeah, or it's gonna. This is gonna ruin things for Astro fans.
Maybe some of that changes if he goes on to do great things with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Or if the Astros were to lose because of Kyle Tucker in a World Series game or something.
Yeah.
Maybe it changes then.
Yeah.
But until it's kind of like, it's like Chandler Parsons left. I was cool with it. Everybody was cool with it. But then he started talking smack about Houston.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you know what? Go die.
Good analogy.
I'm glad your knee turned to paper mache.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good analogy.
I'm glad that by the time you got to Memphis, there was tres leches up in your knees.
He was making
but it was cool when he left.
He gave him $100
million. He didn't have to talk all that smack about it. He didn't have to say it was a dirty city.
No.
No.
And
like all these things that ruined it. So that's where I am with Kyle Tucker right now. He's given me no reason to dislike him or despise him, but I'm open to it. Open to it.
If we're being honest, playoff Kyle Tucker, we're just glad he caught the ball. Because if it's playoff Kyle Tucker, we were expecting maybe to bounce off his face or something like that. We were just glad that he caught it. Hey, real quick, one other thing. Peter Schrager's on TV right now on Get Up, and they're doing their 5-alarm fire watch for this weekend in football. They've got like this burning house. And Peter Schrager's thing that he's watching this weekend, to nobody's surprise, the Texans defense.
Texans are this fun young team.
Yeah. There he is.
Hey, Kamari.
Voyeuristic Schrags watching the Texans again.
I've been watching you, Kamari. I've got some candy in my pocket.
I like the way you move.
Yeah.
Texans are this fun young team.
Yeah, man, of course you're watching the Texans. You perv.
I see Jalen Petrie. I could watch Jalen Petrie all day long.
Are you ready to swarm, my friend?
I'm ready.
Right,
Circle of Swarm.
Circle of Swarm time. Let's go.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
A work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men. Believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
Someone just put kolaches with Kamari, LOL. That would be fun as hell. Sit down at the kolache factory and take down a dozen with Kamari Lassiter. That would be.
It'd be a fun one.
Yep.
Circle of Swarm. We don't have expanded rosters for the Circle of Swarm.
For the postseason.
I know people have demanded that, but no, we don't do it. We don't dilute the Circle of Swarm at the most important point of the season.
That's actually a really interesting suggestion, though. I will take it under advisement for next year. But you're right. For now, it would dilute the Circle of Swarm. For those who are new to the show, new to Fridays on the show. Prior to every Texans game on Friday, Seth and I do what we call the Circle of Swarm. We do it every week. We each pick 3, the swarmiest players on the Texans, largely based on last week's game, with a bit of a peek ahead to what's needed to come away with a victory in the next game, which is the biggest game in Texans history. This game against the Patriots, this is their best chance to get to where they've never been before. So this is your Circle of Swarm, coming off of a huge playoff win in Pittsburgh, heading into what we hope is an equally, if not bigger, win against the New England Patriots. Seth, as always, you go first.
I think the first guy who's received a lot of national love this week, and with good reason, and a guy who cares about the youth. Very important. I usually don't factor that into the Circle of Swarm because we tend to reward antisocial behavior, Circle of Swarm, and yet Jalen Petrie is normalizing the Guardian Cap
Mm-hmm.
by being one of the most impressively physical and violent players in all of sport. Not just American football, all of sport, while donning a Guardian cap. At least 5 tackles for a loss in this game as a defensive back, which is impressive unto itself. It's still been so much better in so many regards this year when he was already really good last year. This is almost an award for his entire season and body of work, but also really showing up in the playoffs. Jalen Petrie, who Kamari Lassiter on Good Morning Football discussed the Guardian cap that Petrie wears.
Give me your thoughts on the Guardian cap and how he just rolls out there making that thing look good.
Okay. First, we're going to start with the Guardian cap. When he first popped out with it, you're like, Fire, what you doing? But then he started making plays in it, and now he the Guardian cap king. He the Guardian cap king. But Five, I mean, he's the best in the world. After every game, like, I just sit back and I watch film. I'm like, Five, bro, like, I've never seen anyone like you. Like, he's literally the best in the world. He has game on top of game on top of game. He can run. He can stop the run. He can cover. He got 4 picks. Like, there's nothing he can't do. Five is the best in the world.
Yeah.
Guardian cap king.
Making it cool. That was Kyle Brandt. That was Kyle Brandt asking the question on Good Morning Football. And Kyle Brandt said earlier this week, Jalen Petrie's making the Guardian cap cool. We'll see if Nico agrees when he comes back.
GCK.
GCK.
Yeah.
Guardian.
Maybe other players will follow suit. I'm at the point where I wish everybody was wearing a Guardian cap. I don't care how dumb it looks. I just want my players on the field more, and I care about them in the future.
Yep.
He can do for the Guardian cap what celebrities back in the day did for cigarette smoking. The youth see him doing it, and they're like, oh, yeah, I got to look like James Dean. I'm going to smoke a cigarette.
Right. It's having that whole being good for you thing. It's the exact same thing. All right, let's keep it moving here with the Circle of Swarm. My first pick, our second pick for the Circle of Swarm, I'm going to go Christian Kirk, who's made the Circle of Swarm at other times during the year. But Christian Kirk was outstanding on Saturday. Or no, on Monday, sorry. 8 catches, 144 yards. He made a big play after Nico Collins went out of the game. He had 3 huge chunk plays in this game. He had one to kind of get things started. I believe a 36-yarder on a third down downfield. Didn't turn into anything. But I would say one of the biggest plays of the Texans season, and in my opinion, the biggest play, maybe other than the Sheldon Rankins scoop and score, and I'm guessing Sheldon Rankin's name is going to come up in this Circle of Swarm at some point here. But the big play for Christian Kirk, the 46-yard catch on 3rd and 15. Remember the sequence. Nico Collins goes out with a concussion, and then after that, second down, that was the play that bounced off C.J. Stroud. The ball did. So you had 2 of the worst plays in the game in a row, and then Christian Kirk gets a 46-yard catch to convert that third down. That was an absolutely huge play in that game. So Christian Kirk is the second one in the Circle of Swarm. I'm going to go ahead and use my pick here. We're going to snake draft this thing today on the Circle of Swarm. And I am going to go with, let's see, we've got 1 offense, 1 defense. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and put Sheldon Rankins in right now. I just mentioned it. We've got a rule on this show that if a defensive player scoops and scores, they get put in the Circle of Swarm. This goes back to Derek Barnett getting a scoop and score against the Cowboys in Week 11 last year. And I did not, with the last pick, I did not put him in because I forgot about him. So Sheldon Rankins is going in. Almost an homage to Derek Barnett going in. So thus far, we've got Jalen Petrie, who Seth put in. We've got Christian Kirk, who I put in. We've got me usurping Seth's pick and putting Sheldon Rankins in. I'm going to go ahead and usurp another one of Seth's picks right here in the Circle of Swarm. And I'm going to put Woody Marks in the Circle of Swarm. So we've now got 2 offensive players in the Circle of Swarm. Woody Marks, 19 carries, 112 yards. That was his first 100-yard game of his career. He's had a lot of good games this year. I think Woody Marks' year has been a really good one. I think remember it maybe as being better than it's been statistically because Woody Marks has been so good down the stretch in games, closing out games, getting crucial first downs at the end of games, getting crucial first downs during games on short yardage situations where a play gets blocked for -2 yards and Woody Marks bounces off and gets 5 yards and converts a 3rd and 1. Woody Marks was awesome. Woody Marks, the first player, or I should say, let me back up. 19 carries in that game. None of them stopped for a loss. That's the most carries in a playoff game since the year 2000 where a player has not had a negative yardage carry, which surprises me. It's a lot of games. It's a lot of carries. It's a lot of running backs. It's Woody Marks who gets that done. I'm just going to take over this whole damn segment. So we've got Jalen Petrie, Sheldon Rankins, Christian Kirk, Woody Marks. I'm going to start stealing Seth's actual picks now, and I'm going to take Will Anderson Jr. One of Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter needs to get in every week, I think, especially when they had a game like they did. Look, Will Anderson Jr. was the one who forced the fumble that got Sheldon Rankins the scoop and the score in that game. So Sheldon Rankins gets the scoop and score. Will Anderson gets the strip sack. And Will Anderson, by the way, the leader in the clubhouse right now for the Circle of Swarm. He's got the most designations. He just jumped everybody by one. And they're going to need a huge game out of Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter. All right, so now I'm down to it here. I'm looking at three. I could be looking at like 10 choices. I don't even have Azeez Al-Shaair on my also receiving votes list right now, or Henry To'oTo'o. Two guys who played swarmy as it gets. I've got Kalen Bullock, who had a pick 6 in the game. And Hunter could go in too. Do we put somebody in from the offensive line, though, that cleared the way for Woody Marks? Who do we put in? Boy, this is a conundrum. And who would we put in if it was from the offensive line? Does someone like Jake Andrews get his first Circle of Swarm designation? Nope. I'm going to put in Daniil Hunter. We need to send, and part of this, like I said, is a look ahead to the next week. Like 10% of it is a look ahead to the next week. Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr., the best versions of them, need to show up in this game on Sunday against the New England Patriots. So Daniil Hunter is going in with Will Anderson Jr. I don't know how many weeks we've had the two of them go in with each other into the Circle of Swarm. But there you go. So I stole all the picks except for Jalen Petrie in this one from Seth. I've got Seth tied up in a closet somewhere while I make all of his picks in the Circle of Swarm. I've been wanting to do that for a while. All right, so again, this week's Circle of Swarm. Jalen Petrie, Christian Kirk, Sheldon Rankins, Woody Marks, and then the two-headed terror of Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter. So there you go. There's your Circle of Swarm. Payne and Pendergast with you. I put up a poll yesterday. It's one I talked about putting up a couple days ago. I finally got around to it yesterday. Been really busy. Would you take Mike Tomlin's career as the Steelers head coach for DeMeco Ryans? Early Super Bowl, 2 early Super Bowl appearances, bunch of division titles, but playoff failure for the last decade of his career. Would you take that? I asked the people. If you want to vote, you can get in and vote right now on my Twitter account, @SeanTPendergast, if you want to drop a vote in there. We'll tell you what the results were coming up next. But first, let's get you guys into a brand new vehicle at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, the GM there, Chris Poulos, the owner. They're awesome at what they do at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. And they told me this week they've got Lincoln Nautilus, Lincoln Aviators 2025s that they're looking to move. So all the great discounts they were doing at the end of the year, they're looking to move some of those cars because they got to get the new ones in there, man. So if this is a great time now to get down to West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land and get that buying experience, which is effortless. I like doing things that require little to no effort. You know what requires little to no effort? Doing business with West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, because they'll come to you for a test drive. They'll bring one of those 2025 Aviators or Nautilus that I'm talking about. They'll come to you with one of those and test drive it with you. Absolutely, they will. You find one that you like, and you don't even need a test drive. I already know how they drive, and they're amazing. I hear Sean talk about it all the time. My wife drives a Lincoln Nautilus. Just bring it to me. Here's my info. I'm buying it. Bring it to me. And that's what they'll do at West Point Lincoln. Sugarland. So at westpointsales.com or check them out in person. Southwest Freeway, Kirkwood intersection. They are West Point, Lincoln, and Sugarland. Tell them Sean Pendergast sent you by.
Does the Texans' recent experience in the divisional round give them an extra edge heading into New England on Sunday?
We've been in this position before. I think we've learned from those things, and now it's time to go put it on tape. Because, I mean, we can talk about it until we're blue in the face, but until you go do it is when it really matters.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. Delays continue over on the E6 freeway southbound at Will Clayton. An accident still affecting a left and a center lane. Emergency cruiser at the scene. An earlier accident on the Caney Manish lane westbound at Silver has cleared. That traffic still recovering. And the Gulf Freeway on the HOV lane northbound at Omita Genoa. Stop vehicles slowing you down a bit. In the low 40s this morning, this afternoon, mostly sunny and a high of 74. Amelia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Very January. Kohl's can help you bring the spark back. No twinkle lights needed. Save on bedding that feels like a snow day. Decor that'll boost the mood. And Shark vacuums because, yes, you're still finding pine needles. Get an extra 15% off some of your faves store-wide. And beat those winter blahs at Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends January 25th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Shark. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Get more from your workout at the gym rated #1 by USA Today. Orange Theory January 31st. Join for just $2 a day and try a month unlimited. Love it or your money back. Orange Theory combines science, coaching, and heart rate-based technology to deliver results you can feel. Designed to help build strength, boost energy, and see real results. With 29 Houston area locations, there's an Orange Theory near you. Visit orangetheory.com or stop by your local studio for details. Conditions apply.
Hey, John Lopez here. D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer that heard about D&M.
Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you on a Football Friday. Ted Johnson, our former colleague here at Sports Radio 610, three-time Super Bowl champ with the New England Patriots. He's in afternoons now. Everybody knows Ted. He's in afternoons now on WEEI, our sister station up there. Ted's going to join us to give us the New England side of things, help us preview the game. I listened in on their show yesterday. Seth and Ted share a lot of the same thoughts on this game.
Yeah.
And what New England needs
Without
to do.
having conversed about it, Ted and I came to the same conclusions.
Yep.
We expect a heavy dose of designed QB runs out of Drake May.
Yep.
Josh McDaniels is going to look and see, all right, how do we not have to sit and trust our rookie left tackle one-on-one versus Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter? Because Will Anderson usually plays on the left, but he played a good chunk of snaps on the right side of the defensive line last week, and I think his game might match up versus what's his face?
Will Campbell.
Yeah, at left tackle. So, but the design QB run game, it's playoffs. Don't worry about your quarterback getting hurt, just gestured into the ground. I think they might do a lot of that.
They may.
Especially given what Riley Leonard was able to do versus the Texans, including a bunch of the starters were still out there.
Yeah, he had some good design runs in that game, no question. So I put up this poll. This is a question that I asked earlier this week on the show, and it was the day after Mike Tomlin decided to step down as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Mike Tomlin's career resume is undeniably impressive. However, it's very lopsided. The early part was Hall of Fame worthy. The second part was good in the regular season, but not so good in the postseason.
Yeah.
And that's what ultimately, I'd say that's what ultimately did him in. Look, he stepped away on his own. That's ultimately what did him in with the fan base in Pittsburgh, and that's where he lost the fan base, was just continued blowout losses in the postseason since 2016 for basically a decade. So Mike Tomlin's career resume is 19 seasons without a losing record. He won a Super Bowl his second year. So I'll call it, for purposes of the question I'm posing to all of you, a Super Bowl early in his career, 2 Super Bowl appearances early in his career, year 2 and year 4, and then never got back to the Super Bowl. Did win 8 division titles, but 0 playoff wins in his final 9 seasons with the Steelers.
Yeah.
So it's a polarizing kind of resume there if you're somebody who seeks high performance from your team every year. My question was simple. Would you, as a Texan fan, sign up for that DeMeco Ryans Texans career? 19 seasons where there's extreme success early and literally 0 playoff success the second half of his career here.
Yeah. I'm going to guess.
Almost embarrassing failure the second half.
So I said this is the thing, is that people want what they want, and right now they want a championship. And this is a franchise that's never won a championship before. So I think a lot of people, as it often happens when you make promises that you don't have to deliver on until much, much later, you're all about the short-term payoff. And no, I'd be totally cool. I know I'd be happy for those next 15 or so years. I think 73% of your respondents said that they would take that.
Okay, you get a ding for the right answer. You get a buzz for the percentage.
Okay.
A lower percentage, but you're on the right track.
Is it 67%?
It's 60.2%.
Oh, all right. Okay.
60.2. So it's basically 60-40.
So 40% of those people were honest with themselves.
40% said no, I wouldn't sign up for this. I'm going to let the
I think
gods...
a lot of people. You know what? I credit those people with a healthy greediness. That okay, look. One Super Bowl every 20 years, and realistically, that would end up being one Super Bowl in the first 40 years of the Texans' existence.
Yeah.
That's not good enough for them. And I applaud them for that greediness. What are we talking about here? Regular season? Like with Mike Tomlin, I get why Steelers fans would be upset. The DeMeco comp, it's too early in DeMeco's career to make a Mike Tomlin and DeMeco Ryan comp. Tomlin, these last few years, is being looked at the way James Harden's career has played out. Like, all right, man, stack up those awards, stack up all those regular season awards and those impressive performances and what have you. But, man, falling apart in the playoffs, that gets old really quick.
It gets
old.
And
if anything, people dislike that player more than they like the guy who's pretty good, but then especially they love the player who's pretty good, but then shows up in the postseason like a Julian Edelman type.
Counterpoint, and I'm totally being devil's advocate here. A Steeler fan has never had to go through a 4-13 season before. Yeah. We know how miserable those types of seasons are. They're awful. They are. The mood around the city is terrible. The Steelers are almost literally always playing important games in late December and early January. There's never a dud of a season. There have been several dud postseasons, obviously, the last few years, but you're always hoping in December with a team like that.
Yeah, but it's not real life, It's sports. You're like I'm 100% honest when I say you should be greedy. Yeah. That's what you dream of is a championship, and when every year it doesn't matter what the promise of that Super Bowl. With each successive time you get blown out in the wild card round, it becomes that much more distant. And if anything, the regular season success starts to feel like a jail sentence. Yeah. Okay, this is our fate. We're gonna win 9 or 10 year, and then right before we get to where we think we're headed, boom! It's the old Sisyphus thing. Back to the bottom of the mountain you go.
Pushing the rock up the hill. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. So 60-40, yes or no. You know what else I would like to know, Seth? This is where I'd like to get some of the analytics of who's voting yes and who's voting no. I'd like to know one of two things. I'd like to know a couple things about the people who voted yes. Age. So I feel like the older you are, the more you're like, well, I'm not going to be around for all that playoff failure. Yeah. Give me the damn Super Bowl. I've been waiting my whole life for this.
Seen how much a life insurance policy costs at my age? Right. Hell, whatever. Yeah, give me the championship.
Give me the championship.
Let my grandkids worry about not winning one.
Or younger people who just have bad life habits, like alcohol consumption. How many of these people who voted yes are alcoholics that know they're drinking themselves into an early grave?
But you're like, whatever,
I'm drinking and by the way, I think you'd be more inclined to vote yes if you were actually drunk at the time voting in this poll.
I will not cover up in the sun.
Yeah.
I like this tan.
Right,
Look at this golden glow I have on me.
Yes.
Wrinkles, I'll never get them.
People with moles, how many of them said that, yes, just give me this thing? Because a few of these are probably malignant that are on my face right now.
Right.
Yeah, but I need to know. Twitter, get on that. Hey, Elon, if you're listening, get on that. D'Amico was mic'd up for this Steelers game, for the Steelers win. If you haven't gone and seen it yet, it's pretty good. It's about 12 or 13 minutes long, I think, something like that. I would say 90% of it is just D'Amico screaming, yeah, boy, yeah, best in the business, best in the business. This was my favorite part. D'Amico Ryans at the end of the game chatting with one of the chain gang guys who's been a chain gang, the guys who hold the first down marker chains, who's been doing it for 50 years in Pittsburgh. This is a fun conversation.
Good luck rest of the way, Coach.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. How long you been doing this?
It's not polite to ask.
I'm sorry.
1975.
1970. What's your name?
Tom Fitzgerald.
Tom, man. That's awesome. Appreciate the service, man, doing this. That's awesome. Hopefully you're still having fun with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great job, man.
Hope you're still having fun with it. I mean, not so much tonight because you're probably a Steeler fan.
Well, the thing about those chain gang guys is that they're fun to talk to. They're guys who are very appreciative that they get to just be, especially now that they don't even have any actual official responsibilities.
Right.
They're
like
replaced
the backup
by a microchip.
Yeah.
They're really cool. They're very respectful of the opposing team. They probably hear so much stuff.
Oh, my God.
That they're almost become like the invisible man. To the point where I always started to get a little bit paranoid that, man, some of these guys might just be having a chat with the opposing coach after the game. That, because when you're on the road, those guys are there every week and everything. So they get to hear all the smack talk. They see the collisions up close and all of that. And they're always, you can I always tell they're just super stoked to be out there.
Yeah.
Even though he's been doing it for 50 years, they're good dudes. They're good. I always enjoyed talking to those guys, and usually very complimentary. Like if you had a good game or something,
I'll tell you,
and you walk past him, I was like, man, you've been really tearing it up today, man. Good job. Yeah.
I felt like
cool.
that's what Tom was doing with D'Amico right there. He started the conversation.
Yeah.
He started. But think of all the things that Pittsburgh would have seen also, like immaculate reception, all those playoff games, all the Hall of Famers that he's seen. He was probably there the day that Bain blew up the stadium in the Dark Night.
That's one thing.
He survived that.
The support staff around football has always been really interesting to me, just that, like the equipment staff, at least on teams I was on, those guys are they're part of the team. You're in there every day. You're talking to them every day. You're hanging out with them during downtime and everything. And I'm always amazed. There must be a code of equipment managers that, like, any one of them could write a tell-all book.
Oh yeah,
about the crap
they might have to sign stuff nowadays.
Oh,
honestly.
that's true. They probably have a non-disclosure.
Yeah.
But even back where they've got some of the best stories.
Oh no,
they see the locker room fights.
Yeah.
They see
That guy probably worked in a steel mill for 40 years. You think he cares about some damn non-disclosure when he's sitting at the bar with Ampipe high school teammates from back in 1962? No. All right. Ted Johnson, our former colleague, 3-time Super Bowl champ, afternoon host at WEEI in Boston. We'll get the New England side of things from our good friend Ted Johnson coming up next. But first, Seth, you've got the Mokaram report.
I certainly do, and obviously the big one that we're all concerned about and increasingly giving up on is the Nico Collins concussion situation. He remains in the concussion protocol. Highly unlikely that he makes it back for this game, but who knows? Justin Watson also in the concussion protocol. Nobody's talking about that, but Trent Brown with an ankle and Danico Autry with a knee also did not participate. Other than that, things look pretty clear. The Patriots didn't have a single dude who did not practice yesterday. Cheaters! But, hey, that's your injury report presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you've been injured in an accident, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers day or night. The consultation.
Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Only a select few get entrance music when they join Payne and Pendergast, and this guy's one of them. As we welcome you back in, 8 o'clock hour, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Texans-Patriots, 2 o'clock, Sunday kickoff in New England. You can hear that game here on Sports Radio 610. Texans Countdown gets started with me and Seth at 11 a.m. Clint Stoerner and I have got you for post-game show following the game. And joining us right now, someone who I used to do a lot of radio with. He was my co-host in afternoons on the Triple Threat. Did a lot of post-game work together as well for the Texans. You can now find him on WEEI, our sister station in Boston, in the afternoons. He is a 3-time Super Bowl winner, and most importantly, he is a good friend of all of us here at Sports Radio 610. Ted Johnson joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Teddy J, what's going on, dude?
What's up, Sean, Seth? I miss you guys. It's so good to hear your voice, and I appreciate the intro music. I got tickets. Rush is coming to the TD Bank this September. I will be there in the 200 section. You can see me there screaming my head off. So I love that Rush is picking back up. But guys, it is such an honor to be on with you. I just love the fact that both of our teams are meeting in the divisional round. Who would have ever thought when you saw these two teams play last year in Foxborough? But here we are. It's been a fun week. I'm looking forward to it.
No, and yeah, honestly, especially from the Patriots side of things, where Patriots fans were upset at the end of last season that they ruined their draft pick by winning that game, and it just, I know, and it's not even talking smack. Patriots fans would have no reason to expect that the turnaround could be this quick. Now, this is where I am with this, Ted. I want to be as objective as possible, and I tried really hard not to think about the strength of schedule. I'm not sitting here saying, oh, the Patriots they're not even good. Like, they're obviously a good football team. But when I go back and I try to figure out just what Drake May is, like, help me separate the fact that he's had a really good performance from the fact that he also has faced very few good defenses. Like, how are you handling all that?
I hear you, Seth, and it is what most people point to. I get it. The best defense they played, and you said it. You said it in a tweet, rightfully so. The Patriots offense hadn't faced a top 10 scoring defense all season long, and conversely, the Texans defense faced 8 top 10 scoring offenses. So that unit for the Texans defense, that side of the ball, has been through battles this season, and the Patriots clearly have not. However, I will say this: they did play a top 10 scoring defense last week against the Chargers. Now it's a step up in weight class. We get that, but it's kind of how he's won these games, Seth, that has kind of been so impressive. I mean, there was cupcakes throughout the whole roster, throughout the whole schedule. I get that, but there was domination in a lot of those games. I mean, there was times where he put himself against the Bengals. He threw a pick six and they're down 10-0, and he's able to bring the team back and win the game. I mean, he has mistakes early in games, but then he figures it out, makes adjustments, comes back out in halftime, and it throws like perfect games in the second half. So they're able to overcome so many errors and mistakes because of Drake May. And the schedule is the schedule, but there's been points in the schedule where you're kind of looking, I can see, this is maybe an opportunity for them to take their foot off the gas, or, this is a cupcake kind of opponent. I can see maybe them not being all in on a short week, against the Giants on a Thursday night, and they go out there and they throttle them. I mean, so there's been these checkpoints where you go, okay, I can see where they might not perform at their best, and Vrabel has them so just teed up mentally that they go out there and they handle their business. So even though it's a soft schedule, I still think it's been impressive wins against some of these lesser teams. So, and you know what? They're not going to apologize for the schedule. I mean, they 14 wins. You don't just luck into 10 straight wins. So there's something to this team, and Drake's special. And if you guys want to talk about him, I mean, it's hard. I'd be curious to hear what you think about Drake May, Seth. I just think he's got special qualities. I think he's a unique talent. He plays the position in a way I've never really seen another quarterback play. From this standpoint, he's so athletic and he's so smooth. The way he runs out of the pocket, the way he throws from the pocket, he's a tremendous athlete. And he's got gifts that are just unique and unlike anything I've seen. I'd be curious what you think about him, Seth.
No, I think I agree with everything you're saying there. And that is, like, he's made – I think some of it, too, is it's not like he hasn't faced good defenders or good defensive backs, and it's not like he hasn't gone up against good pass rushers. The Browns game maybe is the best example of, okay, they're going up against a really good defense that was giving them everything they could handle, and the Patriots offense wasn't doing a whole lot in the first half. Eventually the dam breaks, which also does tend to happen when good defenses are playing on a team that has an awful offense. But I think that some of the moments and some of the big-time throws he makes, that's obviously very, very impressive. So I guess I'm kind of holding it in reserve because there's just a part of me that, all right, if you want to look at this like his first real season with an actual offensive coordinator that knows what he's doing and where the pieces around him are better, and I give him credit, honestly, for also not working with the guy up the screen at you as skill position players. Right. It is impressive what he's done, but I'm kind of just holding in reserve that, all right, you got to do it consistently against good opponents before you really get up to that genuine upper tier.
I get it. So, and just like I said, the best defense, metrically speaking, that they played all season long was last week. And I think he passed the test. It wasn't pretty, right? It wasn't pretty. The offensive line looked a little shaky there, clearly, when they give up 5 sacks like that. And so that's a concern. That's something that D'Amico and Matt Burke is going to be looking at, is that left side of that offensive line. I think that's going to be a big issue. Those two rookies, left tackle, left guard. Will Campbell, the 4th overall pick, he's been fantastic, but he's never faced a pass rush like he's going to face on Sunday night. So I'm curious what the game plan is. Do you guys stay with your same 4-man rush and just do games and just one-on-ones, or do you try and do overload blitzes? Do you do 2- and 3-man games to that side to try and exploit that side? Will be interesting. And I find this game fascinating from the sense that Seth, this when it gets to this point, it's more about matchups with the coordinators. It's Josh McDaniel versus Matt Burke. It's Nick Caley versus Zach Core. What are those guys going to come up with? And I find the fact that there's so many coaches that are on the Texans staff that were in New England, knowledge being with the Patriots and really more just being around Josh McDaniels, Nick Caley, obviously, and then his brother, Ben McDaniels there, who's your wide receiver coach. Can they help Matt Burke put a game plan together because they know Josh so well? I mean, you look at the Texans defense, they have no weaknesses. I mean, you're kind of like, okay, well, you can get the ball out fast and you can do draws and screens and you can do that horizontal game, but they're all over you. They're on top of you so fast. And so I'll just give my 2 cents on what I think. As Sean told me that you were saying the same thing I was when it comes to plans on offense for the Patriots. I think you got to run Drake May more than you have all season long. They have not done a lot of design runs for him this season. It's probably by design. Maybe they're just waiting for a game to do it. And I feel like this is the game to have design runs, moving pockets, and then scramble when you don't, see. You guys put a lot of guys in the coverage. So, if this is, to me, a game, if the Patriots are going to win, that Drake May needs to use his feet to beat this defense.
We're talking to Ted Johnson, of course, 3-time Super Bowl champ, our former colleague here at 610 Afternoons WEEI up in Boston. Ted, I want to flip over to the defensive side with the Patriots. Robert Spillane, who plays your old position there at inside linebacker, said after that Chargers game that the Chargers were coming up to him on the field saying, man, we were seeing things that we had no idea what you guys were doing out here with some of this stuff in a good way, to the Patriots, obviously saying that. With that in mind, do you agree, like, were the Patriots doing some really crazy, super exotic things? And how does that impact how they attack C.J. Stroud, who obviously had his struggles on Monday against the Steelers?
Yeah, it's. I think it's a tad bit overblown. It's kind of there's. Orlovsky said the same thing. Your boy Dan said the same thing, and I was like, I don't know. I mean, there's a little bit of look. There's some disguise clearly. But that's kind of a lot of teams do that. Show one coverage pre-snap and then rotate to another coverage post-snap. That's they do that, but I don't think that it's not anything new. They're not reinventing the wheel. They did. I tell you what, they turned up the heat. Especially in their blitzing. I mean, they blitz very, they don't blitz a lot, maybe 25% of the time during the regular season, and they kicked it up to 46% when they saw Justin Herbert he was seeing ghosts, guys. He was seeing ghosts. So they just throttled down on the blitzes. So maybe I think the blitzes got to him a little bit, second level blitzes got to him a little bit, but I don't think they were doing anything that was all that unique or different. And that defense, it's kind of, you're trying to figure out how they're going to play the Texans. They morph into something different week to week. They don't have a steady kind of diet of tendencies, more like the Texans defense, where they kind of just line up and just say, we're better than you. So they change what they like to do week to week, and they're very good. So if whatever is going on in the first half is not working, they will make adjustments. So I think that narrative that you're talking about, Sean, about just the exotic defense that no one's ever seen, I think that was a little bit overblown, in my opinion.
Yeah. And Ted, I'm glad you brought up the coordinator versus coordinator, because Josh McDaniels obviously has done some great things, and he did great things with Mac Jones. It wasn't just a Tom Brady thing. It's that he has a great way of managing young quarterbacks, giving them opportunities to succeed. And with the Texans defense, and I know people in New England are aware of one of the things they aren't elite at is preventing explosive plays. They just have these little hiccups here and there where all of a sudden they allow a deep shot downfield. Most of those, or a good chunk of those, are not because of physical losses, but they're because of blown coverages. And that's what I wonder about with Josh McDaniels is, all right, him really figuring out what stresses them, what gives them a hard time downfield, when do they have a hard time sorting out routes, and how does he game plan for that this week?
Yeah, look, the best throw he makes, it's insane, you guys, how accurate he is with the deep ball. And it's anytime he can get a safety in the middle of the field, or to manipulate away from his 9 route on the other side, he wants to throw it up the sideline. That 9 route, right or left, doesn't matter, is the best throw that Drake May throws. He's brilliant at it. And the Chargers very good at stopping big plays with their 2 high safeties that they play a lot of times. But Drake threw a gorgeous touchdown pass to Hunter Henry, 28 yards for a touchdown. Just, threads the needle. He will take shots. And this is what a lot of people thought, that, Drake May, he's kind of this gunslinger. He wants to throw it deep. But if there's, if the Texans are playing it in such a way that he can't throw deep, he will take the easy money, and he will take the checkdowns. And Josh always has usually outlets for him underneath to escape to if there's nothing down the field. But don't kid yourself. This kid's nature is to throw it deep and to take shots. Kayshon Boutte is probably our best guy at doing that. He's been hurt for a little while, but now he's come back, and he had a big explosive play last week. So, Demario Douglas is kind of a big play guy. So they will take their shots if they see, and I'll be honest, Drake has come very, very, he's a smart kid. Like he's reading defenses. He's making good decisions. So if there's, he gets a one-on-one situation outside, press coverage with no safety over the top, bank it. That's where he's going. So he's going to take his shots downfield. And you know, the hope is if you're a Patriots fan that he's going to hit on a couple of them.
Yeah, the hope is we ruin him, Ted. That's the hope here, all right? That's the hope down in Houston. We suck out his will to live, okay?
I get it, buddy. And, I mean, that's what you guys do. I mean, it's that impressive to me, guys. It is. They play with intent. They play with it's a ferociousness, and they do it kind of like it's not like it's bells and whistles. It's kind of an old school. We're just better than you. And the fact that you can rush just 4 guys, but the fact that you have 2 dominating edge rushers, and not just one, right? I mean, I was looking up stats like, you know, when J.J. Watt played, and J.J. Watt, I still get crap up here. J.J. Watt, greatest football player I've ever seen, ever. Yes, I know.
Still your take, right? That's still your take.
I won't back off. Still my favorite. And, you know, and so I looked up, he played Tom Brady 8 times. And I was thinking, like, does Josh dust off his old game plan when he played the Texans, right? Because there was 3 games in which the Texans and the Patriots played where J.J. Watt and Jadeveon Clowney were together.
Yep.
J.J. Watt in 8 games against Tom Brady has a half a sack. It's crazy. Half a sack. Yeah. And the whole strategy was that Tom got the ball out fast. And you would say, well, shouldn't be a similar strategy for Drake May? It's a different offense. It's not about precision and timing with this quarterback, at least not yet. And so I think to negate that pass rush, they're going to have to do more moving pockets, more scrambles, more design runs, just to slow those beasts off the edge down. Slow that, to me, their best hope. And the other thing is too, Ramondre Stevenson, guys, our running back is been the best running back in the NFL in the last 5 games. His numbers are off the charts. Yards after catch. I know you guys are dominant against the run, but my guess is this is going to be a 25 to 28 carry game for him, just to try and wear you guys down a little bit. Hopefully, with the hopes of making a big play because of it.
28 carries against this Texans defense, Ted. I would make sure his life insurance is up to date. Ramondre, just from a pure punishment standpoint, Stevenson's a nice back.
But how about 28 carries between him and
there you go. There you go. Then they won't die. They're just going to be in the cold tub for a long, long time. That's the great Ted Johnson joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Ted, I can't wait to talk to you and your co-hosts this afternoon. Doing a little home and home today, man.
Love it. A show swap. It's we're looking forward to it. Everybody knows what I think of Payne and Pendergast up here. I think you guys are the best, and we look forward to having you on later today, Sean. I appreciate you taking the time to jump on with us.
Hey, man, thanks for jumping on with us, Ted. Love you, buddy, and we'll talk to you later on today.
Hey, I love you too, and give my best to your lovely significant others. They're awesome, and I'll talk to you soon, boys. You guys take care.
All right, thanks, Ted. Good stuff. We appreciate that. That's Ted Johnson joining us here.
Ted is a great conversationalist with other guys' wives.
The best.
Obviously, I'm joking.
There's no ulterior motive.
He is the best. If I were a single guy and I had a girlfriend, I would be totally cool with her just chatting it up with Ted, because he's the perfect gentleman, but he's a really good. Brandy loves talking to Ted.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Amy
they talk
too.
all the time. He's actually calling her right now, actually. But it's totally cool. Totally cool.
It's fine. It's 2,000 miles away.
Sometimes I'll wake up in the morning to go to the bathroom at like 2 a.m. and there they are on the phone.
I just hear I hear the phone on the nightstand over there. Brr, 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 all night long.
I didn't know we had a landline. But Ted's got the number.
I can't wait to play this for Ted later. I hope he's still listening. All right, let's do it. 5 Reasons I Hate You, New England edition. We do it. This was not a hard one to come up with. Only 5? Text in. We're doing 5 Reasons I Hate You, but we love reading yours. 5 Reasons I Hate You. Patriots edition is coming up next. I can give you 100 reasons why I love West Point Lincoln.
Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-2022. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610.
Let's get right
Here's
into it.
Payne and Pendergast.
Sorry, Boy Sky. We got to get into this here. We went a little long with Ted, but it was worth it. Ted Johnson. If you missed it, you want to get a good preview from the New England side of things, use that Odyssey Rewind feature. You can hit us on the podcast. Ted Johnson joined us in the previous segment.
The New England hatred for 5 reasons I hate you is strong within me.
Flows.
I just, Sean, yesterday I did on my live stream. You know, usually I get about like 99% likes versus dislikes on my videos. this video in which I expressed my skepticism of Drake May and what have you. 80% like to dislike ratio.
Oh.
That's a hefty one there.
Okay.
I'm not checking the comments.
And you're
on that
usually
one.
a clean sweep, like you said, huh?
Well, usually it's nothing but Texans fans, but the Patriots fans have found
dipping
this one
in
via the algorithm, and
I love it.
they're getting after it.
Yeah, the wildlings coming out from behind the wall there. I like
Thanks
it.
Thanks for the paycheck, Pats fans.
Yeah, exactly.
Your
Who's
engagement
laughing
is
now?
helping me greatly.
Yeah, the big winner. Who's got 2 thumbs and winner? This guy, Seth Payne. All right, 5 reasons I hate you. Number 1, this is simple. The fans up there are just plain arrogant, delusional F's. All over again. They're back.
Yeah,
they're back.
delusional.
They're delusional. And here's an example. Their patron saint, the king of the North, Dave Portnoy, founder of Barstool, saying he won 6 rings back in the day.
This is enough. You get the same Yahoo, same people. Dave, you have 0 rings. You haven't won. You haven't won. Wrong, buddy. I have 6 Super Bowl rings. 6. And I got 4 World Series rings, okay? I got 2 Celtics championship rings. I got a Michigan national championship. I got so many rings, I got them coming out of my ears. Now, I know what you're going to say. Hey, Dave, you're not on the team. Fans don't count. This, that. Wrong. I hate people who say fans aren't on the team.
All right, we're good. We hate you, Dave Portnoy. How's
You
that?
know, here's the thing is that, a lot of sports teams might say, sure, we'd love our fans to say that, we, us, all of that. but maybe a certain personality type. I feel like Dave Portnoy would be the last guy you actually want on your team in a sports environment. You could see him. He'd be the guy that would be yelling at everybody all the time about how they screwed up and everything. So I deny him the right to claim those rings. I think there's other Patriots fans that go ahead, say exactly what Portnoy said, but not him and him himself.
Okay.
I deny him that right.
That's all well and good. He's just an example of what we're talking about in this bullet point. He is the arrogant, delusional Patriot fan.
It's a different
privileged.
It's a different level of arrogance that comes out of New England that you don't get from any other annoying fan bases.
Yes.
And it really is. It's born out of a deep-seated misery within them.
Yep.
So it gets expressed in a weird way. Boston's a strange place.
Yep. Because I guess the Patriots are back in the playoffs and then the divisional round. I got to see Dennis Leary on every show that I watch this week.
Just go back to being a fireman or a cop on TV or something. What the hell are you doing?
Or a horrible football coach portrayal in the movie Draft Day. What a horrible casting job that was. Dennis Leary and his elfish little pointy wormy face as a football coach, as a head football coach in the NFL. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, not to mention just how fraudulent any of those guys who are our age or older are when they forget how they could not stop whining about how awful their sports life was.
Yeah.
In the previous century, kids, there was no more miserable person on earth who was convinced that the sports gods were aligned against them. The woe is me Bostonians, and it was always just somebody else's fault or anything. But now with some success in this century in every damn sport, it's just a matter of that's just the way people in Boston are built.
Yep.
That's just what That's just it's a kind of the environment we got here. And then they try to claim ownership of Harvard and MIT and everything somehow.
Right.
As if that's a bunch of Bostonians that make those institutions great.
My daughter.
No, you're important people from all over the rest of the country.
Right. My daughter lives there. I'm probably putting her in danger by doing this segment right now.
Yeah.
Those kooks. Number 3, we got this press release yesterday that's telling us of a supersized postseason NFL countdown leading into kickoff on ESPN of the Texans and the Patriots. And I was reminded that one of the members of that cast of who I like, but Teddy Bruschi, who might be a narc for Bill Belichick back in the day.
Yeah.
Patriots
locker room mole.
He's framed as Patriots Hall of Famer Teddy Bruschi on the press release. They are doing the NFL countdown show, Seth, in Foxborough, right outside the stadium, live in the North Plaza of Gillette Stadium, right in the shadows of the Tom Brady statue. That's a press release from ESPN in the shadows of the Tom Brady statue. Yeah, and Teddy Bruschi is going to have his pants around his ankles next to that statue.
Oh, God.
Teddy Bruschi.
The 12-foot statue of Tom Brady, which makes him look oddly even more Brady physique-like. Like whatever the worst version of Brady's worst physique was, they chose that and said, plus 10%. We really wanted to make him look like an estrogenic middle-aged man.
Right.
Could you do that for us?
Right.
I think that's what will really illustrate the greatness of Tom Brady.
A 12-foot statue with a head the size of a cantaloupe. It was just, it's got this tiny little head. All right.
He does. He looks like one of those little shrunken head dolls.
He does.
Those little voodoo dolls or something.
With a total dad bod. It's remarkable. Number 2, Bill effing Simmons. The Boston sports guy from back in the day. I like how all of these so far are basically individuals that I'm taking aim at. Portnoy, Leary, Bruschi, Bill Simmons, and there's going to be, don't worry, text page, you know who's going to be number 1 in this thing. But before we get that,
Bill Simmons in his deep he recites DVOA.
In this voice right here, in this voice.
One of the most devastating days in the history of the franchise.
Come on.
All right, maybe it wasn't. No, but it was, when I think of like the dark, dumb days in the history of the teams.
I can't even listen to him anymore. He was about to talk about how mad he was that the Patriots won their last game last year and lost I guess it would have been the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Instead, they picked 4th.
Yeah.
They took Will Campbell, and I think it's going to be a good pick. I don't think he's going to be a good pick on Sunday. But, yeah, Simmons. Simmons, number 2. Number 1. This is the franchise that essentially created and enabled the sociopathic monster known as Jack Easterby.
I'm a people person.
Right, sure you are. You're a getting people fired person.
He'll be the first to tell you that even though he arrived after the first 3 Super Bowl victories, that he was responsible for all their Super Bowl victories.
I was so blessed.
Yeah. You were, actually. No, you were.
A man, no,
sitting on a mountain of money. You are blessed.
Honestly, Easterby was the first indication of Bill Belichick's interpersonal difficulties, sometimes flowing over into his inability to identify who would actually be good in his life, and him thinking that Jack Easterby was just some kind of an awesome dude and everything, that he was anything other than just a snake oil salesman.
Yep.
I think later decisions that Bill Belichick is made about who and his confidants should be. I think you saw the inkling of it in the Jack Easterby dynamic.
Yes.
He would one day go on to date the female version of Jack Easterby.
Yeah. That's funny right there. I laugh at that all the time.
It's one of the most erotic things I've ever said.
A few from the text page. The Patriots currently have 2 players who allegedly assaulted women. That is true. There are 2 players that are in the crosshairs right now, Stephon Diggs and Christian Barmore.
By the way, Stephon Diggs is going to give a guilty, non-guilty plea. I think it's sometime next week.
Okay.
So, but yes, he's in no danger of incarceration until after the Super Bowl, I'm sure. It's in Massachusetts.
Right.
Surprise you. They didn't expedite the case or anything like that.
Aaron Rodgers shoveling ice celebration. Okay, that's the reason you're hating Aaron Rodgers, this shoveling ice celebration. I feel like there's several more reasons to hate. No, not Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Hernandez. Sorry, I said.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know. I saw Aaron Hernandez and I said Aaron Rodgers. That's really weird.
I was confused.
Yeah. That's Aaron Hernandez. There's plenty of reasons to hate Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Hernandez shoveling ice celebration, not killing a couple people. Okay.
Yeah, it is. It's cool that Patriots fans are so gung ho about, like, genuinely excited that they've got 2 guys being charged with assault right now.
It's like old times.
It feels like the old times. Like, all right. They got the right mix. They got the right blend. We're right where we want to be.
Teapot Billy is a reason on here.
Who's that?
Bill O'Brien. Remember he's
Teapot Billy.
Yeah, he was a teapot. Okay. Yeah, he was the teapot. So we have several others on here that we'll get to. But a Portnoy's Pizza reviews. That's somebody's reason to hate the New England Patriots. I kind of enjoy his pizza reviews, especially when the owner gets really mad at him. Like he's standing outside eating it, saying bad things about it. And there's been a few of those. All right. Okay, there are 3 other games this weekend. We'll get to Take a Mania at the top of the hour. There are 3 other games this weekend. The biggest storylines in each of these other 3 games. Why are we watching these other 3 games this weekend, aside from the Texans and the Patriots? We'll do that coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. I will be there in less
an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio's Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Boy, you guys really hate the Patriots, I can tell. Okay, this one's funny, and then we'll get to the other games. Reason number one I hate the New England Patriots, that damn Ted Johnson took my mom out for a nice seafood dinner and never called her back.
It's the price you pay when old Teddy J sets his sights on your old lady.
That's right, man. That's right.
What Ted's currently entangled, isn't he?
He is. Yeah.
He is.
Last
Okay.
I checked. I mean, we haven't talked about it in a while, but I believe so. Yeah.
Your women are safe, everybody.
Yeah.
Ted's got a steady girlfriend.
He's loyal. Yeah. Yep. All right, so there are 3 other games this week, and we'll get back to the Texans and the Patriots pretty hardcore in the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to do Take-A-Mania at 9 o'clock, and then we'll be pretty heavy Texans, Patriots, NFL the rest of the way. Is easy to say, I guess, Seth, around here that of the other 3 games, the one with the most intrigue, I mean, I don't think it's even close, is the Buffalo and Denver game because it's meaningful to the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
The big storyline in this one for me is this is the next step in Josh Allen trying to take advantage of a Mahomes-less world that we live in right now.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be the narrative around that game. If Josh Allen doesn't win, if the Bills, who, by the way, it's flipped back and forth. The Bills opened as a favorite in this game. Or no, I'm sorry. I believe they did. They opened as a 1.5-point favorite. I don't know what the line is right now. I should check. But the bottom line is this is a coin flip game. Basically,
Yeah.
If the Bills lose this game, that will be the talk on Monday about this game. Is that Josh Allen missed his best opportunity to go win a Super Bowl for the Buffalo Bills?
I think this is what I would worry about if I were the Buffalo Bills. It's that their run defense has been a problem all season long. You go back and you watch the Patriots play the Bills, and man, they just destroyed them on the ground, and the Bills ended up winning the game, this last game. But it was a real issue for the Bills in getting on that, being down 21-0 early in the game. The Broncos don't have an awesome rushing attack, but it's at mile high. It's, in the elements, in the altitude, everything else. And I think that Josh Allen has the same problem he's had all season. He's going against a good defense, and he doesn't have all that many good receivers.
Mm-hmm.
They just there's just too many ways that you can focus in on Josh Allen and the run game and James Cook and everything else that you don't have to worry as much about other things. They're not a complete football they're not as complete a football team as a lot of the other teams in the playoffs.
Yep.
I think they have a real hard time up there.
We are 60 minutes in Denver and 60 minutes in New England away from the AFC title game being in Houston. That is wild.
I'm pulling for the Bills.
Yeah, we're pulling for the Bills.
I'm skeptical that they're going to pull it off, even though Denver's the favorite now, right?
Denver's favored by 1.
Did Buffalo open up as the favorite?
Yes, they were favored by 1.5, and it opened in the money. I think appropriately went over to Denver. I don't know if Denver's a better team, but that home field advantage is. But again, Denver -1, basically a coin flip game.
You know who the big X factor in that game is?
Who?
Our old scowling friend Brandon Cooks.
Yes,
he's had 159 yards in the last 2 games.
He had a great game. Well, he had the biggest play of the game, in my opinion, in that Jags game.
Yeah,
that's sort of improv play where Allen's kind of pressured and he just chucks the ball downfield, and somehow Brandon Cooks found a big gaping gap in the Jags defense and was able to make that play. Yes, that'll be an easy 5 reasons. If it's Bills Texans for the AFC title. That'll be an easy one for 5 reasons a week from now, for sure. San Francisco at Seattle. So we got the 2 NFC games now, Seth. To me, the biggest storyline in this one, look, San Francisco is the biggest underdog of the weekend. They're a 7-point underdog in this game. I think there's 0 expectations for the 49ers in this game just because of how banged up they are on defense, and now they've lost George Kittle for the season as well. The San Francisco 49ers are under no pressure in this game compared to what the normal playoff pressure is for a team.
Other than, in San Francisco, there's a lot of people that just are convinced amongst 49ers fans that Kyle Shanahan isn't that good of a coach.
Yeah.
And they're not going to care about the excuses or anything. But yeah, as far as if you're looking at it without being a grumpy fan or whatever,
the football world
the 49ers have every reason or excuse to not win this game.
They can cut it loose. They can YOLO it, man. And Seattle, meanwhile, they're the 1 seed. This is their first game of the playoffs, so they're coming off a bye, rest over rust, that kind of thing. And the biggest thing, can Sam Darnold get over the hump? Is Sam Darnold the NFC C.J. Stroud, where I think a lot of people view the Texans as C.J. Stroud kind of being along for the ride right now as opposed to being the catalyst for a Super Bowl run? I think a lot of people look at Sam Darnold the same way.
But at least he's also doing it well as the quarterback for a good offense.
Yeah,
You know, Jackson Smith and Jigba is the one that I don't know exactly what you do to slow him down or limit him other than just get after the quarterback and force the quarterback into bad decisions.
Yeah. I didn't think Jackson Smith and Jigba would become that guy, but he is for them. So that's San Francisco and Seattle. The Rams and the Bears, boy, this is another interesting one. So the Bears were an underdog at home last week to the Packers, and obviously they needed everything to kind of fall their way in the second half to come back in that game. The Packers were up 21-3 at that, but credit the Bears. They did it, and Caleb Williams made some huge plays in that game down the stretch, including a massive fourth down conversion running to his left, one of those classic throws that only like 5 guys in the world can make, and he's one of them. And they go and they get the win 31-27 over the Packers. Now here come the Rams, Seth. And the Rams, who have not played that great over the back end of the season here. They were 3-3 in their last 6 games, including losses to the Panthers and the Falcons. They lost to the Falcons on Monday night. So they haven't played all that well down the stretch. They almost got beat by the Panthers in the first round of the playoffs. It's going to be cold as hell. Matthew Stafford in outdoor cold weather, and they're a 3.5-point favorite in Chicago.
Yeah. Where
are you on the Rams?
The Rams, I think that the startling thing is how their defense dropped off in that they got all those studs up front. Yep. They're really bad against play action. They're like really bad against play action. And the Bears run a boatload of play action. So the passing game hasn't been pristine for the Bears or anything, but it might match up that you get the best version of the Bears passing game if they can continue to do what other teams have done against the Rams defense, is just hammer them with the play action.
Yep. So that's it. We have a texter pointing out, in both conferences, if the road team wins on Saturday, if the Bills beat the Broncos, if the Niners beat the Seahawks, that both divisional games on Sunday are for the right to host the conference title game.
Yeah.
If the 2 underdogs win, because you got 2 6 seeds playing on Saturday in both of those games.
And the right for that's the notable part, that it's 2 6 seeds that are playing for the right to play a home playoff game.
No. The 6 seeds are playing for this. If the 6 seeds get the upset on Saturday, then they're going on the road.
Yeah. Oh, I got you. Sorry, I misunderstood what you said.
Yep.
I think the biggest thing. Where are you on Caleb Williams right now?
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. The completion percentage isn't where I'd like it to be, but he's a big play. The 3 comebacks are where I'm really impressed with him. The whole thing where they've had 3 comebacks where they've been down 10 with 5 minutes to go in the game this year. And he's won as many games as the rest of the league has in that situation this year. He's got a clutch gene about him that I think is pretty impressive. And it might be why I'm taking the Bears in this game to at least cover the 3.5-point spread. Where are you on him?
I'm the fact that he seems to be on board with Ben Johnson and that got off to a rocky beginning. You totally see how the plays he's capable of making physically. I think he ends up being a much better quarterback next year.
Yeah.
I think that'll be what's his ceiling? I don't know. But I think that the Bears are for real now. This isn't just some flukish weird year.
I'm way more nervous about Caleb Williams as a number 1 overall. I'd be way more nervous if I were an NFC North team.
Yeah.
Than I would like in the AFC South with Cam Ward, who was drafted number 1 overall a year after him now.
You were nervous in what way? What do you mean?
If I were an NFC North team I would be really nervous about where Caleb Williams is at right now.
Yeah.
More so than if I were an AFC South team, how I feel about Cam Ward.
And I guess and it's not about the individual player, it's the coach that he's paired with.
For sure.
I think that Cam Ward, I think he's got extreme upside, and he's done some impressive things this year. He did it in relative anonymity because they're the Titans. But it's just a question of, okay, do they get an offensive coordinator / head coach that can really get the best out of him? And I think that's the biggest, I guess, here was, all right, Ben Johnson is, whether you want to call it rough around the edges or blunt or whatever it might be, he coaches his guys hard. How's Caleb Williams going to respond to that? And it looked kind of dicey early on, and it looks the opposite of that now. Everything Caleb Williams has said is that he's all about the way Ben Johnson coaches him, and that he's all in on that system and everything else.
It's a great hire, man. Ben Johnson was a great hire. All right, Take-A-Mania, the worst takes of the week, trying to take down Mel Kiper from last week, and his take that Shedeur has to be the guy in Cleveland next year. We will do that coming up next. But first, Beck's Prime. BecksPrime.com is where you can order online. BecksPrime.com is where you can find the location nearest you. Why do you need to get out to Beck's Prime? How about award-winning burgers? How about the best of the best? According to the Houston Chronicle, you can take it from me or you can take it from everybody who voted in the Chronicle poll. Beck's Prime, and they've been doing it for 40 years. This is not some fly-by-night that just pops up with new burgers, and here you go. These are the best burgers. No, it's Beck's Prime. Houston institution for 40 years, and they've expanded the menu over time as well, where they have the ahi tuna sandwich that is awesome. They've got a great kids menu there. They've got steaks. They've got fajitas. They've got loaded baked potatoes. They've got chicken, salads, everything. They've got at Beck's Prime. They've got cold beer, and they got wine as well, so you can sit and relax and have one on the deck. That's what I'm going to do this weekend for sure, like I do every weekend. I live right next door to one over there on Kirby. Beck's Prime, make it Beck's Prime. Take the family there this weekend. It's BecksPrime.com.
The Drive is live and getting you set for the second round of the playoffs on a football. Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
It's a weird thing. These shows have flown by the last few days, but the days themselves have been very slow leading up to this game, man. I need Sunday to get here.
This is worse than when you're a kid waiting for Christmas. Then usually, I don't know, we always had school right up until the day before Christmas or something, and then our Christmas break would begin. So you had something to distract you with. You and I don't have real jobs. So we're done with our fake job, and all of a sudden, got a whole day to do nothing but seek out things that make us angry on social media.
Or just vices. Hey, along those lines, get to Talyard Brewery this afternoon for the afternoon, guys. That's a good way to pass the time.
Hey, couldn't you guys go do some volunteer work? Shut up!
Yeah.
Shut up!
Yeah.
Shut up your stupid mouth. What are you, a Pats fan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a nice text here I want to read. Good morning, Sean and Seth. I've been listening to y'all since last year after realizing Pat McAfee is boring.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's good. I hope a lot of people are realizing they should be coming to us nationwide instead of the McAfee show. Texter says, I'm a veteran, and I just lost my job for the first time on Tuesday. It sucks, but plus side is I get to watch y'all live now while I job search, and it's so much better to see y'all's reaction. I greatly appreciate everything you do. Go Texans. I say first and foremost two things. One, thank you for your service. Two, good luck in your job search. You will land something soon, sir. You will land something soon.
And I know, in some of the similarities that, like, real veterans and fake veterans, like NFL veterans have, is that there's a boatload of resources out there, but sometimes it can be overwhelming trying to keep it all straight. Just sit down on write down on an actual piece of paper, not a computer document or anything, all the different resources that you can find that help the actual vending jobs. There's some great organizations out there.
Good advice. It's good advice.
But it's hard. You get overwhelmed, and you're like, just check off some boxes.
Write it down. Writing stuff down helps, man. Take a mania. Let's do this. We do the bad takes of the week, trying to take down the champion each and every week. Currently, the champion is Mel Kiper Jr., who last week had this to say about the Cleveland Browns and their quarterback situation.
Shedeur Sanders is going to be their quarterback going forward, I guess is what I was trying to say.
It's got to be, Greeny. I mean, what the hell is it got to do? I mean, is it going to get into this negativity again about Shedeur? I mean, I don't know what else the kid needs to do. I mean, Josh Allen had haters in year 3. So if Josh Allen has haters in year 2 and 3 of his career, there's no way Shedeur can avoid it. But I've watched every play, every snap of Shedeur Sanders, and he should be proud of what he had to go through and survive and to come out winning that game yesterday, driving them down to get into field goal range inside of 50 yards to make that field goal and win it. After, like I said, it could have been 21-12 had Canelo caught the football. Drops hurt that team all year. To be able to show more mobility than anybody thought. The accuracy's there. Everything about Shedeur Sanders screams he's the quarterback. But if people are going to negative in April, they're going to be negative now because they're going to be like, where is he ranked?
All right, that's enough.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
This is the problem, and this is why that was the Take-A-Mania champ last week. Even if you love Shedeur Sanders, you can't, in good faith, come up and say, I don't know what else he needs to do. There are excuses and reasons for why he didn't play. And if you're the most diehard Shedeur Sanders fan, though, you still have to look at the sum total of it and say, all right, there's more things he needs to do to prove that he should be the starting quarterback in the Cleveland. If Dion were being honest, he'd have to say that.
Yeah.
In full understanding that there's other reasons that he wasn't in a great circumstance to succeed.
There's a chart I saw this week where the vertical axis measured some sort of interception rate or turnover-worthy throws, I think it was. And the horizontal axis was some sort of accuracy metric. So you had decision-making on one axis, accuracy on the other. And you got this glob of quarterbacks in the middle. CJ was actually in a fairly decent place.
Yeah.
Shedeur was right down in the bottom left corner,
like the
all
lower
by
left
himself.
corner, tucked just below Dylan Gabriel, right?
Extreme.
Yeah.
They're not even close to anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel's even better in that regard.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of these are like the same bad Tim Tebow takes that were back in the day, but at least Tebow was on it. Tebow had a good team around him.
Yeah.
But people like to cherry pick the good plays and think that that's all it takes is some good highlight stuff.
Right.
And that's what being an NFL quarterback is all about.
All right, so let's hear. These are the challengers we came up with this week. We'll see if anybody can take down Mel Kiper Shepard Jr. Here was Alex Smith just making stuff up on Sunday Countdown prior to the or on Monday Countdown, I should say, maybe Sunday. It was before the Texans and Steelers game.
I'm not saying statistically the Steelers are on par, but at home they are a different animal, and this Texans defense has struggled on the road and outdoors. And the last time I checked, this game is getting played at Pittsburgh. I think this is going to be low scoring, and if Pittsburgh can make a couple plays.
Okay, now we normally we do sometimes put opinions in Take-A-Mania, and there may be one coming up or here, I don't know, but that was in a data.
Right, and I wanted to give
it turned out to be very false in this game.
I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and think maybe he meant to say Texans offense, but he specifically at the end there talked about the Steelers offense, facing the Texans defense.
Yep.
This is hard for me to do because I think Alex Smith has done a real good job.
I do too.
I like him. I think he generally has some really thoughtful takes, but this individually, I'm not saying you're a bad take artist. I'm saying this is the take of a bad take artist.
Is it worse than Kuiper? That's the question.
Yes, you are the current champion.
Wow, we have a title change early in Take-A-Mania. Does Alex Smith hold on to the belt for the next 9 minutes? We'll find out. Here's Tony Romo. You'll hear Jim Nantz first, but this is Tony Romo's introduction. I feel like this needed to wind up somewhere to hear again. This was Tony Romo's monologue sort of thing leading up to the Bills-Jags game this past Sunday.
Wide open tournament is about to begin. It is wide open. I don't think we've ever seen it where you're like, who's going to win? I don't know. You know, and I'm pretty good at football knowledge, and I'm like, I don't know. Today's going to be very telling, though, because Jacksonville is a complete football team. They can surprise a lot of people. Carolina did that yesterday. They earned the respect for them. Almost won. They didn't. Jacksonville's in that same situation. They could do it. This could be a major upset, even though it's really not an upset because the Bills are actually the underdog, but they're the overdog. Well, we'll see today.
I don't even know what that overdog means. You know this eligible because I just don't know what.
It's not eligible because it's not even a take. It's a bad description of the situation.
It's verbal diarrhea.
I think he was trying to say something about how emotionally it feels like the Bills are the favorite, even though by the books they literally are the underdog.
Yeah.
I see where he was going with that, and he was running out of time with a producer in his ear. I give old Tones a break on this one.
All right. Okay.
And by virtue of that, it's not even a take.
No, it's not
a take. It's the ramblings of an incoherent millionaire.
I'm glad you noticed that. I just wanted to play it again. That's all. Alex Smith and his 18-time surgically repaired leg continues as champ. All right, here's Johnny Manziel on his podcast earlier this week. We played this earlier this week, where he explained to his audience the reason he missed game day and being the celebrity picker in College Station was because he caught a virus from his nieces, with whom he was hugging and loving on and sharing spoons with, his words. And then he started pointing at the camera, even after admitting, like, hey, I did some things at A&M and in Cleveland. Yeah, sure, I did back in the day. But then he starts wagging his finger at everybody that would not believe that maybe Johnny Manziel was hungover and didn't make the flight.
The speculation and the way that people have spoken about that. Are you guys out of your mind to think that I would just go out and miss this game? Yes. My past and who I am and the decisions I've made throughout look back at Texas A&M, look back at Cleveland. Why wouldn't it be an easy decision for you guys to pile on that and run with your assumptions and with your clickbait articles and your bullshit TikToks? For all of the people that know me and know who I am as a person to my core, I appreciate each and every one of you for checking on me, for making sure that I was okay. This is even to the point where people in my own family that know me the best are like, you went out in Miami and got too up and smoked the game? Never in my wildest dreams, never in a million years would something other than truly an act of God take me out of being there to support my team, support a university that I love, and to be around and on a show that I've watched all the time since I was a kid, with guys that I admire and I appreciate, the Kirk Herbstreits, the Desmonds, the Pats, the Coach Sabins.
Okay, so this is why this is a strong candidate.
Yeah.
Because
I know what you're gonna say.
He set up a strong argument for why he would be the guy that would do all of the stuff that a guy that would screw up everything he said on the back half about how important an appearance it would be for him. Like, you've already made the argument that you could be that guy. But then most importantly, in the middle of his whole dissertation there, he said that the people who really know him know he wouldn't screw up like that. But then he goes on to say even his family thought he probably screwed up like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. He was calling family lumped in with the same group of TikTokers and clickbait article writers and everything else. I have this, and it was perfectly symmetrical. You know, part A, the intro kind of set up why he would screw up what he said at the tail end. And then sandwiched there in the middle, my part B of it was adjacent to each other in the argument. He said that all these idiots wouldn't know a damn thing about it. The people who really know me and care about me know that this wouldn't be the case. But even my family thought that I went out in Miami the night before.
So we know what he did. Is it worse than Alex Smith?
I can't go here because at the root of it all.
It's a poorly constructed take, I will say.
It's a really, really bad take. At the root of it all, I have to maintain some level of empathy here and know that the kid's got problems. And when I say kid, I think he might as well be 53 years old by now with the amount of life experience.
He might as well be 14, though, with the way he handles
I'm going to leave him out of it because I think there's a chance there's a serious issue still.
All right. We're not going to get in the rest of these.
Him unwittingly lumping his own family members in with all the idiot TikTokers, though, is pretty choice.
This is a take that I think you might actually like. This is why I wanted to put it in here, because I don't know if I think it's a silly take, and I think it's silly how long Arian Foster and PFT commenter debated this on the Macro Dosing podcast.
Yeah.
This is Arian Foster saying that quarterbacks shouldn't get credit for passing yards after the ball is caught. No back.
I don't think quarterbacks should get the yards for yak.
Okay. Well, we track that now, air yards and.
Yeah, I just don't think quarterbacks should get those yards. It makes no sense.
That's receiving yards.
I think the receiver ran the route to get those yards. He gets all the yards, and then he gets yak as well. But quarterback, as soon as he catches it, those are no longer your yards. How are you responsible for those yards? Why is that on your stats? That makes no sense.
What about the receiver doesn't get credit for the yards that the ball traveled through the air? That was the quarterback that did that.
He had to run those routes. That was if it's a 10-yard route, he had to run 10 yards. He absolutely should get those yards. He's the one running the yard.
Well, you can run a lot of yards and not get the ball. Do you get credit for that?
No.
Same thing.
You get the ball. No, it's not the same thing. You get the ball. If you run a good route, you should get credit for running the route. If you throw a good ball, you should get credit for throwing a ball. You should not get credit for any yards after the catch. Why?
They went on for another 4 minutes.
Really?
Yes.
I think that's the problem with this, is that I understand the spirit of what Arian Foster is saying. Yeah. And whoever the first guy was, it the bearded guy, the bigger guy there?
Yeah, the bearded guy
who seems to be the voice of reason at times on that
who I
show.
think has something to do with analytics, because it's almost like he was talking about the Pro Football Focuses.
Well, no. I mean, because that's the whole thing. I mean, it's not even advanced stats. They keep yardage after the catch and everything. Yeah. When it's relevant, people bring it up. Like when a quarterback has a bunch of passing yardage, but like a huge majority of it is yardage after the catch. Yeah. The problem I have with it is that a lot of the really good quarterbacks are really good at getting the ball to the receiver accurately, in time and in rhythm, and you can turn up. It felt like a little bit of a shot at Matt Schaub.
PFT, maybe, or any of his former quarterbacks.
Schaub got a lot of yardage after catch.
He did. But that's part of the Shanahan offense.
The good quarterbacks are also good at getting the extra yardage after the catch.
Yeah.
And if a quarterback is a guy who just relies on yardage after the catch, it gets pointed out.
Yep.
It's not even all that advanced.
PFT commenter tried that one. Like, what if it's a long route over the middle and the quarterback puts it right there and leads him on a thin area? Nope.
Yeah.
Guy's doing all the work.
I think, okay, I'll concede this point as long as defensive linemen start getting credit for intentional groundings as a sack.
I agree.
It's one of the biggest crimes in all of sports.
It totally is. I thought about that the other night when Daniil Hunter forced that intentional grounding with Aaron Rodgers. Because it's as good as a sack.
It's a loss of down
and a loss
10 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sack.
Yes.
And but you get duped out of it. And as a guy myself, who wasn't quite all that fast,
Yeah.
and tended to get to quarterbacks give them. They could see me coming. And I was good at. I had several forced intentional groundings in my career.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey man, what the hell?
Yep.
Hey, what the hell? I'm not getting a sack on this, you bastards.
Hey, I want to play this one real quick, and you just give me a yes or no. We don't need to do a deep dive on it. It's about Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback who just announced he's going pro. Had some big NIL offers from Miami and Ole Miss. This is Colin Cowherd's solution for the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback conundrum.
If you're Pittsburgh with all these picks, my takeaway, you give out about Ty Simpson in the first round. Say what you want. It's something.
Okay. Just yes or no.
6 picks.
Just yes or no. 6 picks to go get Ty Simpson, who I don't even think is that good. He's not even the best quarterback in this draft. Just a yes or no, Seth.
6 picks?
This is Colin Cowherd coming in with his Money in the Bank briefcase, trying to take the title from Alex Smith.
I don't.
You need more time to digest it, don't you?
I need more time on the tie. Can we save this for next week?
We can save it for next week.
Because I've paid zero attention to the draft right now, and I got to say, I don't want to freezing cold takes myself if Ty Simpson ends up.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me a week on this.
Okay, Alex Smith. So Colin Cowherd, you're just getting sent
6
back
picks.
to the dressing room.
I mean, 6 picks alone got my attention.
Right.
So that's a trade your entire draft scenario.
Well, Pittsburgh's got extra picks. That was his point.
I know, but I mean,
it's a lot of picks.
You might as well be trading your whole draft for Ty Simpson.
Unless you're dipping into future years, but that's when the take gets even dumber. Like multiple firsts for Ty Simpson.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, let me sit with this one a little while.
All right, no problem. All right, there you go. So Alex Smith, your new champ, took down Mel Kiper Jr. That's Take a Mania. We do it each and every week. All right.
Alex isn't going to last long because it's a boring take.
It's a boring.
Too. It's a wrong take, but I felt personally insulted because it involved the Texans defense.
If y'all see takes on social media, copy us on them so that we can, we don't see everything. So I'm up for contributors
Speak for yourself.
Take a Mania.
I see everything.
Take a Mania, baby. All right. This Texans-Patriots series, and I'm talking about from 2012 to 2018 when the Patriots dominated the Texans, to be what a Patriots fan thinks the world looks like right now. There were some serious goats, and I don't mean the good kind for the Texans. This is a win this one for these guys segment. Win this game this weekend for these guys and get them off the schneid. That is coming up next.
Hey, is the playoffs, and Underdog is the best play.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. People are getting pumped for this game, man. People are getting fired up for this game on Sunday. 2 o'clock kickoff, Texans and Patriots. If you missed it, we had Ted Johnson on the show a little bit earlier. You can catch that on the free Odyssey app on the Rewind feature. Or we always appreciate it when you subscribe to the Payne and Pendergast podcast so it can continue to dominate all the numbers and all the metrics. We appreciate that.
Oh, and leave a review if you do. If you listen on Apple, leave a review. There hasn't been a review in a while.
Preferably a 5-star review.
Yeah. Leave a, if you're inclined to leave a good review.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this, we know there was a period of time where the Patriots and the Texans met seemingly every year. A lot of that was because they finished in the same spot in the standings, and division champions always end up facing each other the next season. But for whatever reason, for almost every season from 2012 to 2018, the Texans faced off against the New England Patriots a couple of times in the postseason. It didn't go well, and Patriot fans are acting like, a lot of them, the ones I've talked to and interacted with, and I know some of the ones you've interacted with, are acting like these are the teams that are going to play on Sunday may as well be direct descendants of those 2012 through 2018 teams.
It's been honestly, it's been a little bit of a surprising take from a group of people who, are such incredible ball knowers. They just have a higher level of understanding of the game of
knowing
football.
Ball, yeah.
That somehow something from a decade ago is exactly the reason why the Texans won't and can't win this game.
Right.
I don't know. I gotta look and see if I have Sean Cody's number. I do look forward to, if the Texans win this game, Sean Cody showing up wearing his Letterman jacket.
On social media, 100% that'll happen.
Yeah.
He still has it. He wore it for the Chris Myers roast in a video he did for Chris.
I cannot do a damn thing on my phone with this new iOS.
Oh, you got it too?
I don't know what's happening.
Oh,
I can't.
Dude,
I
it's
can't
the same
function.
thing for me. Hey, is your iOS? I promise we'll get to the topic. Is your iOS dumping old texts back into your inbox by the dozen?
I don't
overnight?
know. I don't know. I don't have a clue what it's doing with any. Well, it coincided with also that Verizon outage too.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Brandy and I are back to the Stone Ages, freaking out because we don't know how to communicate with each other.
So different now, man.
No.
Why did you do this? And they tell you about all these features. I have Sean Cody's number if we need it. They tell you about all these features, and in the end, I just don't use any of them. Like, why did you do this? It looks different.
Yeah.
So
I do actually like the visual presentation and everything, but even just turning off my turning on and off my alarms on my phone and everything. It doesn't work
this
quite
morning,
the right way.
my alarm went off, and I have multiple alarms, and I'm like, this is where the button is. I'm like, I gotta slide it now.
Yes.
Let's go. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, we're the oldest
so
sounding
old.
old man
my
show
God,
out
we're
there.
We're so old. All right. So if the Texans, I'm gonna name you some names. Sometimes teams go on to win big. Normally it's championships, but for the purposes of the Texans, this may as well be playing for a championship. They've never been to the AFC title game before. You know, sometimes like teams win championships, and all the guys who maybe were scapegoats or something from older failures all get to ride the floats again. You know, like, hey, welcome back. You're part of the fold. Bill Buckner almost killed himself over this stuff back in the day.
They should put all of these guys that you're about to bring up on a float. A single float.
Yes.
The redemption float.
Yeah. This Monday, after the Patriots win, just run a float with these guys.
We're gonna have a gigantic mug of root beer that they have to tread water in it the entire. They have to tread root beer in it the entire time.
Okay, so are these guys off the hook and allowed on this float if the Texans beat the Patriots in Foxborough on Sunday? Sean Cody and Connor Barwin, the authors of the Letterman Jacket Chronicles.
They have been excused since the moment it happened, in my mind. I still like the Letterman Jacket stuff.
You do?
The problem with it was the timing. Mm-hmm. If they had done it any other time but before that game, it would have been fine. It would have been fine. It would have just been a cool thing they did. Those guys, look, and they're making good money, don't get me wrong, but it's not like those were the highest paid guys on the team.
No.
They got custom leather Letterman jackets for the entire team.
Yeah.
And then nobody ever wore them again.
Dude, how many of those would they have sold in the team store if the Texans had won that game?
Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. You're welcome, marketing department.
Right.
If the Texans pull this off, there's a little idea for you.
Bring them back.
During this extremely cold weather in Houston.
Yeah,
just be
Letterman
sure
jackets. Yeah. Yeah, get on him.
Can you make a Letterman jacket, but make it look like it's leather, but it's actually some tech breathable something?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, they're the big one, actually, for me. They're probably most associated with the failure just due to the Letterman jackets, but I have a few more. In that 2012 playoff game, if you remember, the Texans, at the beginning of the game, Daniel Manning had a kickoff return down to the Patriots' 12-yard line on the very first play of the game, and on 2nd and 7, Matt Schaub hit James Casey right in the face mask, and it would have been a touchdown. The Texans would have been up 7-0 in that game, and that game may go a totally different way than it did, that playoff game.
Yeah.
Do we let James Casey on the float after dropping that sure touchdown on the third play of the game in that playoff game?
Oh, yeah, no, we'll let him on the
I like
float,
James
just because
Casey.
he's got such a great story.
Yes.
Stand-up, solid dude.
Yeah.
Did some good things.
Yep.
I think he's still coaching right now.
He was with the Bengals, I know.
Yeah, I think he's a tight ends coach for the Bengals.
Is he still there?
It looks like it, at least according to Wikipedia.
Okay.
So, yeah, 100%. I love James Casey.
I do too. All right. Fast
And let's
forward.
be honest. Given the way things had gone up there historically, do you think that was going to be the thing that actually that potential touchdown pass early in the game was going to be the thing that put them over in that game?
No, ultimately, probably they were a 9.5-point underdog, but it would have been a much more fun afternoon. The Patriots went on to take a 17-3 lead after that, so it would have been a more fun afternoon. 2015, the game played here. It was a Sunday night game. The Patriots destroyed the Texans. J.J. Watt was playing with a club hand, and Brian Hoyer was sacked 5 times and got concussed. He was brutalized and beaten and villainized for being the quarterback of a 27-6 loss.
We're gonna put him on this list because he got concussed.
I'm just going to bring it up. I'm not saying we have to.
No.
You know what? Why did I even put him here? No. We're not putting him on.
Yeah.
He goes on WEEI.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Brock, why?
Yeah, I
saw a couple clips of him on WEEI where it felt like he was giving some pretty even-handed analysis of it. And if anything, it sounded more like he was, I'm guessing, what was an unpopular take. If I recall properly, he was saying something about how, like, Drake May really just hasn't seen anything like this year. That it's not necessarily it means he can't do well, but it really is going to be almost like a welcome to the NFL moment for him in some ways.
Not enough to get him on the float, though. Will Fuller, down 24-13 in the 2016 playoff game where the Texans were 16-point underdogs. They're down by 11 late in the third quarter, and Will Fuller drops a sure touchdown pass that probably changes the complete complexion of that game. They score, it's 24-19. They go for 2. They get that. All of a sudden, it's a field goal game early in the fourth quarter of that game. Does Will Fuller get exonerated? Is he allowed on the float?
Yes,
Seth?
because Will Fuller, no matter how much he did to kind of combat the questions about his hands and did some great things, he still was at various times the guy you drafted. Can't necessarily always trust his hands.
Yeah.
He would make some incredible catches, and people would try to say, oh, I thought he had a problem with his hands, huh? And then people would have to immediately delete the tweet because the next reception he'd drop an easy one. You cannot fault I will not fault a dog for not being able to change its spots.
Yeah.
I still love that dog the same way I love Will Fuller and how he made quarterbacks better, especially when paired with DeAndre Hopkins.
Will Fuller.
He made DeAndre Hopkins better. Remember the stats of DeAndre with Will on the field versus not on the field?
You're thinking of Deshaun. You're thinking of Deshaun Watson had those stats with Will. Maybe DeAndre did too. I'm thinking of Deshaun.
No, I know I was thinking of Deshaun, but it was also the same for DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry, I only remember the ones about Deshaun Watson. Some funny quotes after that game, by the way, that playoff game. Brock Osweiler, you need to capitalize on great opportunities against a football team like this. That's my fault. I'll clean that up. And then he never played for the Texans ever again.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So we'll never know if he actually cleaned it up.
Well, I wasn't watching.
Well,
Cleveland
they didn't give him a chance in Cleveland.
Yeah,
didn't even give him a chance.
How about this?
Even after Joe Thomas had proclaimed him the starter.
Yeah,
remember that year?
Yeah,
when basically Cleveland was doing everything they could to not make it look like it was a salary dump because they had to make it look like we really want Brock Osweiler. We're not just buying a draft pick because the NFL doesn't allow that. So they made it look like a competition right up until he wasn't their starting quarterback.
Right. I forget who was for them that year too. I got to go back and look. That was one of the 0 for years that they had up in Cleveland, or one in 15. O'Brien's quote after that game, "I'll be back next season. I'll be the Texans head coach. I have a 5-year contract. This is year 3. Not like I said, but like I said, I've got to do a better job." Bill O'Brien in the post-game press conference declaring he has a 5-year contract is very Bill O'Brien-like.
That's you don't hear that very much, do you?
No, never. All right, there you go.
So those 2017, the Browns, Deshaun Kaiser.
Oh, that's
won
right.
The job out of training camp.
They drafted him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they drafted him in the 2nd round. Notre Dame kid.
I completely forgot about the Deshaun Kaiser era of Cleveland.
It was bad. It was quite bad.
The people I'm always impressed by, like the Browns fans who can recite all of the starting quarterbacks, because Kevin Hogan's on there. Kevin Hogan started 1 game that year too.
He might have been the worst. He started against the Texans here at NRG Stadium in 2017 in Deshaun's rookie year, and he was not good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right,
Deshaun had a 5-year contract too at one point.
Yeah. And then he didn't. And then he did. He had a new one in Cleveland after that. He's good with 5-year contracts. All right, Texans win the game on Sunday if. Patriots win the game on Sunday if. What are the keys for each of these teams to come away with a win? Final thoughts on the Texans and Patriots. That is coming up next.
Hey, Trajan Wealth is who you're going to.
2022. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, hey, before we get to the Texans win if and the Patriots win if, I like that little game. We need to put a hex on somebody, Seth. This is normally reserved for baseball. Do we dare try to use our dark magic for football purposes?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
And we only do it sparingly because we don't want the magic to run out because it's very, very effective. Last I checked, it's 100% effective. The records that I keep in my old noggin here.
Dude, in all seriousness, it was crazy how effective it was when we first started using it. It remains somewhat effective. But yes, according to our records, it always works. Normally used for baseball. Okay, so is this a what we call an Occam's razor situation where the obvious answer is the right answer as to who we should hex?
Yeah, I think it is. I started to try to overthink this, and that's idiotic. That's foolish. It's Drake May.
Drake May.
It's 100% Drake May, who will be facing the toughest challenge he's faced all year.
Right.
Maybe
hex.
since it might be the toughest situation he's stepped into since he played against the Texans last year.
Mm-hmm.
And this is obviously a different circumstance. He's got a good offensive coordinator. He's got a good offense around him. He's made some incredible throws this year, but he hasn't faced the down-in, down-out deluge.
Yeah.
The absolute violence and ferocity. The intent to harm of this Texans defense.
They're violent.
He just simply hasn't done it. He hasn't faced the ball hawkishness of a defense like this, where one errant throw deflected off of some no-name wide receiver or some stupidly named tight end is going to result in a pick six.
Stupidly named.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't know. He doesn't understand. And I curse him with the inability to understand it.
Tutski, come on.
Yes. He's officially received the Payne and Pendergast hex.
All right, it is on.
I'm sorry, my friend. I hope it doesn't result in personal injury to you. But if you need me to, I can give you Mokaram Injury Lawyer's numbers while you're here.
I hope.
But it's going to be ugly.
I hope he's at the walkthrough right now, and just now when Ben played that noise right there, that little. I hope he just went like, oh.
He felt the disruption in the force.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
They're gonna turn him into
don't hit him too many times, Ben. Yeah.
The most annoying version of Luke Skywalker. You know, the Mark Hamill version of Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
Going, I don't know if I
gotta go to the Tashi station and pick up some power converters.
I don't know if Josh is ever gonna take me seriously.
I miss Ben.
Close your eyes, Josh.
Yeah. That's right. All right, so along those lines, Texans win the game if ... What is your answer to that?
Texans gain the game if. Honestly, if they run the ball the way they did in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
If they can run the ball versus a Patriots run defense that's been very shaky at times this year, and they've improved as guys have returned to health. They've got a couple of young players that are playing better. But also, let's remember, those ball-knowing Patriots media types are saying, well, the defense looks strong down the stretch versus the Giants and, the Dolphins and the Jets. All right. Yeah, you really got it together there. Good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Good for you.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's the big number one if for me. If the Texans can win time of possession, if they don't turn the ball over, but if they can run the ball like they did versus Pittsburgh, which shares a lot of similarities to the Patriots defense. The Steelers defense in terms of their composition, their scheme, the types of defensive linemen, very, very similar there. If anything, though, I think the Texans have a little bit more potential to be able to push those guys around on the Patriots defensive line than I would think going into that Steelers game. So that's the big if for me.
Yep. Same one. Mine was running game, especially running the ball in the fourth quarter.
Look, I don't know if we're going to get that same magical version of Drake May that scored 16 points versus the Chargers, which somehow being Justin Herbert is the proof positive that this guy knows what he's doing in the playoffs.
Yep.
Yeah. They won that. Look. Oh, yeah, but he had a good second half, and he ran the ball, et cetera, et cetera. Turn this mofo into Josh Allen. when you've got an athletic quarterback who can run, you ended up sacking him 8 times. Drake May takes a bunch of sacks, and you've got an opportunity here versus a promising left tackle who is a rookie in Will Campbell. Got destroyed by Myles Garrett, had a really rough week last week against a solid pass rush against the Chargers. The Texans are going to do that twofold to him this week.
I'll go first on this one. Patriots will win the game if they have 2 big chunk plays in this game like the Raiders did against the Texans with Ashton Genty. If the Texans get sloppy on a couple plays, I don't think the Patriots are going to drive the ball. Even with Drake May using his legs, even with them incorporating design runs, I just don't think that there's a team out there that can consistently drive the ball 10 plays for 80 yards against this Texans defense.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's the chunk, because I don't think Drake May's guard plays with his legs. I don't. I think they'll have some success doing that. Maybe early if the Texans aren't ready for it, and then the Texans will make some adjustments and do what they do. If they get big chunk plays like the wheel route out of the backfield that Ashton Genty had, the poor tackling that they had on the one run, if you get a little overly swarmy or whatever it is, I think the Patriots get 2 big 50-yard plays in this game that they win the game, because I think it's going to be a low-scoring game.
Yeah, no, and that is 100% what, people in New England are saying the same thing right now about that. These chunk plays that at times the Texans give up. At times when the linebackers have a down game in coverage, you go to the Arizona game and what Trey McBride was able to do. Now, listen, Hunter Henry is not suited to carry Trey McBride's jock, but he's a viable weapon. And you just can't let guys like that seep out past the linebackers. You don't want to – look, you think Josh McDaniels is going to try to get Henry To'oTo'o isolated in coverage?
I do.
On a running back? Yeah, I think yeah, but when has Josh McDaniels ever gotten a running back isolated against a linebacker in coverage before?
It's so funny you said that, because when I was putting that segment that we just did together with some of the old guys who had Texans who had failed in big moments or whatever, I was going back through a lot of the old game recaps. And, dude, the list of running backs that embarrassed the Texans in these games, from James White to Dion Lewis to Rex Burkhead to Danny Woodhead to Shane Vereen.
That's honestly offensive coordinator. At times, it was probably Bill O'Brien at least a couple of those times with the Patriots, but still – Same methodology, same idea. Who's also aware of that? D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke, 100%. So that chess match of being sure that your linebackers don't get exposed in situations like that, that's a huge part of the coordinator battle in this game.
Big time. It's going to be a fun chess match. Larry's in Stafford, wants to get in before we get off here on a Friday. Larry, how pumped are you for this thing on Sunday, man?
Son, it can't get here soon enough. Seth, look. Y'all were just talking about that wheel route and Josh McDaniels and all that other stuff. Sure, it worked. That's because they had the greatest quarterback to ever play in the game that was doing it. They don't have that up in New England. And I've been telling all these New England fans I've been going back and forth with that Littlefinger now resides in Houston as a.k.a. Nick Caserio. All that brilliance that y'all had up there is now down in Houston when it comes to being able to make sure that we have the players and the coaches and everything that we need to go and get us a Super Bowl ring. Y'all ass is in trouble, man. And look, son, when you go on with 3 rings, you tell them 2 things for me.
Okay.
Number 1, that I miss him. I missed 3 rings, man. That was my dude, man. Teddy J was one of the best dudes that I had come across on Sports Talk Radio anywhere. And I really miss him, and I'm glad him and his family is doing well up there in Boston. But you tell him, number 2, that he came on the radio in Houston, Texas this morning and said that they running backs need to get 25 to 28. If that happens, I live in a world that I long for it to happen. Because if you think those dudes are going to get 28 carries against this defense, your ass is crazy. And I can tell you also, man, that this team is positioned, even without Nico Collins, that if C.J. Stroud is listening to anything, and I know they say they don't listen to the radio and they don't listen to Twitter and all this other stuff, but if C.J. Stroud has any kind of, integrity about his game or whatever that he's feeling, and he's hearing all these accolades that Drake May is getting, C.J. Stroud needs to go out and light the Patriots' ass up for whatever amount of yards and touchdowns that he can get. Because C.J. Stroud is a better quarterback than Drake May, and C.J. Stroud needs to go out there and play in New England and show the rest of the world that all this stuff you talking about, Larry, and everybody else talking about is foolishness. Fellas, I got the Texans winning this game 27-10, and if Drake May survives this game, I'd be lucky to believe it in our heart.
I appreciate it, Larry. It's a big game for CJ, man. This is a huge, huge game for CJ Stroud.
It is, but at the same time, I don't want C.J. Stroud feeling that pressure and thinking that means he has to throw 4 touchdown passes.
You're listening. This is a huge game for you.
It's a huge game for you in which we need you to just
I don't know if you knew.
It's a big game for C.J. Stroud, but how that looks doesn't need to be an awesome QB performance.
That's a great way to put it.
It needs to be what they've been good to understand the situation. First, do no harm. Take the Hippocratic Oath before you go out there and just take your opportunities where they are. And in the fourth quarter, do what he's done a bunch of times this year in the fourth quarter. They've had stretches where they've had it rough. The blitz has gotten to them, but then in the fourth quarter, they get first downs. They drive, sometimes for a touchdown, sometimes for a field goal, but sometimes all they need to do is get first downs and maintain that lead.
Yep.
So CJ needs to have a clean game. Doesn't have to be an all-time game. I haven't gotten in a single argument with a person this week about C.J. Stroud versus Drake May.
Right.
Because that's not what this game is about. I don't need to know where C.J. is power ranked within the pantheon of quarterbacks right now in the NFL or anything. I don't care.
No.
He just needs to win this game.
Just want to be one of the last 4 quarterbacks standing at the end of the weekend. I'm 100% with you on that. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are in the loop. Gentlemen, happy Football Friday.
Happy Football Friday.
Very happy Football Friday.
Very much. I like the way CJ, and I can't emphasize this enough.
Yes.
This is huge.
It's a really huge game. No, CJ, look at me.
No, don't tell him
look
that.
at me. CJ, look in my eyes.
No, don't tell him that.
Do you know that this is a huge game? And if he nodded his head, I'd say, no, I want to hear you say it. I want to hear you say, yes, Sean, this is a
But I
huge
also
game.
want you to treat it like any other week.
Right.
Okay? I just want you to just go out and treat it like any other week. But knowing that your entire legacy will hinge on how you perform in this specific game.
Yes.
And as Tony Romo once said, in the playoffs, all of these plays matter.
They do.
Yes.
Really
I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
I never thought Tony Romo is, here we go.
Yeah.
Whoa, Jim.
Here we go.
Oh, God.
But also,
Which
CJ.
time? Like the 14th time or the 15th time?
But also, CJ, go out there and have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have fun.
One mistake, CJ, you're done.
We got to hope CJ's not listening right now. So how you guys doing? What's
awesome.
What's
what do you mean? What kind of question is that?
What's the question?
Why did you get so aggressive all of a sudden?
Yeah.
He's taking after me. I like to get aggressive about innocuous questions.
Why, did you think I didn't think it was?
We did. That actually happened in a 6 a.m. Segment once where Sean basically asked how I was doing, and I flipped out.
You've got some nerve.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I don't know. The whole thing was I was ready to go. I was ready to go. Let's get into this thing. We got something, but I can't remember what the story was.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to waste time with small talk.
Just
doing
a quick wellness check on my guy.
Pleasantries. How dare you?
Yeah. So what is the question of the day today?
Well, you know it's going to have to do with a certain game on Sunday.
Yes, for sure.
Who is somebody or some team that needs to be put in its place?
Oh, you know
as
what?
in the Patriots.
Yeah, okay,
more specifically, Patriots fans.
And Patriots fans.
You know what? Maybe this is a recency bias because I sat through that entire game last night. I'm annoyed by the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm annoyed by the Oklahoma City Thunder. That someone that looks like Chet Holmgren is an NBA champion bothers me a little bit. And that he's good, too. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I wanna
Oklahoma
steal
City.
that.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, for a guy who's an MVP, it's not a game that I would pay money to go watch. You know, like, oh, yeah. Shots. Let me get on the game time
Highlight
app
reel.
and go buy some tickets for that. Yeah, and just that it's OKC. You know, and they've got all these and they're very well run. They've got all these draft picks coming up. I need them to be put in their place.
Yes.
There's a clip floating around on social media where Sean Payton is being lambasted for being mean to a reporter. And it was actually just him joking with a reporter that he's kind of got a good rapport with, but it made it look like he said something like, "Oh, what do you know about running the ball downhill?" So I hate that I hate that people are using this to pile on Sean Payton because it's the worst thing in the world these days when it's actually a pretty, just a fun, light moment and people are framing. And yet at the same time, I get why people are doing that.
Right. Yeah.
It's the spirit of the whole thing. I would love for Sean Payton to be put in his place. I would love for Sean Payton to have an unceremonious departure from the playoffs yet again. I would even really enjoy it if it was because they got screwed on a call. I think that would be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
That would be amazing.
I would love if they actually should have won the game, but they got screwed on a call.
Yes.
Or they got screwed. Their best players got knocked out of the AFC title game by, the Texans. But it's because the Texans had a bounty system in place that encouraged them to take the heads off of those players.
How'd you come up with that? That's original.
Yeah. A bounty
The other than
system.
that, it's the Patriots fans. This is the first time all year I can remember, and it goes to show just how it's a special breed of fans up there. I don't think I can't remember ever kind of getting agitated with a fan base in the last few years like I am right this moment versus the Patriots fan. It's the arrogance, and it's the fact that they take on, including the media up there, they really feel like because they allowed Bill Belichick to sneer and degrade them year after year, that somehow those media members up there know more about football. Listen, Bill Belichick pissed all over me for years, so I know football better than you guys. I was a little suckling at his angry teat for a decade or so I know ball. Yeah.
An angry teat.
Yeah.
Boy, y'all are on your game. That's good stuff.
But I kind of like, the football gods have stolen a few from what would have been, because Aaron Rodgers would have been on the list for me. I'm not an Aaron Rodgers fan.
Put him in his place.
The Kansas City Chiefs, and I can name dozens of guys on that team and coaching staff that I was glad to see.
Kelsey.
Very sad this year.
Yeah.
Kelsey. I mean, do we really have enough time to do this? Are we going to take over? I mean, you're talking to the pettiest show on radio.
Like James Gladstone, it was kind of fun to see them get a departure.
Jameson Gladstone, yes.
They're still young enough, and we're a surprise enough team this year that it doesn't feel like they need to be put in their place yet. Now, with another year of Liam Cohen scowling and taking offense to compliments and everything, and then James Gladstone just being James Gladstone, speaking as if he's ChatGPT, I almost hope that they have a really good year next year so they can get smacked down in the playoffs again.
I like that. Yeah, I like that a lot. Just not good enough to win the division, that's all.
Yeah.
I want the division title back.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Well, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto. Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, 11 a.m. Sunday, be there.
Antibodies in a pleasant 3 hours of you trying to figure out the new iOS on your phone.
Oh, dude, it's going to take longer.
I don't know how to text people.
I don't like how they make the push notifications are clear now. You can barely read them. They're clear with a white font. I'm like, no. Okay. This is officially the oldest show of
I was trying not to say that, but that was.
Well, we admitted it earlier when we complained about the new iOS.
Just get up in your settings.
Reggie doesn't have these iOS problems. He's a Android guy.
That is true.
Yeah, so he's just sitting pretty. Did you download the new iOS there, Logan?
I have
did
not.
a long time ago.
I have not.
Oh,
is
the new
it bad?
iOS.
New iOS. Yeah. What's that?
It's not good.
It's just a little.
It's different.
It's visually
It's different. It's enough that when you're trying to pull up a photo that you're using for one of your live reads, that you can't figure out how to get to the photos.
Yes.
So that kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
All right. We are done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig today. They are in the loop on a Football Friday playoff edition, Patriots Sunday, and they start with ferocity right now.
You heard the man. No, you're right. It's Football Friday, baby.
Thank you.
It's in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope that you're having a good Football Friday. Let's try and carry that thing out.
NPR Texans preview.
Is there Chick-fil-A up here?
Yes, there is.
Oh.
Yeah, so an even better Football Friday.
Yeah, giddy up. All right.
Yeah. Get yourself going here on a Football Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Not Figgy Fig. Figgy Fig out again. Still nursing a little bit of I don't know what sickness was specifically he was dealing with, but it don't matter. You know, a little under the weather. Hopefully he'll be back up and ready to go for a divisional round matchup.
A divisional round matchup.
Versus the New England Patriots. Get involved with the program as we always ask you to do. Text line is 713 572-4610. You could get in text there, but also appreciation to the Mo Care Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
That's the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat 610 Houston.
All right. You know what? You know what time it is. I mean, I know a couple things about this.
10:04.
Yeah. First of all, let's let's talk. That's what I want to hear right there. That's what I want to hear. Little H-Town going to Boston to kick some ass. And it's talk. We're talking about turning the tables on the Patriots. It's going to be our question of the day. It's going to be the theme. Part of the exorcism that we started last week. With the win over the Patriots and all that.
It's the meme of the Grim Reaper knocking on doors
exactly, and
as he goes down the hallway.
We're going to see the stupidest thing ever. When they're trying to act all aloof and chowderheadish and all this other stuff. Houston, you have a problem. Good gravy. The problem is New England's. The problem's going to be New England's, and I want to illustrate it with you and get you on a Fall Friday here on Sports Radio 610 within the Loop. I started thinking, who are during this 10-game win streak, all right? Let's talk about the quarterbacks that the Houston Texans have faced.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence, big comeback, kicked his ass. All right? Then you go Josh Allen, completely whipped his ass.
To the point where I think it's been Bills fans on the internet have been appreciating the Texans for the one particular clip that you see of Danielle Hunter bending the corner, ending up at Josh Allen's ankles, kind of looking like he had the opportunity to tweak his knee if he wanted to, but Danielle Hunter, the consummate pro, and the, obviously longtime pass rusher, fantastic pass rusher, adjusts his hands so that he brings him down without tweaking his legs.
Yeah.
And they've been very appreciative of, and that's how bad you were beating their ass to the point where they're like, thank you for sacking him
not
nicely.
hurting our quarterback.
Thank you for hitting him nicely.
The thing is, I go back and watch that. It definitely could have done more than just tweak the knee.
Oh, yeah. He could have done some real damage there if he was a bad dude or what have you.
Patrick Mahomes, the Super Bowl winning Patrick Mahomes.
That was
whipped his ass.
Yeah, and that one was very much, not only whipped his ass, I feel like the biggest ass whooping in that particular game was one Rashee Rice.
You mean Kermit the Frog?
Rashee Rice getting his ass lit
yes.
up. But yes, I mean, and that was one of those, this is the abundantly clear exclamation point that the Chiefs thing, at least for the time period, is postponed, if not done.
Justin Herbert, the once and future great, the cyborg, the perfectly built quarterback, whipped his ass. So let's go through this. Josh Allen whipped his ass. Justin Herbert whipped his ass. Patrick Mahomes whipped his ass. So you're telling me Drake May? You're telling me Drake May is different? You're telling me that they're not gonna turn him into a literal shot ahead and just break him in little tiny pieces? That's the difference in this game. The Patriots are going to talk about Houston. You have a problem, man. Houston is the problem defensively.
All right,
that's how this is going to play out.
All right, I like that. 713-572-4610. If we're leaning into the Houston is the problem bit that you're doing here. What's the biggest problem that the Houston Texans face for the Patriots on that side of things? Is obviously we've had somebody on the text line giving us hell for you guys are talking about all the potential problems that the Patriots face. All right, here's the time.
Yeah.
What are the problems? And I think you're right. One of those very much is what this defense poses against a Drake May that has not seen a number of defenses of the magnitude and, more importantly, of the particular violent persuasion of the Texans. They welcome a level of violence. They that fast, free nature of the play is not one that is easily replicated around the league.
Yeah.
I think that it's worth acknowledging that Drake May has been very good this year.
He has, but you're telling me all these other quarterbacks, and Drake May is going to be all of a sudden.
Drake May's been better than those guys this year.
I don't buy it. I mean, I know he's been better this year statistically. I don't buy that.
He has been better than those guys in the way that he's played.
I disagree.
I don't feel like we need to denigrate what he's done in order to. I think that problem still exists.
I'm not denigrating a damn thing. I'm telling you that it hasn't mattered. It hasn't mattered. Josh Allen is still a caliber quarterback. How did he do against the Texans? He got his ass kicked. Patrick Mahomes has still won multiple Super Bowls. How did he do against the Texans? He got his ass kicked. Drake May had a really good year. Probably a better year than those guys.
Definitely a better year than those guys.
He's going to get his ass kicked because Houston is the problem. And that's where I landed on this game. You say, let's be specific on who's the problem. Throw a dart. Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Petrie, Will Anderson, Azeez Al-Shaair, Danielle Hunter. I mean, just go down the Henry To'oTo'o. Just go down the list. That is the difference, and that's why quarterbacks die against this Texans defense.
There are some things within this, and I hate to be the person that now has to stand on the other side and talk about, well, though the Patriots do have some things that could serve as pseudo answers in those places, because as you're comparing it, all right, let's go with Josh Allen. Clearly a very good quarterback in the league, MVP last season. One of the things that we talked about with that matchup was that they did not have, and they have even fewer at this point, pass catchers for him to go to. There's more of that, substantially for the Patriots when it comes to their wide receiving core. We'll talk about that a little bit more. It's not one that is terrifying by any means, and I'm not here trying to tell you that that's the case. The offensive line also for the Patriots has been significantly better than what the Bills have given Josh Allen in that way.
Yeah.
I think that those things are the differentiating factor there. The Chiefs, the differentiating factor is massive. You've seen the ways in which they've crumbled. And then also offensive line again pops up when you talk about the Chargers in those ways. I still think that this, and it starts obviously with the defensive line and what this line is capable of doing, especially when you come back to that offensive line is better than those other quarterbacks had playing against the Texans. They have a big weakness, though, and I think this Texans team, well, I know this Texans team is capable of attacking it, which is Will Campbell has been solid as a rookie, but he is susceptible. And what happens if it comes over and over again, especially as the Patriots have instances where they like holding on to the football to try and get the ball downfield.
Right.
Drake May has had a number of like multi-sack games. And when I say multi-sack, I don't just mean 2, like 4+ sack games. He has had those. And there's a trade-off there. This is an explosive team that the Patriots have. I do think that that's something that the Texans will clearly have to contend with. Matt Burke talked about as much yesterday against the media. But if you're sitting back there hoping for explosives in the same way that we saw C.J. Stroud, have a fumble last week because he was trying so hard to get this explosive, I do think that opens up very much to a very fast, a very decisive, sometimes almost seemingly like magical Danielle Hunter in his pass rush, Will Anderson Jr. in his pass rush. That's going to be something interesting. And I'm intrigued to see if that at all impacts Drake May, who has been pretty good under pressure. But this is a different beast, right? I wonder if they also hear some of the noise, because the coaches, when you hear them talk, you hear Vrabel talk, you hear the coordinators talk from the Patriots side of things, they have a healthy respect for this defense. I do wonder if that gets down to the locker room, though, because if you hear some of the dudes in the locker room, they're talking kind of disrespectful about this Texans team.
They absolutely are. And where I'm going to answer fair and accurate.
I try.
Is if we're going to compare this Texans defense to the all-time great defenses, when has the opposing quarterback, even the great opposing quarterbacks, even MVP perhaps, I haven't gone through all the box scores, quarterbacks, when has it really, really mattered? I think they just suck the life out of opposing quarterbacks, no matter good offensive line, bad offensive line, great receivers, bad receivers, a good running game, no running game. Hell, Buffalo had a good running game. They didn't. Maybe there's some holes in the offensive line, and they had Josh Allen, trying to spin magic, every chance he could. That's where again, you kind of sleep on it, and you're like, all right, tomorrow's the day. We got to really, really kind of look at this game and feel, how and decide how we feel about this game. I think this Texans defense is going to absolutely not expose Drake May, because he has had a good season, but due to Drake May, what they've done to all those guys I mentioned earlier. I absolutely do.
Yeah, I think that that's quite possible. In fact, I think it's quite probable within this game that happens. That's absolutely one of the problems. Is that the only problem that you foresee for the Patriots that the Texans bring to Foxborough on Sunday?
Yeah, he can run. Okay. Josh Allen was a big-time runner. Last time I saw him running against this Texans defense, he was 25 yards in the backfield. Taking a sack. And I'm not like rah. I'm not that. I'm just looking at this defense. We've been looking at it all year. And I'm like, when has it mattered? When has it mattered, whether they have a good offense, whether C.J. Stroud is struggling? Mattered when the run game wasn't necessarily strong. When has it mattered, whether the special teams were giving up for a long stretch there, big plays, touchdowns. They were giving up touchdowns, the special teams. When has it mattered with this defense? Any of it? Yeah,
I mean, you have to go back a number of weeks, and I mean, the one that comes to mind is like Seattle, obviously, where the shots are there for Jackson Smith and Jigba, the way that game goes. But even then, you can make the argument that they stayed at least on the scoreboard, stay relatively close. And this is a very different team since then. I think also a problem that exists for the Patriots is this is not a team that bows. You know what I mean? Like in a larger kind of 30,000-foot view of this game, I think the Patriots, this is where the easy schedule conversation can come back to the fore, and I know that they don't like hearing it, and they can, tough what's for them. But this is not a team that withers the Texans. And I think that they've had a lot of teams that they've played against that have withered. It's one of the things that was a conversation point for the Patriots when they finally played later in the season. Was it the Broncos games later in the season when they came back around to it? No, it was the Bills game where the Bills actually came back and beat them, right? Was that like week 15, 16, if my memory serves? And it was just a factor of this is a team that is not going away.
Yeah.
Because they had teams that you could get up on and they just kind of would go away. This is the Texans have no portion of that within their DNA whatsoever.
That's a key factor.
And I think that when you talk about, Houston is a problem, I think that is one inherently. As the game goes along, they find a way to tighten the vice grip. So, see, in my mind's eye, I don't know if I say that this is the predominant way that it goes, as if I have some level of predictive power, but I can see a game where the Patriots actually get out and have an advantageous game script early. But this Texas team ain't going away, and especially the defense is going to adjust and clamp down and get to a point where this gets more difficult. It gets more, the heat in the kitchen gets hotter.
Yeah.
And you have to see if the Patriots have the wherewithal to tough a game out. And I don't know that they've had very much of that this season.
One of the reasons that I'm really feeling that is because, and why I'm saying Houston is the problem, is how this whole 10-game win streak started. They were down 19 at home to Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars.
Yeah.
And if ever a team was, and they were still not even sure they could make the playoffs. And if ever this Texans team was going to wither, it was going to be right there. But instead, what happened? What happened from that point on?
Duval.
That's exactly it. You put it where the sun don't shine. I am extremely more confident than I've been all week. Maybe I'm swept up in the moment. Maybe it's Football Friday.
It's a Football Friday.
Maybe all that stuff. I'm telling you, I started going through this. I'm like, and I get your point, about he's had a better season than some of those guys. They're still those guys. Hell, the week before the Texans played the Bills, Josh Allen had 6 touchdowns. The texter brought that up. I'm glad they did.
Yeah.
MVP, they were ready to give it to him right there on the spot. MVP. What'd the Texans do?
And I think that's ultimately we land on the same point.
Yeah.
You actually probably, in this instance, want to acknowledge how good of a season Drake May is having, because I think it also, again, highlights you'll believe this Texas team will make it incredibly difficult on Drake May in this game. And this is a test for him. Like, it is a test of his mettle. If you're talking about, this game as a test, it's not for the Texans. We know who the Texans are. It's for them. It's just how do they execute. When it comes to the Patriots, they are the ones who have the measuring stick up against them, and it's not going to be an easy measure for them.
It's going to be. Is it going to be the biggest test for the Texans defense with Drake May? Possibly, especially in New England with probable snow now. Clearly
I'm not leaning too heavily into the snow thing.
Well, I'm just saying it's a factor. With all the things that Drake May has done, with the familiarity with Ben McDaniels and all that, I will say this: as much as it might be arguably their biggest test, I don't see it being something that derails them by any stretch.
Excited for this football game. I don't know. We're coming to it from slightly different places, but I think we're still in this place where Houston is going to pose a problem for this New England Patriots team. It's one of the reasons why we've been so annoyed by the people around the Patriots franchise having such a cocky demeanor towards this game, because it's like they're not acknowledging the problem that is coming to their shores. This Texans defense is a menace.
I just kind of want them to beat the Patriots, just so they can give Dave Portnoy a reason to go crying on Twitter.
Brother, I had not even gotten to that, and that is a fantastic point. That'll come back around at 10:40 here on this Football Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio. So gotta take one quick detour here from the Football Friday of it all, because last night the Rockets had a game versus the Oklahoma City Thunder, a rematch of the season opener. And it was a rough one. They got beat pretty badly within this one. There's more to the Rockets' struggles recently, I think, that was illustrated in this game. What are they? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Drive Live is live, and getting you. and Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, what did he say, off the slide?
Oh,
if you,
God,
if you
that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
think I was
Hey,
cringing.
no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these.
No, it's
if Lil Kiki
Schneid.
said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Football Friday to you. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, calling Neil in for Figgy Fig, still getting over a thing. I don't know exactly what the thing is.
He has a thing. That's what it's called.
That's what it's called?
Yeah.
I did not realize
Well,
that.
I was originally scheduled to work this day anyway, so.
Ah, okay. I did not realize that portion of it, but he was sick yesterday, so I just figured that carried
Yeah.
on today.
If you're listening, I hope you're doing all right, man.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes he is, so hope that he's feeling all right. I don't know that I could say the Rockets right now, John Lopez, feeling all right, although you listen to KD, and apparently that was just one of those games where it was a make or miss type game. I don't know if that's how you saw it in the 111-91 loss that they sustained to the Thunder at Toyota Center last night. And mind you, I didn't mention this before the game, and I felt bad, and then I was watching the game, and I was like, actually, I'm glad I didn't mention this. It was Nigerian Heritage Night last night.
Oh, boy.
And I felt personally offended by the performance that the Rockets put on versus the Thunder.
In front of the Nigerians.
That's right. Chino Ogumeke was in there and just not hooping the way that you want to.
They wouldn't dare do that on Hispanic Heritage Night.
Oh, well, we'll have to see at this point.
Or would they?
The issues
the
issues that we've started to see a little bit in their late December and early January runs here with the Rockets. They pop up again against a really good, admittedly, Oklahoma City Thunder team, a team that is really staunch defensively. It can poke at some of your weaknesses, a team that offensively is great in the ISO, that can really attack some of the things that we've talked about. But it seems like these issues were expanded because of this game. And so with that, they're bigger than just Fred VanVleet and Dorian Finney-Smith and Dylan Brooks not being in this game. But what did you see as the issues basketball, John?
Well, as you're looking at this, you're like, and we've talked about it. Well, boy, Fred VanVleet could really help this offense. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks could really help this defense and the tude, so to speak, the attitude. Yeah, he could. I'm looking at this game, and I'm like, it's not just that.
Agree.
It's not just Fred VanVleet, and it's not just Dylan Brooks.
And I want to say, those guys.
Absolutely. I just said it, yeah.
But it's bigger than rap in a way.
Yeah, it's absolutely bigger that way. So, I started asking myself, like, what's holding them back? And I was texting you a little bit during the game, especially the moments where I was just sort of slapping my forehead. They're just they're late to the ball on defense, late to the spot on offense. That's more attitude than anything. That's more scouting and coaching. Kudos to the Raptors, the Thunder,
yeah,
because they clearly knew what the Rockets offense was doing and were beating them to the spots where the Rockets were supposed to go. And then I'm looking at, like, okay, so you think an initiator, then it has to be Alperen Şengün, right? Move the ball through him, initiate your offense like that. When they tried to do that, there just wasn't movement. There was less cutting. There was sort of stagnant, possessions. That's not Fred VanVleet, because that's not Dylan Brooks. That's something inherently wrong with how the offense is being run, set up, how they're being scouted now that Şengün and Durant are kind of the hubs of the offense. And there's also the Kevin Durant aspect of it. I mean, remember when Ime Udoka said, hey, 37-year-old guy goes to the bench and we give up, 11-0 run or something like that? That's a big problem on the other guys. I mean, he was right. He was 100% right. It's effort. It's I guess, buy-in to the offense, and it's the offense.
I don't even know if it's buy-in. I think it's inherently what they do offensively. The reason why the 37-year-old goes off the floor and is because currently your offense does not create easy buckets. I remember vividly.
That's the cuts. That's the the spot up.
The whole idea in its essence for me with basketball is you run an action to create make the defense off balance, and then you attack the places where they're off balance. I think in general that's a way to go about offense. Obviously, it's one way. There's probably some other schools of thoughts, but the way that this Rockets team goes about offense, it does not really create much. It just kind of expects a lot of times Alperen Sengun to beat his man on the block, or it expects Kevin Durant to beat his man or just take a shot that's difficult and knock it down. And how many times have you seen Kevin Durant just get to a spot in the mid-range and pull up over somebody because he's 7 feet tall?
Yeah.
Right? But when there's not those guys on the floor, you're telling me Josh Okogie's just going to make a shot happen? And to a lesser degree, and this is something that is, a secondary conversation that I think we've kind of touched on a little bit, Jabari Smith Jr. isn't the guy that's just going to knock down shots over people as much as he wants to try and be KD light. Amen Thompson isn't going to just go and, knock down shots first and foremost, because his shot just is not that consistent or good, if we're going to be entirely honest. And then on top of that, defenses can now lean on the thing that they know Amen does well, which is drive, make it harder for him to get to his spot, and then beat him to a spot so that now you mitigate that portion of his game. Offensively, the offense does not create for these guys, and so they have to create for themselves, and you don't have enough dudes that create for themselves, and they're not operating as connectors.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have the initiators, sure, but if you get the ball, there's an action, and then you pass out of it, first and foremost, you need to pass out of it quick action, but then swing. Udonis Haslem was talking about this on the Prime Video broadcast, and I enjoyed his insight where he's looking at it with fresh eyes, and he's like, the ball isn't skipping around, it's sticking, and then the defense is, able to adjust to it, and then you get nothing because especially Oklahoma City is loading up on those strong guys that they know can make the tough shots, and because they know you're not going to get the ball around and get an open look.
You just hit it. I looked at it slightly different. Yes, everything you said is true, but you said they know that they're not going to get the ball there. I think part of it is this is a very predictable offense. That's what I kept looking at. They're beating the Rockets to where the Rockets want to go.
Correct.
They're getting there before the Rockets are, or they're there as the player gets there. The cuts are being cut off. It's very predictable, and sure, you can write it off. In fact, I was talking about this before the show as well. Part of me wants to say, well, the Thunder are really, really good,
and they are.
The Rockets were supposed to be really, really good. When you brought in Kevin Durant, you were supposed to be that defense with Kevin Durant and Sengun and Amen and all this other stuff. I'm talking about even without Fred VanVleet.
Sure.
Yeah, they were supposed to be really. They're not.
And I agree.
Yeah.
We've talked a lot about the offense. Do you feel like, because I've seen people go both ways, that this is more of an offensive issue, this is more of a defensive issue. We talked more about the offense here. What about the defense here? How much? What did you see within that game? Of what's happening there, because I think that the defense annoys me more, even though I think the offense ends up being very much an issue.
I think you can actually put a little more with Dylan Brooks on the defensive side than Fred VanVleet on the offensive side, which sounds, I know.
How so?
Number one, communication, and number one, the ability to let people leak a little bit quicker. Because keep in mind, when Amen Thompson has the ball in his hands, he's going to be a little closer to the basket. He's going to be, in the lane or closer to the basket. Sengun is going to trail. So some of these guys that are stopping the ball, we talked about
are not stopping the ball.
That are supposed to stop the ball, are not getting back in time, not getting to the ball in time. We talked about the 3-on-4 that the Thunder had.
There was a specific play where Jalen Williams, affectionately referred to as J-Dub around the NBA. Yeah. He's going on a fast break. He has 3 guys. There's 3 Oklahoma City players pushing. There's 4 Rockets back.
Yeah.
And yet and still, J-Dub gets to the paint and then kicks out for an open 3. That's a supreme no-no, especially when you have more guys. The first objective on defense is stop the ball.
That's what I'm talking about.
And they're not doing that.
Yeah, that's the ability to stop the ball and then get back. They're just not there. And to me, that still speaks to effort and buy-in. Maybe not buy-in, but effort. And Ime is just losing his mind.
Yeah, there's not an intensity, and sometimes there's a lack of focus. And I think all of these things together, these are the types of things that sometimes you hear with a team that is in the dog days of a season. This team has played a lot of road games, including 6 road games or 6 road games in 7 games or something to that effect recently. But that's not enough. These things have been small. They've been there in small amounts, and I think the road games, playing against a team like Oklahoma City that is really good, has just exasperated it. And I hope that for what is it made it very clear what the issues are so they can address them. Do these feel like issues that they can address to the idea of, you talked about championship expectations earlier, do those feel like those are still the case? Because you played against a championship caliber team, and it felt like you didn't necessarily need to be on the floor with them.
How would you address them? To me, it's as much, all due respect, we know how we feel about the guy, and it might not be all his fault because the offense is a big issue. It's coaching, and, the ability to get and this is where the buy-in does come in. The buy-in to what they do and how they do it. Being able to utilize, Kevin Durant is going to ultimately have to be everything for this team, initiator and scorer.
It can't be that.
I know, but he's going to have to be.
The modern.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to have to be the hub for sure.
Yeah.
The modern NBA does not reward teams that have just kind of a very singular perspective in that way, the heliocentric way.
And you can't play a
two
two-man game either. I was looking at this as well. I think you referenced it a second ago. This is not the old 5-up play with Akeem Olajuwon that the Rockets, pretty much ran every possession when they were in the half court. 5 up. Throw it into Akeem, and let's go. You can't do that.
So let me ask you all this. Scale 1 to 10, 1 being you're furthest away, 10 you're right there. How close are y'all to pushing the panic button?
Oh, panic button? Mm-hmm. And you said 1 is far away, 10 is right there?
Yes. You're not pressing it, but you're aiming towards it.
I'm closer to it than not, so I'll put it at a 6.
I was going to say 7.
And what's interesting is there's been conversations like trade. A trade is one of those things that people have as a thing that changes that the trying to add something fresh to a stale environment. I don't know if that's the answer. It feels like it's something a little bit more intrinsic, which is finding yourself an offense that creates opportunities. Mm-hmm. Is that something that you can do on the fly? They kind of did it last year in some ways.
Yeah, they went to double big, and how's that working?
But that's not the answer this year. But you've got to find another one. So are you capable of finding that? And then defensively, it really is just, can these guys lock in and play with the level of intensity? And that's where you're talking about Dillon Brooks, because he is a catalyst. He's a spark plug type player. Who are those guys for you? I think Tari Eason is one of those. So him coming back from injury and remaining healthy would be helpful. Dorian Finney-Smith, I was anticipating would be that. He hasn't been that quite. Does he become more of that as he's more healthy? I don't know. But these are the things I'm looking towards. And thankfully, you've still got some more months, but you've got to start moving forward. And right now, I'm not seeing that from the Rockets.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, a loss there on Nigerian Heritage Night, which still hurts me deep down to my soul. But the Rockets back in action on a back-to-back tonight. So very quickly, they can do what CJ says, flush it and get themselves back to playing good basketball. And you need to see it, because I would hate to see 2 bad games in a row in this time period for the Rockets. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's return to the Football Friday energy of it as the Texans will head to Foxborough to take on the Patriots come Sunday. And I feel like the Patriots very much could be your answer here, but let me know if you have another one for the question of the day. Who's somebody or some team that just needs to be put in their place? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
Ready? 1 down, 3 to go. Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day time here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Who's somebody or some team that needs to be put in their place? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. It does feel like, and more so than it's getting, well, I don't know if it's getting to me more so than last week. I'm interested on how you feel about this. Last week, the Steelers fans that were talking as if they had a legitimately good playoff team, it annoyed me. I'm not going to lie. It got under my skin because everyone around the NFL that was not Pittsburgh Steelers fans and apparently also did not work for ESPN and had an investment in making the game look like it was going to be a lot closer than it ultimately ended up being, was looking at the Steelers as, okay, it's fine, just some Steelers team. Hell, we have Jacksonville fans on the internet talking about they got slighted because they won the division and didn't get a chance to play the Steelers, right? Yeah. But Steelers fans were out here looking at the Texans like, nah, that's light work. And that was annoying to me because have some self-awareness.
Yeah.
Patriots,
not like this, though.
Patriots fans.
Yeah.
It feels like this is more of a historical context, but they definitely feel like they need to be put in their place.
And I also feel like they need to be put in their place because, damn it, they got good again. You know, it's so quickly. It's not just it's a lot with the Patriots. It's the fans,
and it's not like they got good again and they were in the wilderness all the way around. I mean, the Bruins still solid. The Celtics won a championship not too long ago. Like, what? Don't act like you guys have been through the wilderness.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's the fans, it's the media that think all of a sudden, you know. And Seth put it great when we covered Bill Belichick, so we know a lot of football. No, you don't. You heard him denigrate you for a long time. It's the fact that it just irritates me that they were an all-time, you know, juggernaut, and then all of a sudden they go down for a couple of years. Now they're really good again. They need to be put in their place. But who else? Who else needs to be put in their place?
The Dodgers.
Kyle Tucker.
You go specifically to Kyle Tucker, not the Dodgers. Well, wow. we know why he doesn't go specifically to the Dodgers. Oh, yeah. Where's Figgy at? I need Figgy. Figgy somewhere. Let's go Dodgers.
Kyle Tucker. I mean, what a turncoat. And I get it. I would do it for $240 million and $64 million guaranteed. I would say, let's go Dodgers. But I just want it just hurts, and I want him to. Lane Kiffin.
You just gonna walk past? You were like Kyle Tucker.
Yeah,
blah 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 blah.
You walked past that a little too quickly for my liking.
That Dodger blue is in there somewhere. What's funny is when I saw the Kyle Tucker news, which if you did not see it, Kyle Tucker is signing with the Dodgers. It was just an ungodly amount of money that he's ultimately gonna get here.
Is he dead to you?
No, I didn't.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
I didn't get to that place.
Yeah, I've had it with Kyle Tucker.
That's all I keep seeing on the timeline. Kyle Tucker's dead to me. Kyle Tucker's dead to me.
You got to that place seeing Kyle Tucker get this deal?
He looks like a Dodger, doesn't he?
What does that mean?
Just looks like a Dodger.
What do you mean by that?
Kind of like he's got that, you know, sort of blasé expression on his face all the time. Kind of looks like he's half-assing it until the play comes his way.
What do you mean by that?
I'm telling you, he just kind of looks like, oh, I'm cool, and I'm going to live in Malibu, and you know, have my driver drop me off at Dodger Stadium, and all this other stuff, and be sipping an espresso in right field, and all this. He just looks like a Dodger.
I feel like we've projected a little bit. But
so
some people are like, hey, yes, Kyle Tucker is dead to me. Okay.
You remember that SNL skit with the Californians?
Yeah, I don't recall personally.
That's kind of what I was thinking when you were saying that Kyle Tucker looked like California.
Yeah.
All right, so I feel like I have to ISO here because you definitely have. You've been going off on this dude ever since he took his latest job. Go ahead.
Lane Kiffin? Is that who you're talking about?
Uh-huh.
I hate that dude. He needs to be put in his place.
For how long? Since how long?
Because of what he did. I really was.
It's the Ole Miss thing in specific.
And just trying to run everything and look like a martyr and. Oh, you know, he really was. He's trying to be a martyr and have it both ways. And I was completely indifferent as my, you know, record here talking about college football would show. I was kind of indifferent on Lane Kiffin, but when he did that, I'm like, this dude, this bleeping guy, you know, he irritates the hell out of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that has been that instance between LSU and Ole Miss. Mm-hmm. Has for me been more indicative of the issues with college football, but also I think I have been exposed to Lane Kiffin and his particular brand of, I guess, jerk for lack of a better term, for a long time. Like this dates back over time, and Lane Kiffin has been a little bit of that guy. And then I think it happened long enough, level low enough
Smug.
to where it
smug.
Yes, but it went to like when he was coaching at FAU, it became like cute for a lot of people in college football, and now it feels like because he's back at LSU, everybody's like, "Oh man, I hate you again."
Well, no, mine was the event and how he handled it. Like he gets to Baton Rouge, and the next day, the second day he's in Baton Rouge, he's posting hot yoga pictures, shirtless with some co-eds. I'm like, okay, this isn't Ole Miss anymore. It's Baton Rouge. All right, I see what.
But that's my thing. Is like
Just
he was
smug.
posting pictures with hot co-eds in Oxford before.
That's what I'm saying. Just like ha ha ha.
So let me ask you all this: Is this who he is, or is
No,
this
this
a
is who he
character?
is.
No,
This is who he is. I'm not too familiar with.
Well,
I
you
need
always
to-
get exposed.
I need to watch that E60 that Clint talked about that detailed how Kiffin left Tennessee to go to USC.
Yep.
And I'm sure there's still hard feelings over there in Knoxville with
Without question. From the 832, maybe a little bit because of last night, but they said they hate OKC. Never.
Hey, you and Sean Pendergast.
They said they won an injury ring. Oh, okay. I think that one thing that I hated about OKC for a long time, and maybe this is hating, it'd be like that sometimes. I thought Sam Presti was a con man for the longest time. Because
Really?
all right, so imagine you have a general manager, and all they're doing is we got to be bad guys because of the future. We're just gonna, but just look over here. We're getting to the future, and then the league just happened to change to where just siloing star players isn't the way to do this. It's collecting draft capital, and I just happen to have been doing that already, and now we can go and win in a way that nobody else prepared for. I think that he got very fortunate that the league shift because it felt like he was going to be bad, but it's fine because of the future. He was selling the future to keep his job is the way that I felt like for a long time. But they managed to do this. They did win a ring. I don't know. Do you view it as an injury ring because so many people got hurt last season?
No, I mean I maybe a foul ring.
Did y'all
the foul baiting?
Okay.
Yeah.
Did y'all see that egregious backcourt that wasn't called?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was egregious.
That's been happening a lot more recently.
Well, on the
basketball.
replay, you saw the referee just was looking the other way.
Yeah, he was looking at something else in a weird way. Seahawks fans from the 832 starting to get there for me too. Every time we go there, every time we get some shine, here comes JSN.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I can see that.
Ocho says Dan Hurley.
Yeah.
I love that
Ooh,
answer.
I love that answer.
Yeah.
And what's great is that he doesn't care one bit.
But he's starting to get his a little bit. I mean, weren't they talking about suspending him for his latest tirade on the officials? Yeah.
He needs to be punished because there's no way any other coach gets away with that. Like the way that he verbally goes at officials, like I'm surprised he doesn't get a tech at least once a game.
It's not like that's bleeping bad with Dan Hurley. It's you are a bleeping bleep.
Yeah.
There's a difference in how you complain with officials.
Yeah, but you know what? I think that Dan Hurley is just carrying on the legacy of what Duke used to be. I think he looks at Duke and he probably deep within his soul is very upset that
he wasn't one.
That Duke wasn't that. Right?
Yeah.
Like that Duke isn't anymore the team that everybody hates.
You're talking about Dan Hurley?
Yeah.
UConn.
I know he coaches at UConn. He played at Duke.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
I didn't know that.
He played at Duke in the time where everybody hated Duke except for Duke fans, right?
Oh,
And
was he there with Bill Laimbeer?
No.
But
or not Christian Laettner.
Christian
my bad.
Laettner's who
My
you're
bad.
thinking of. But he was around that time. But yeah, people hated Duke. And, they hated Duke for the way that they went about stuff. And now everybody's out here kind of liking Duke for various different reasons. And I feel like he's like, no, you got to hate somebody, so hate me, please. And there's Dan Hurley, the way that he's acting.
I didn't realize there was actually a hate for Duke like that.
Oh, yeah. You got it. Speaking of Christian Laettner, you got to go watch the 30 for 30. I hate Christian Laettner.
I've never seen it. I need to go watch it.
It will be illuminating in some ways to this. Somebody said, everybody, we all know what Tucker rhymes with, going back to Kyle Tucker.
Oh, yeah.
There's people that didn't like Kyle Tucker when he was here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Again, because of the laissez-faire sort of attitude that now suits him as a Dodger.
And you know what? I did not consider one of the biggest reasons that people could hate OKC because they took the team from Seattle.
That's a big reason. And Chet Holmgren.
I honestly just that what was it? A T-Mobile commercial? Oh, it was the ATT commercial that they had.
What are you trying to be? You get a suit that fits.
I love that you leaned fully into the I'm an old man portion of the program.
Get a suit that fits.
Get a haircut.
Can I also add in Yankees fans because they still be throwing out some crazy
They've
trade
been
proposals.
Put in their place.
Well, no,
no.
You would think they have,
By
but
the Astros, they've been put in their place. The Astros are their daddies.
No, they need to be put more into their place because they're kind of wilding with all these trade proposals that I keep seeing on the timeline.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop. here on Sports on this Football Friday. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where we've got divisional round football coming up. We break that down with the one and only B. Scott.
Does the Texans' recent experience in the divisional round give them an extra West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie.
Tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL. Well, actually, no. Before we go around the NFL, one, got to welcome into the show, as we always do on Friday at 11, B. Scott from Hiram Clark. What's happening, dog?
Yeah, man, B. Scott from Hiram Clark. And also, y'all didn't have enough Sam Houston State representation on the show.
Oh, yeah.
Had to come and back up my guy Collins.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Eat 'em up cats, baby.
Yes, sir.
Cats with a K, baby.
And then I personally have yet another vendetta to log on my John P. Lopez vendetta
What
log.
did I do?
How dare you? Just not clean me up. Just let me get out here.
I did clean you up.
Not on air. You just let me keep going on the all white people look-alike train, confusing Dan with Bobby Hurley.
I mean, if they can, they kind of do.
They do look alike.
I mean, they're literally brothers. Not brothers in that way, but brothers in the actual sense.
They're not brothers, they're brothers.
Exactly.
It's okay.
You get it, Lopez.
I get it.
You get it.
I get it.
It's okay, Reggie. I forgive you.
No, I was trying to be a good teammate, and
But
now you're mad.
You were doing it the wrong way.
Because
see,
as far as like what B. Scott was saying, you said, well, Dan Hurley's got that Duke thing going on, and he wants him to hate him like Duke.
He was acting like a Dookie, but he didn't even play at Duke, so he doesn't even have excuse to.
So I waited till after the break. I said, I think he went to Seton Hall, and it was Bobby that you were thinking of.
That's right.
And the reason I didn't say it on air is because a Hurley's a Hurley.
A Hurley is a Hurley. and Colin, on behalf of the white delegation, says that it's all good.
All right, appreciate you, Colin, a representative white man.
There we go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There's more than normally have on this show.
That is a very fair point. That is a very fair point. All right, let's take it to around the NFL before somebody come and say something. Speaking of white men, the Mannings are also kin who are white.
Yes.
That is something that
Are they the same?
Very much kin, very much white.
Not at all. But honestly, they're feeling more similar than I thought. Like, especially
Post-career, yes.
Post-career, especially through the Manning cast. Like, we've gotten to see, for me, I was more exposed to Eli's personality and the fact that I liked it a lot more than I thought I would, which I had not expected. Because Peyton, we've seen a lot of his personality. He did a lot more up front and publicly. And the reason why I say all this is the Manning cast is in a weird place. It used to garner like 1.5 million viewers pretty consistently earlier on in its tenure. This season, it averaged a little over 800,000 and often drew something like 600,000 viewers. Does the Manning cast still matter, gentlemen?
Yeah, I would say that it matters for the small subset of people who like really care about. This is the thing about, and a lot of people have said this. The Manning cast was cool when it was a novelty, but now it's almost too commercialized. There's too many interviews with celebrities that the Mannings don't necessarily vibe with or have a clear chemistry with. It's just like, let's use these famous people to come on with these famous people, and we're just going to make you a famous sandwich. And at that point, it's like, okay, what are we here for? We might as well just go to the game. Whereas I think when it was new and there was a novelty about it, and it was like, oh, this is interesting, I think people were more so into, like, it is, I don't know if it matters, but it definitely feels like it is worn out its welcome, so to speak.
I'm looking at it differently than that. To me, the Manning cast is a check-in, like a Rockets Kings game, on a Tuesday night when you got
careful, they might lose them.
When you got to take the kids to school the next morning early or something. You just check in. What you do is the next day you go through it and see if there was anything good. To me, that's the Manning cast. It's a check-in, but the next day I want to see the funny clips. I want to see the good clips.
Y'all help my memory here.
Yeah.
So Joe Buck and Troy Aikman have been doing this now at ESPN. Is this their third year together?
That sounds about right. Because you had, I think that's correct.
And is it the Manning cast's third or fourth year?
I think it's more than that. It might be four.
Yeah. So to me, this is kind of my working theory is that once they were trying to figure out Monday Night Football, right? And they brought in Troy Aikman and Joe Buck for a reason.
Yeah.
Once they brought them in, and I know the audience can feel however they want to feel about Joe Buck or however they want to feel about that crew, but it felt bigger. It felt like Monday Night Football once those guys joined the party.
Still does.
And so now it's like, okay, if we're doing the big leagues here in terms of broadcasting, I don't really need Peyton Manning and Eli Manning talking to some random influencer or some random person in sports that I don't like. This could be a podcast. This could be a video on ESPN.
That's what I'm saying. Like to me, you ask the question, is it good? I think it's still real good. It's just not lock. You don't lock in on the Manning cast.
Yeah, it's not good for Monday Night Football. How about that? It's good for opt-in, opt-out type of content, but Monday Night Football has been appointment live television, appointment viewing. The Manning cast is not that, and then it's trying to sort of maybe not compete, but supplement that. Yeah. And I don't think it does that.
You know what has been my problem with the Manning cast, and you know me, I'm Mr. 3 TVs, and there was times where I'd watch Monday Night Football on 2 TVs, the actual broadcast and the Manning cast. I don't do that anymore, and the large reason is they've tried too hard to make it a show.
Yeah, I mean,
it's no longer a simulcast; it's a show with guests and bits. And I think that I think they've lost the hook in some ways. The hook is these are two of, or at least one of the best quarterbacks that we've ever seen, and his brother, who was also pretty good, talking about the game as it's happening. So you're not getting as much of their expertise talking about the game anymore because they're trying to do the bits, sending each other gifts and making fun of each other, which it's better when it happens organically, at least in my estimation. And then the famous people, and even sometimes the athletes. I remember they had Jerry Rice on, and I was like, this is pulling teeth, big dog. Yeah. This is rough. And while it's also rough, I'm also not getting insight on the game from them as well. So
but
I think
are you the fan that they're targeting?
And that might not be the case.
I don't think you're the fan they're targeting.
It's quite possible.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed early iterations of the Manning cast where Peyton Manning or Eli
because you want
Manning
that.
is
Oh,
giving
what
us
are they doing? You know? And I'm not criticizing you. It's good.
Right.
I'm glad you are. You do that, but they're not targeting that guy.
No, that's fair. Yeah. And I'm seeing a number of people on the text line actually saying that they enjoy it. Funny, blunt, educational, prefer them over the regular
check
cast.
in, and it's the day after.
Yeah. No, look, to me, you bring in two quarterback, whatever you want about Eli, but 2 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks who are brothers. I would prefer. I think that they shine better when they're breaking down the game in a more lighthearted, not stiff kind of professional broadcast kind of way, but these 2 brothers sitting on the couch breaking down the game, as opposed to trying to make them a little bit more entertaining than they actually are.
And trying to make them actual broadcasters. I think once you're doing an interview, you have to be a broadcaster in a way that they don't need to. Don't make Peyton have to introduce them and keep somebody else on the rails. Just let them do themselves. But I'm also nobody's TV executive. Yeah. But that's what's happening with the Manning cast. We'll see if it continues to be something that, grows back, or if it's something that was just a period of time where it was useful.
The point about Troy Aikman that I was making earlier, though, the Joe Buck Troy Aikman thing, like Troy Aikman, for my money, is really good breaking down the game.
Without question.
So, I mean, no disrespect to the Mannings, but like Troy Aikman's over here on the actual broadcast, and I'm watching that.
Yeah. Sure. No, that is absolutely fair. We continue around the NFL where let's talk a little bit about the divisional round. I want to give you some notes about some of the folks that are available and who will not be available. The biggest spread this weekend, fellas, is between an NFC West foes who will be facing off. It is Seahawks-Niners. And the Niners, even though he got back to practice this week, will be without Fred Warner in this game. So he's not ready. But that actually brings me to a conversation that was being had about the Niners. Do you know where their practice facility is located? Or more importantly, what is near their practice facility? It does not matter where they are.
It's next to an asbestos plant or something.
It's not an asbestos plant, but it is a power substation, right? One of those electrical substations is right next to their practice facility.
Why?
In fact, that's a great question because there's a lot of fans that are hypothesizing.
Now players.
And now some players hypothesizing that the uptick in injuries that the Niners have seen in the last few years, they feel like it is there is some level of effect by this power substation that is nearby.
Interesting. Like, I wouldn't connect football injuries or injuries on the football field to a power plant. I could see if maybe they were starting to have, like, I don't know, asthma or something odd that like mess with their breathing or something like that.
Mesothelioma?
Yeah, exactly. Mesothelioma, something like that. But like,
or cancer in 10 years.
But like, what happened? Exactly. But what happened to Fred Warner? Didn't he? What is his injury?
Yeah, and that's the funny thing is, I think that we might be doing the thing where we are making this, we are just going like, hey, this is a thing, right, and it might not actually make sense.
It's like both things can be true and unrelated, right? Hey, we got an injury issue. Hey, we probably shouldn't have our highly paid, our highly invested football team over here breathe. It'd be like
the 5G mess with his ankle, B. Scott.
Man, listen, this would be like, I hate to do this to the east side, But this would be like if the Texans practice in Deer Park or Pasadena or something like that.
By the refineries?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden people started like tearing their ACLs and having elbow issues.
Yeah,
You're like, man, I told you they was breathing that bad air. It's like, yeah, I know, but that's not what this is.
No, and that's my thought. I think I saw one of the internet sports doctors that would get out there and talk about things from a level of experience. And I think that's probably weird that they do have a substation there. I wonder if that's something that should be the case. But also, these injuries, we don't ever talk about the fact that Kyle Shanahan runs notoriously hard practice and long practices.
Yeah, no question about it.
Yeah, I mean that's got to be a big part of it too. So I'm running you into the ground, and I'm running you into the ground over here where the dust is funny, where the air is funny.
All that said, they're probably going to end up moving their facility.
I don't get
it's gotten
how it was
enough.
ever.
It's
how
gotten
was
loud
it
enough. I think they will.
Like I don't understand how was it ever there? Ever in life?
Yeah, it wasn't a good idea.
It's a good question. I wonder if because it's been there for a long time.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's just a holdover from when nobody would actually think about this.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
that would be different.
another thing that it's worth remembering: San Francisco, last I checked, is in the Bay Area. How is land prices? How is real estate out in that area?
Yeah, not great.
It's about the worst in the country.
I feel like that also probably is like, hey, we would like that to not be the case. Do we want to spend $15 billion to create a new facility? Yeah. I know I'm joking.
They're going to. I think, like as you mentioned, I think it's loud enough now. There's enough buzz, no pun intended, around it.
Oh, wow.
That pun was electric.
That's right.
All right, Colin.
But you think about when you think about the Bay, you also think about Silicon Valley.
Yep.
You think about money. I mean, you don't think about like some of the more like the worst parts or like homelessness
Don't
or
talk about
whatever
Oakland
like
that. That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying though. Even Oakland, you think about culture and
No, I think about
E40.
the rough. I think about rough.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
All right, let's talk about that being the case. I think it's very clear. The Niners have no shot against the Seahawks. No Warner, no nor George Kittle. I think that's a big one for them offensively.
By the way, 7-point underdog.
Yes, and that was before we knew that George Kittle was. Well, no, we knew George Kittle was done, but then that was before we knew that Fred Warner wasn't also going to be in this game for whatever, if Fred Warner even moves the number. I think the key matchup in this one, courtesy of Nate Tice of Yahoo Sports, the Niners' beleaguered defense finding a way to pressure Sam Darnold. Can they do that? Is going to be the thing. Sam Darnold seems like he will play, even though he's nursing an oblique. But it just feels like you're asking too much of the Niners against the Seahawks team.
Yeah, to Nate Tice's question, I'm going to go with a simple no.
No, that would be a no.
No would be my answer to keep it short, to keep it funky and simple. Like I think that, minus George Kittle. Sidebar, I thought it was really unfortunate to watch guys go down for such a great wild card weekend. TJ Edwards, who's a much lesser known player, but a linebacker for the Chicago Bears, who is well respected in that organization. Him going down, and then the Bears finally getting over the hump.
Green dot?
Yeah. TJ Edwards is there. Him and Tremont Edmonds are their linebackers, but TJ, I think he's the one who's more so trusted in that way. So you see him go down, a leader on that team, and then George Kittle go down, a leader on that team. That was kind of a real sour taste in my mouth from the weekend that was otherwise great. But no, man, this is all Seahawks, especially with no George Kittle. We saw that Niners defense try to piece it together here in Houston several months back. Was that Week 8? Right, yeah, Week 8. That was one of C.J. Stroud's better games.
Yep.
I cannot imagine it. I cannot imagine a scenario where they win this game.
So which upset you picking? Forget the Texans game.
Well, this is one that I think a lot of people want here in Houston, and a lot of people have kind of looked at as their one. Bills-Broncos. Yes. Bills at Broncos. The key matchup that Nate Tice identifies is the Bills' mirror fronts versus Bo Nix and the Broncos' offense. The Bills, they'll get out here and they'll throw mirror fronts on passing downs against more dynamic quarterbacks who will look to scramble. It's essentially a modern usage of a quarterback spy. So not quite that same. Do you feel like that will factor in here, and how you feel about this game?
I don't know if that will factor in. I'll take. I got a lot of respect for Nate Tice, so I'll take his word for it. I got a lot more simple of a view of this game. I was more impressed with Buffalo in a loss to Houston here at NRG than I was with Denver in a win.
I think that's fair.
Denver beat Houston here, and I was just wholly unimpressed by them as a team.
Yeah.
Now, I know that there's way more to the season and way more to that team than just that one game, but just my firsthand knowledge and experience with watching the teams, I just feel like I watched a better team in Buffalo than I did in Denver, so I'm going with that.
I hadn't thought of it like that, and I think you're exactly right. I also think this defense is not going to be the big, mirror fronts or how the the pressure, that the Broncos can bring. And I don't think that's going to be the biggest. It's going to be a high-scoring game. I think this is going to be I haven't even looked at the weather there, but I still think it's going to be a high-scoring game. Josh Allen and a pretty high-scoring offense with Denver.
How do y'all view the whole upset angle, though? Because obviously Buffalo's on the road.
Mm-hmm.
They're the lower seed. Denver is the number 1 overall seed coming out of a bye.
Yeah.
But I almost look at this as the want to kind of approach it from the Josh Allen angle. Like, this is your chance, your opportunity. The boogeymen are gone. No Mahomes, no Lamar. Joe Burrow's not a factor. Like, you're the guy. Mm-hmm. And so you're going to let Bo Nix and this little sad-ass outfit that Denver got going on.
You gonna let Bo Nix punk you?
I'm saying no.
Yeah.
You're going to let that. So I almost look at it as I know it would technically be an upset if the Bills win, but in my mind, it would be an upset if the Broncos won.
I love you, B. Scott. I hate that framing. And it's not you. Everybody's been doing it since the start of the playoffs where it's like, oh, Josh Allen better win. And I'm like, Josh Allen playing by himself? Are we playing on Madden with 22 Josh Allen?
Yes.
And yes, actually, that's the issue.
Yes.
Josh Allen is playing by himself. Context matters with this. It's not just the name. The fact of the matter is, I think the defense I've probably not given enough credit, but it's not a great defense. The rest of the offense, there's not a lot there. They're asking Josh Allen to carry so much more of the load where the contextual look would make you go, oh, okay, we're not just doing the Josh Allen. You're looking at a worse team than the other ones, which is why they end up as the 6th seed compared to being the 1 seed like the Broncos or, one of these other teams that are higher rated. So I don't like the framing of, well, Josh Allen, you're just supposed to get it done because it ignores the fact of the matter that everything else matters.
Tough luck.
Okay, all right.
Tough.
You're
like,
100%.
Cry me a damn river, dog. You the MVP. You got the league's leading rusher. You done been here before. You got the experience. I understand the context and the nuance that you're trying to provide there, but to me, it does come down to that.
No, I think
Great
we
player.
all understand that, and Reggie, you and I have had this discussion. There's a whole lot of other things, at play here that don't really affect what Josh Allen is or does. Nevertheless, the NFL playoffs are a story, and the story right now is, can Josh Allen do it now that all the big obstacles and hurdles are out of the way?
To Reggie's credit,
Josh Allen's also hobbling.
Well,
when you talk about Josh Allen, just do it. Josh Allen has been doing it and is breaking his lower body down.
Yeah, and to Reggie's credit, though, I view it a similar way, though, in how we talk about C.J. Stroud and the Texans and all of that. It's like, oh, well, the offense is going to figure it out. The offense don't go out there by itself. It actually does get to take the defense with them on these games. So I understand what you mean.
And finally, the Rams-Bears might be one of the best games of the weekend, if we're going to be entirely honest. Nate Tice sets the key matchup as Bears' size at pass catcher versus a smaller Rams defense. How are we looking at this?
Man, I'm here for the Bears, man. I'm just here.
Really?
I'm here for the entire experience. So I'm going Bears in this one. No upset. Bears at home. Let's go get it, man.
I think it's going to be a great game. To your point, I think this is going to be one of the more entertaining ones. And the Bills and Broncos. Ultimately, I'm going to go full old school. Throw the numbers out the window. Give me Matt Stafford over Caleb Williams.
I can totally get with that. I think that's the only reason why I'm a little bit nervous about it. It's because of that.
Ultimately, it comes down to that.
I think y'all had great analysis. I will give you the complete opposite. I feel like I'm afraid of what Bears fans do if they get genuinely, actually really happy. You know what I mean? Like, there's some fan bases in sports that are kind to being sad.
Yeah.
And they remain somewhat docile. And it feels like in Jurassic Park, when you take, the DNA out of the fossil and you unleash hell. And I'm afraid of what happens when you take the docile Bears fan that has had nothing but sadness and give them genuine opportunity to hope. And I'm afraid that we might be getting there here soon.
I'm intrigued by it. You and I and Colin, the three of us, Lopez, we weren't here for 1985. So I don't know what it looked like. I'm curious, bro. I want to see.
And I'm afraid. I think we might find out, but I'm genuinely afraid what happens. Like, do they go do they go Philadelphia Eagle fan? You know what I mean? We never know. We have no idea. Those are crazy people. They were already crazy when they was losers.
That's a good point.
So we'll see what that looks like. But that's around the NFL here.
Bears.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get B. Scott's thoughts on this Football Friday heading into a divisional round matchup with the Texans. You'll want to hear that next.
The Drive is live and getting you set for the second round of the playoffs on a Football Friday. 2022. The Clubsing Expo and Convention is back in H-Town next weekend. Gear, giveaways, live entertainment, and more, all at the Woodlands Waterway Marriott Hotel from the 23rd to the 25th. Want free tickets? Just head to sportsradio610.com/contest this week and register for your chance to win a 4-pack for you and your family or friends. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
It's going down. H-Town, Howard Clark, B. Scott from Hiram.
Yeah, it's a football Friday, a divisional round football Friday here in the Loop as we're gearing up for Texans-Patriots. It'll be Sunday, 2 p.m. Countdown starts at 11. Swarm City in full effect, and even more in full effect. B. Scott's thoughts.
I feel like the fact that the Texans won that game, despite C.J. Stroud's turnovers, I feel like that was the best thing that could have happened to them, at least in terms of how I view this matchup. I'm not going to say stuff. The best thing that could happen to them is that they just go ahead and win the Super Bowl. And all. We understand that.
Yeah.
But in that moment, it felt like the best thing that could happen to them, at least in terms of how I view their future matchups, it's incredible. Because to me, and I was to them when I went to the media availabilities on Wednesday and talked to C.J. Stroud and talked to DeMeco Ryans. I'm like, hey, man, do you guys feel like y'all found a formula, like y'all found a template to win? I understand it's game to game, week to week, opponent to opponent, and you're going to make your adjustments. But there were certain things about this game that felt repeatable and felt like they could lean on in terms of how they ran the ball, how balanced they were, and, of course, I buried the lead here, which we don't do on this show, that damn defense.
Yeah.
All of those things felt repeatable, and they were able to win the game by a lot, despite the fact that the quarterback did the thing that previously I thought, or he didn't do the thing that I previously thought was their formula, right? All we want to do, I've been coming here all year, all season, talking about, hey, all they really want to do, we want a light show, we want fireworks, we want 35 points a game and all of that. We want to see C.J. Stroud reach his potential. But all it seems like the Texans are trying to do is possess the ball and not give it away, right? Ball control, long drives, let's run the football, let's spread it around, let's dink and dunk, let's find whatever the defense gives us.
Yeah.
But we're not trying to take the deep shots that you got used to when C.J. Stroud was a rookie. We're not trying to overly impress you with how good our offense is. We're trying to play a complimentary game and specifically a compliment to the star of the team, which is the defense, and we're going to let them operate. Well, they did that plus not doing the thing that we've been saying that they need to do, which is take care of the football. They were able to overcome themselves because of all of these. Well, now I'm saying that to say I don't expect C.J. Stroud to have the yips or to turn the ball over 3 times or to have these uncharacteristic moments like he had on Monday night. I expect it to be a much cleaner game, but for them to pull from everything else that they did in this game from a balanced offensive standpoint, and then, of course, pinning their ears back defensively. I don't think that the Patriots have seen a defense quite like this. There probably isn't a defense quite like this.
Yeah.
And so I feel really good about this matchup because of that.
I'm gonna slightly disagree. I think your points are incredible, and I think you can add offensive line to the, to what they've the formula and the thing that's repeatable. I really do think the offensive line is found itself, so to speak. You mentioned defense and running game and all that. I think the offensive line is I'm relying on it. The one thing that I think I say disagree. I'm just kind of questioning because I literally this morning placed a couple of imaginary wagers.
Entertainment purposes.
Entertainment purposes only.
On this game, and one of them was in a parlay over 206.5 yards passing for C.J. Stroud. So I think he's going to break out of it and be able to throw the ball.
206.5. Okay.
I think that's not that much, and I think if he's just hit a couple of shots, whatever. I'm not going to get into my breaking down of my gambling habits on this game. But the thing that I'm going to question with your point there, I don't think anybody, including C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio, is sure that there's not something going on between the ears with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
That's going to affect him.
Hey, look, I don't either. I know from talking to him, he seemed to say the right things or to have the right approach or mentality.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm
betting on him, but I'm curious.
You got to watch the game, and something just did not seem right. Like the whole I mean, all 3 turnovers were bad. I think different levels and degrees of bad, but all still in the category of bad for the most part. And so,
and what's funny though is that they were all kind of siloed because outside of those moments, you saw him make some really good plays.
Yeah.
And the thing that I haven't mentioned on air because I don't know exactly what to do this, and I trust you guys to handle it in a way and help me out. Did you see him coming off of the field and pointing at the Steelers fans doing a "you mad, you mad"? Yeah. And I was like, yes, be happy about the win, but it's almost like those moments didn't faze him, which is good in one way, but also feels bad in another. I don't know exactly how to handle it.
Yeah, I actually just put that to the side. I put it in its own silo because who knows what that's – I couldn't hear from that video what that Steelers fan was saying to them.
Certainly.
And so whenever they just talk, obviously you don't want them to put their hands on a fan like DK Metcalf.
No, of course not.
But when even when Bill O'Brien got in trouble for it a few years ago when he said you suck too, I didn't have a problem with that at all. Like if they talking crazy to you, like you don't get to just talk to me any old kind of way. That's just not how the world works. So I might talk to you any old kind of way. So I was actually okay with that.
And I wasn't upset with it at all. It was just if we're doing the psychoanalyzing, getting into his mind state, that walking off the field, that didn't feel like a dude who was like, damn, I really messed up today.
I think you could make the argument that felt like the most normal thing that he did.
Right.
For the entire night. Now, like outside of the turnovers, like we can't acknowledge how good the Texans were on third down without acknowledging C.J. Stroud.
8 for 14 on third down?
Yeah. Exactly. You can't acknowledge how good Christian Kirk was as if he threw the ball to himself.
Yeah.
Right? Like if we're going to acknowledge all of these other things that were good about the offense, you got to acknowledge the fact that C.J. Stroud is the first person to touch the ball after his snap.
I totally agree. To your point, I think that was just we won a playoff game. He was just happy. You know, he had time later to think about how he played or the good or the bad or what. I think I was just like, hey, we went to Pittsburgh and won. I think that's what that. As far as like the other thing with C.J. Stroud and the silos, that was a lot of silos. that was 5 fumbles and an interception.
He had a corporate farm of silos.
That looked like those big, like some big. You know, that was a lot of silos, and they got away with it because he did make good plays. How much can you get away with it this time?
Yeah, that will be a question. Now, Lopez mentioned the offensive line. I'm so glad you did because these were my points last week. I thought the game for me, the story of the game going into the Steelers game was like, okay, your offseason adjustments that you made, the big ones were the offensive coordinator changing that and the offensive line remaking that. This is the rubber meeting the road here, as I mentioned, and as you just check. Both I thought were excellent in this game.
Don't you feel good about them too?
It gave me a lot of confidence on their behalf. Not that they need my confidence, but confidence on their behalf for whatever it's worth. That, man, you can rely on your offensive line in January, and that the quarter who did struggle early on, the moment is not too big for him. And whether you like the offensive or not, and I'm on record of not liking it, I can like whatever he does within it. I can accept what they have. And I think that Nick Caley has shown some improvements, man. Dare I say? I know people didn't like the flea flicker. I thought that was I thought
it was a good call.
I didn't mind it at all.
I thought it was a good call. I'm willing to say that.
I thought it was just fine, especially like you scheme it open and all you got to do is block it or give a better if two different things if only one of two different things happens better, they could probably make that play happen. Either a better pitch from Woody Marks or a better block on the right side. You needed at least one of those things to happen.
Blake?
So, yeah, I mean, those are the things that went wrong. I thought Nick Caley was really good. I thought the offensive line, by and large, was really good. They give me confidence going up against a worthy Patriots team.
And the thing for me with Nick Caley, and maybe this is also indicative of like a lowered expectation, which sometimes happens to be like that, it felt like he was just, no need to be fancy. What works? Hit the work button.
Yeah.
Works, and that worked really well. I'll be interested to see how he handles that in this game. One, if they can quickly identify what works, because sometimes that's the issue, is it takes him a little while to figure out what is working. But if he continues to hit the works button and how that goes against the Patriots team, that's a little bit different in the way that they handle things.
I wanted to get this in before we go. Y'all tell me what you put more stock into, because I know in New England they're looking at oh, if we could hold the Chargers offense to 3 points, that Texans offense isn't that impressive.
They put up 16 points in that game.
Right, exactly. So I was going to go the other way. Well, guess what, man? If your team's against the Chargers defense, what you think you about to do against this Texans defense? Like I'm more so on that side. Maybe it's because I'm here.
That's why I came into the show today. Just kind of the revelation, if you will, a moment of clarity. I'm like, they're gonna eat Drake May alive.
Yeah, I think it was Tulipuotu, and I butchered his name there because I don't have it directly in front of me. So apologies to that man. He was giving that Wilson the guard and then Will Campbell the tackle. He was giving them hell, and I'm like, that dude don't hold a jock to nobody on this defensive line in this Texans team.
100%.
So yeah. That is one of those places where I have circled in this game. I'm going to actively try and focus my eyes on the left side of the Patriots offensive line on every snap because I feel like that is where the fun might happen, to be entirely. That is a area of interest, I would say. Yeah. And those are B. Scott's thoughts that you get here every Friday in the Loop.
I cannot
on
wait
Sports
for this
Radio
game.
610. Oh, man. I think we're all super excited. And in fact, I can't wait today. I'm going to get out to Talia Brewing, where the fellows of the Drive are broadcasting on a football Friday. And I know that you're going to jump out there a little bit.
I'll probably be there. I got to make one stop, and I'll be out there by 4.
So he's not going to make it out there. Sean's going to be out there.
I'll be out there.
And I'm excited to talk to people one-on-one, get a feel for how everybody is going to the Sunday game.
Yeah, I plan on making a trip. I'm doing a podcast first, and so depending on how that goes, I plan to make it out there.
He's not making it out there. I don't believe y'all.
All right, you see me out there before.
I have seen
carpooling. We've been
y'all
there before.
carpooling? Okay, so now I believe if y'all going together, I think it might happen. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Did you get your rodeo tickets? Because apparently they're already going. Let's talk about that and more next.
1 down, 3 to go. SportsRadio.com. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on this Football Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, B. Scott in for one more segment.
Hey, I gotta get one of these Swarm City jackets that y'all got out here, man.
All right, we'll see what we can do for you.
You know what?
These are badass.
I saw y'all take the picture a couple of days ago, but when I saw specifically that it had an In the Loop thing on there, I feel like I'm a part of the show.
We got the best fans in the world, man.
So I feel like I gotta get one.
Well,
as a In the Loop member,
whomever it was that made these,
yes,
probably needs to get the message.
Yes, and hopefully,
I think they're listening.
He who shall not be named, or she who shall not be named, will hear me.
Feeling well.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll make sure that we can get that. Well, actually, I say we make sure like I have any power around here.
I have no idea.
I just put it out there, and I hope that I could bully them into doing this. That is the way that this happens.
We shall see.
All right, let's get into what's popping. You might need to bully in order to get some tickets to Rodeo, which is where we're starting here, because we keep it real Houston, and I don't know if there's anything more Houston than the Houston Livestock Show in Rodeo.
It's pretty Houston.
7 of the rodeo shows are already sold out. In fact, not only already sold out within 30 minutes yesterday.
That was crazy. Is Creed sold out?
Yes. That was the first thing that I was going to be like. Because
I could have predicted that.
I had a friend that hit me up.
Man, them people be lying when they tell y'all they don't like Creed.
Oh, yeah.
They be
lying. Is that the Nickelback?
Yes,
well,
it's exactly like
but they run it.
People say they hate Creed, but they secretly love it. They say they hate it, they love it.
They love it. They girl love it. They going to go see the Creed.
Not they girl.
Girl loves
yes, man.
Yeah. They be playing higher with the lady in the car. That's crazy business.
I'm telling you, man. It's not for me to understand.
Arms wide open.
See? You know all the songs.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. I've been back East for a little while, but I'm going to do the thing where I allude to the time where I was in the Nemesis place.
Mm-hmm.
I worked in Dallas.
Yeah.
I was there in 2023. Rangers won a World Series. All right, but when that happened, remember the Rangers had their run, and while they had their run,
that's right.
They were playing all that Creed, and I feel like that's what brought Creed back into the into the memification of it, which felt like it brought Creed back into the forefront. And so in my brain, I was like, oh, the Creed thing, we just doing a bit, right? Everybody doing a bit. Yeah. Except I see Creed on the rodeo first and foremost, and I was like, okay, maybe I'm missing something. Yeah. Maybe people got, it became a meme, and then people took it serious again.
No, I think B. Scott's right. They've always been there.
They've always been there.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
Always been
Did
there.
I see this right? 90% of the tickets are on resale market already?
Golly.
Yeah.
That's why I say you might have to bully somebody to get a ticket.
Yeah.
It is really big business out here, as it always is. But I was looking at this one. It's very country rodeo. We talked about that last week. But and I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. This happens every year with rodeo where they go quick. I was just surprised by some of the ones that went quick, including Creed. But today I learned. Today,
man, they never quit Creed. They was lying. I think it was a joke for a lot of us, and then some people saw the joke and they were like, "Oh, okay,
I just kind of like this song. Let me spin it."
But I'll participate in the joke too, and then they secretly toe tapping over here on the side. It's like, yeah, I see you over there.
Should have been there on a Sunday morning.
I can see it.
If you're gonna do this, you just got to periodically talk with the Creed voice. I'm going to make you do it. Anytime you crack that mic, you got to talk a Creed voice now. That is law for the remainder of the show.
Are you really going to do that?
What was that?
Are you really going to do that?
Thank that. We continue on with what's popping. Did you see this? And this isn't like specifically news of something that happened, but I wanted to have this conversation because Bob Nightingale yesterday, along with some other people who, put in their votes for the Baseball Hall of Fame, he wrote a piece about how Carlos Beltran, who is up for Hall of Fame induction, basically was, trying to exonerate him and saying that, there's been, his name has been splashed with ink in essence. And I have found this to be laughable, the ways in which a lot of media members are going about trying to exonerate him from the thing that I think a lot of media members will throw at the Astros, which is the 2017 trash can banging scandal, right? And I'm like, if you're going to stand on this, that's the dude you hit with this, right? So it seems like we're trending towards Carlos Beltran being a part of this newest Hall of Fame class, and this is going to thoroughly pee me off if he goes into the Hall of Fame, but then we're also going to look around and have everybody banging on the Astros for the rest of time.
So my thing is, Lopez, and you help me out, man. Yeah. Where was all this energy when the story broke? Where was all of this? Let's defend Carlos Beltran. let's have this revisionist history on the Astros.
Yeah.
Let's do it now. But back when 2020 happened, it was like the Astros basically did something equivalent to like baseball terrorism or something like that. Like they were enemy number one, public enemy number one. And now Carlos Beltran is a scapegoat. Now it wasn't like that as big of a deal. Now everybody was doing it and all of that kind of stuff. Like, where was this energy at the time?
I'm going to tie it in with Barry Bonds. I'm going to tie it in with Barry Bonds. I think Carlos Beltran, before anything ever happened, was a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
You know?
I agree. I agree.
I would also agree with that. Yes, because I mean his playing career is what we're talking about.
There's nothing. I mean, especially as an Astros fan, like I could not agree more.
I think anybody who's like, well, Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer no matter the steroids.
That's me. My hand is up. I will acknowledge that.
Say the same thing about Carlos Beltran. So I'm on the side of yes.
These are these are matters of fact. These are not even takes to me.
Barry Bonds was the first player in MLB history to have 300 home runs and 300 stolen bases. He was already going in, and he achieved that before the supposed.
So don't get me starting to talk about WAR and OPS for him in like the first half of his career.
Right.
I think you could go with half.
He's got like 2 Hall of Fame careers.
Yes.
So you can save me with that stuff on Carlos Beltran. You can pass me with that stuff.
It's just all of it, and this is why the Baseball Hall of Fame is the least relevant and the least important in my view. And
That's a strong take.
Well, because I know it's got all of this history, but the safeguards, the ones who are the gatekeepers is what I'm going for.
Yeah.
The gatekeepers are so annoying and so self-righteous that I can't even respect the thing that they're gatekeeping anymore.
Yeah.
Because, like, if you're going to tell me you got a Baseball Hall of Fame, but Barry Bonds ain't in it, do you really have a Baseball Hall of Fame, though?
Well,
no, not in my view.
I'm not
and no disrespect to everybody that's in there who deserves to be in there, but that's crazy.
I'm not trying to be a martyr. I gave up. I had a Hall of Fame vote, Baseball Hall of Fame vote. I gave it up.
Baseball Hall of Fame sucks.
I gave it up.
Love you, Billy Wagner. Glad you got in last year. Baseball Hall of Fame sucks.
Largely because of that.
How long did you?
12, 13 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Enough to get into the Hall of Fame. No, and my thing about it is, Carlos Beltran serves as a hinge point for me. It's not about his viability as a Hall of Famer. It's just a mirror to hold up to the baseball writers of America in the ways in which you're willing to vindicate him because of like those things that we're talking about. But one, you mentioned Barry Bonds, which I didn't even want to bring up, but is undercurrent.
I'm saying keep that same energy.
Yes, I'm with you there. But then also, so what we going to do if you're going to be out here talking about he was besmirched due to the Astros thing, but we still going to talk crazy about these Astros? Like that needs to stop.
No, that's separate. Yeah,
that needs to stop.
Yeah, but it won't.
But it needs to. All right, some other things that are popping, and I saved this to the end, but I'm still very upset about this. B. Scott, you didn't hear my take on this. Well, you got enough texts yesterday. One night, or what is it? 111-91 loss.
Oh, you talking about these Rockets?
To the Oklahoma City Thunder
It's
last
bad when
night.
B. Scott doesn't even want to talk about it.
And I want to tell you, it really is bad. You got too much to talk
if y'all
about.
weren't watching on the YouTube, he just leaned all the way back in his chair.
I was not actually most upset, but kind of most upset that they had such a nasty performance on Nigerian Heritage Night. Ime Udoka, come on, my boy.
You're still stuck on that.
Yes. Yes, I am.
I mean,
He's
he's Nigerian. The coach is Nigerian.
He's supposed to do it for us.
I mean,
Josh Okogie out there,
Josh
Nigerian.
Okogie
What am I
is-
thinking?
Yeah, we got a lot of Nigerian representation on this team, and we just went out there and acted like it didn't matter.
Yeah, what was? I hate to make this the sports radio. What was the most important? But I got to give you what was the most important thing or the biggest thing that you noted in this one.
Well, just that they can't shoot no more. We talk about the defense not being up to par or the same level of intensity that it's been over the last couple of years under Ime Udoka, over the last couple of years when they've had Dylan Brooks as a part of the team. The defense is still pretty good. It's just here and there. It's spotty. Right now, it feels like they've gone back to being the team that can't shoot. You know, and I've been saying this about the whole Kevin Durant thing. The thing that I liked most about them bringing him in, I didn't feel like you were doing the Kevin Durant thing to do like the traditional, hey, Kevin Durant's coming in here and he's going to have this high usage rate and we're going to just overly rely on Kevin Durant. I thought this was different because he's 37 years old and you have budding stars and Alperen Sengun and Amin Thompson and Reed Shepard, and we'll see Jabari Smith Jr. find his role and all this kind of stuff. These guys can't shoot the basketball.
Well,
and you've got more dudes than last year that should be able to shoot the basketball.
Yes.
Well, and we were told there would be tacos. We were told they were getting better. We were told they were getting better as shooters. You know, weren't we? Weren't we told they were better as shooters?
Yeah.
But here's my
False
thing.
bill of goods.
And this is a big picture. Watch the whole season, and we can decide. But Kevin Durant, to your point, is kind of And it's not even his fault. It's because that's all they've got. He's kind of stunting growth. He's stunting the growth of some other players.
I did not expect Kevin Durant to join the Rockets, and it looked similar to how it did when he played for the Phoenix Suns.
Bingo.
That is disappointing.
Bingo.
That is disappointing, right? I did not have on my bingo card was like, hey, he's not playing for the Suns no more.
Yeah.
Is he not?
Yeah.
Because it feels like he is.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like he is. So I think that's me is they can't, for whatever reason, it's not just the point guard thing. And you were talking about this, Reggie, earlier. They don't generate a lot of good looks. But even when they do, they miss them.
Yeah.
It's just bad.
And last night, what really sucked is the identity that they had, which is even if you shoot bad, you get the rebound, you put it back, you weren't good enough at getting offensive rebounds in that game to overcome how bad you were shooting. And that's not a team over there that's really great at getting rebounds either.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing that was very annoying. So I think there's a coaching element of this that clearly, like we often do the thing, and you'll remember dating back to even last year when people were like, Ime is elite, and I was like, let's slow down. These are some of the considerations that I think we have.
Well, we all said it.
I think I didn't. I will hold steady on that. I'll give Ime a lot of the praise that he's due. These are the moments where you show.
What I'm saying.
He's a good defensive coach, but like ISO, post-ups, standing around.
Yeah.
ISO, post-up, standing around. Where's your two-man game? What kind of actions are you running? What are you trying to get to? What's everybody else doing that doesn't have the basketball? It's not good enough.
Yeah, and so this is a call to action for the coaching staff, all of them. I would name all of them if I had the time, but this is where
like 37.
This is where they earn their money, and that's the beauty of it.
My girl asked me last night when watching the game. She's like, "Who does their offense?" I was
they
like,
don't really have one.
They got about 17 dudes back there. They don't have that.
The second row. Look at those. That's who does their.
She started naming them off. Royal Ivy, Ben Sullivan. I'm like, nah, I don't know. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, so that this is going to be something to watch. They're playing again tonight. I'm not gonna lie. I was so upset last night. I still didn't even check who they're playing today. Do you know? Oh, that's right. Anthony Edwards isn't even playing tonight.
Right. Yeah.
So this got to be a dub.
Yeah, I'll be there, and I will be very upset if it's not a dub.
I'll be texting you as well. Your phone will be blowing up, and I apologize for that. But I appreciate you so much for all the times that you step in, sit with us, and have a damn good time in this hour on a Friday. And that's B. Scott from Hiram Clark. We always appreciate him having him. We roll on this Football Friday with him going and handling his business, us handling our business as we continue with the show. In the 12 o'clock hour, we will be giving away that 4-pack of tickets to the Houston Automotive Show as we have been all week. But also, it's no secret that there is a side of the football that we would like to see step up on Sunday, and that's offense, especially with no Nico. How do they do it? 713-572-4610. You add in your ways that they step up next.
Does the Texans' recent experience in a
Details.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Colin, me and you will be talking after the show. Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. If you don't know why we'll be talking, what you hear behind me.
You know.
It's Creed. And I have a feeling this ain't going to be the only one either. Like, don't ruin my Football Friday vibes. I swear.
Why are you tapping your toe?
What toe? What's happened? These toes are very stagnant over here, big fella. I'll tell you that for damn sure. But it is a Football Friday. We're excited for the Texans matchup with, what'd you say?
You know you love it.
No, I don't. I really don't. But you know what? I'm happy for the folks who do because Rodeo is going to bring Creed right into the great city of Houston. So I love it, man. I love Houston, dude. Not to step away from the thing that we're doing, but sometimes it's just fun to stop and appreciate the place that we are, man.
It's the best.
It really is the best in the world, man. And with that being the case, we are going to try and evangelize for the people in the greater New England area on Sunday and let them see the reasons why Houston is the best in the world with the export that we like to call the Houston Texans. The Texans will go to New England, face off against the Patriots, 2 p.m. There's going to be a player who will not be playing in this game, specifically Nico Collins. Before we get there, actually, let me just set it up. The offense clearly needs to step up. No Nico Collins. How does that happen? 713-572-4610. I didn't want to go back to the injury report from yesterday. Obviously, Thursday ends up being an important injury report. It's usually the last day that we're getting real physical practice on the practice fields out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Trent Brown also, again, did not practice yesterday. Did that concern you at all?
Trent Brown, by the way, is out at practice today.
I was going to say,
at practice today.
It concerned me until about half an hour ago. Just as an update, Nico Collins not at practice today. So really trending to him not playing.
Yeah.
But Trent Brown did participate, as did Danico Autry, who
I never had any. I really don't think I had a lot of concerns about Trent Brown, but the possibility, like we've seen him miss games recently now. They were games that felt like they were preserving him for this particular type of moment when you have the playoffs. Danico Autry, you just feel like he step in and he play when he needs to.
Yeah, but anyway, that's the update from practice today. They are done. You may well hear some Friday comments during our show from whomever. I guess D'Amico would be talking today. But either way,
I don't think he's talking publicly though.
I thought so. Oh, that's right. It's going to be
off the record.
Background stuff. But it leads to we need the offense. We need the offense. We need the offense.
You can't just make the entire game out of defense.
So how do you?
Danico Autry didn't score a touchdown this past week.
Well, hey, give me 2 touchdowns on the defense, and I'll take my chances.
Who else need to? Do we need to get Aziz a touchdown this week? Who else do we need to get touchdowns? Jokes aside,
we need Petrie, right? If we're really being serious.
Yeah, Petrie does deserve a touchdown.
I need to see me a Jalen Petrie touchdown celebration.
Yeah.
You know who's not going to score? Well, I shouldn't say that, but I don't think would score a touchdown. Who I would like to see a touchdown just to see how it goes. Naquan Jones. He's relatively new to the experience.
Had a big play.
He had a big play, and the reason why I said that was, did you see him celebrate the big play? He looked ecstatic when he made that.
I remember it. I can't remember.
Yeah. Oh, Naquan Jones, for some reason, has become a fascination for me personally because I'm a sicko. And seeing him be able to perform, jump in, him and Lake Fotu have jumped in fantastically to the interior of this defense and immediately, taking hold of what they do, which again is a credit to Rod Wright, the defensive line coach, situate his guys. But yeah, he jumped in there and he was excited to make a play. So I would love to see what he looks like. I feel like he break out the icky shuffle or something, scoring a touchdown.
All right, so they need to They need to have the offense at a different level, and no Nico, and that of course leads to a Christian Kirk discussion, a rookies discussion, a discussion that
rookies. There's more than one.
Plural.
Someone tell Carlton Davis, man.
Because I listened to Nick Caley yesterday. And I think he kind of gave us a hint of something that we heard earlier in the week. Let's listen to this.
Yeah, I mean, Nico's a great player. If we got him out there, then great. And if it's a situation, it's a next man up situation. So we'll be able to adjust and move guys around. The value of those guys in that room is they've moved around quite a bit. I mean, those guys have played a lot of different positions from Z to X, X to Z, inside to outside, etc. So we got a lot of faith in whoever's out there. In that regard.
Remember when we got the Wednesday practice report, and the first group out there on the field was Christian Kirk outside, Jalen Noel in the slot? Remember that?
I do remember. I do remember seeing that. And I don't know. We haven't seen any updates. We might need to.
Well, he just talked about the beauty of those guys.
No, for sure.
As they can play anywhere. And I'm like, I wonder.
Yeah,
I wonder if there's more to that.
I kind of want to see if we can maybe hit up some of our friends that have an opportunity to be out there at practice. Unfortunately for us, they often practice during our airtime here. But if they've had any more glimpses that would indicate that was more than just let's try this out and see if it is, or if they maybe that's a great point. And it takes me back to training camp as well, where cross training was clearly one of the things that this organization was wanting to do. They want to make sure that they have an ability to move guys around. Versatility is one of those things that they value a lot. Maybe sometimes too much, but they value it a lot. And these are the moments that you value it for. The interesting thing, though, is it's less about can you put them in different spots, but the more important question is how fruitful are they when they are in those spots? And I think that is the thing I'm still watchful for. You could put Xavier Hutchinson on the outside. I think that he can do that. I don't know that you're going to get any facsimile of what Nico Collins does. Clearly, Jaden Higgins is an outside guy, but if you move him from Z to X, I think I immediately kind of see the places where he does not match up to what Nico Collins does. And I don't say that to knock any of those guys down, because I think that they have great value with what they do. I just don't know that you're going to get the same things that Nico does. So it might not be, hey, we just move guys into different spots and they keep doing what we've done. I think it has to be a holistic approach of, with the guys that we have, what can we make happen, as opposed to move a guy in a Nico spot and have him do Nico things.
See, I kind of like the idea for this reason. When Nico's split wide on the left side, let's say, all right, occasionally they'll see a matchup with Nico, and they've had a lot of success with it in spots. They'll see a matchup with Nico where he can beat the guy, go deep, or run an in-breaking route or something like that. Wouldn't you trust Christian Kirk to do that on that side more than any other receiver that's out on the field? Because I really would more than Zay Hutchinson because it's just weird that he's not getting more reps. Jaden Higgins is a rookie. I don't know if I do it. And Christian Kirk still has his wheels.
He does.
And that's how he got open, from the slot this past weekend. So I'm kind of intrigued by the idea of what we saw on Wednesday, that quote there, which was relatively innocuous, but he did say they moved them around.
It was some of a reminder.
Yeah,
of
a reminder,
what we have,
so to speak. I'm kind of intrigued about seeing Christian Kirk play that Nico role instead of one of the bigger guys.
Now, you know what would intrigue me about that, which, again, hearkening back to the note that somebody gave from the practice fields about, hey, early looks, seeing Christian Kirk on the outside with Higgins on the outside. I'm intrigued by the Jalen Noel on the inside.
Well, that's part of it.
Right? And that is part of it.
But who
for
would
sure.
you trust there?
On the outside?
Yeah. I would trust Kirk more than Higgins and Hutchinson.
I think I trust Higgins more. I think he's demonstrated he's come along. But also, when I say I would trust one guy more than the others because I'm having to stack them, I think they're all within a range of I'm cool with seeing them in those places, especially because of something that, shout out to Kim Davis, reminding us and pointing us back to one of those things that I think we both hold true is without the number one reception guy, the number two reception guy will be important, and that's Dalton Schultz. So the wide receivers moving around is cool. I think that Dalton Schultz, especially flourishing back to the places that we saw, especially like weeks 14, 15, and those latter portions of the season, where he can be somewhat focal to what they do, especially over the middle, and especially with the bread and butter play action boot on that leak out flat, which forces teams to have to contend all 53 and a half yards of the field laterally. I think that that's going to be very important to get C.J. Stroud into his stride and to pull that defense into various different places. I think Dalton will also be very important in the passing game.
Yeah, I totally agree, but at the same time, Dalton Schultz isn't a guy where you see a matchup and say go, and he can run some deeper routes. There's no question about that. But what I'm saying in that role of hey, they're running press coverage and they're man, the safety's cheating to the other side, go. As we've seen him do with Nico, or even just an in-breaking route, post, whatever you want to call it. I think that's where maybe I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by the idea of Kirk there.
Yeah, I think that'd be. I'd like to see it. I don't know that I'm putting a lot of stock into it, especially in the playoff context. Like if this was late season, and we want to see how something works. I think that would hit me.
The thing is, though, y'all talking about the receivers, but it's going to come down to the guys trying to get them the ball.
CJ? I mean, CJ has demonstrated his capability of getting the ball places. Now, one thing that you can point to, especially in this game, even outside of the fumbles and the interception, the ball placement was a little wonky.
Oh, it was a little.
That Kirk touchdown on that flat, it was a little behind him.
Still a little bit behind him.
It was more than a little wonky.
But he also had some where it felt like he walked it down the field and handed it to him.
Yeah.
So which of those becomes more prevalent? And I think in what we are all looking at to be a bounce-back game for CJ, if he bounces back not just to doing, obviously doing the things where he keeps the game steady, where he makes good game management decisions, I think that would also encourage at certain points, and maybe that's something that you don't want watching it, but encourage Nick Caley as the flow of the game to maybe take some shots and give those wide receivers some opportunities if he's placing the ball incredibly well on the day.
Well, let's hear what Nick Caley had to say about C.J. Stroud and exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, and I think he's, generally speaking, you look at the totality of the season, I've been very pleased with how he's handled. I've got a lot of confidence in him. He's taken care of the ball throughout the year and made strides in that area, and he'll continue to. He's very, cares a lot, works hard at those things, and I think you look at the entire totality of the season here, I think he's done a really, really nice job of that, and playing within the system, not trying to press and do anything other than, operating and making plays as they come to him. So confident in him, got a lot of faith in him, and had a good week of practice, so we just got to keep that going.
Yeah, and it's ultimately what CJ can do when things go bad. You can talk all you want about ball placement and accuracy and all that, but there are going to be some frenetic moments. There's going to be some frenzy type jailbreaks, for lack of a better way to put it. That's what it's going to ultimately be, for C.J. Stroud. He failed that test. The jailbreak test, the frenetic test, he failed that because he did have those great balls to Kirk and others, but he also was off, as we've been talking about. But it's in those moments when something does happen and it's crazy. It's just a matter of him being able to make the plays then. That's ultimately what it's going to be.
And one thing Nick Caley made very clear is that they still have a a very Ryans has said the same. They have a very high trust, and I think that that's absolutely going to be something that brings them together. All right, so we keep talking. We're still talking about this offense, how they step up to the challenge, and we've talked about all these other things that we're interested in. But the real answer, when it comes down to it, is the biggest stabilizing force can be them running the football. And if they're able to do that, well, especially in the middle of the field, I think that that's going to be where I am most intrigued by is if, and that's why Trent Brown playing and being at practice today and hopefully playing will help a lot. If for no other reason, then you keep Titus Howard in at that guard spot and you feel like you have the strength to go and move dudes on the interior, especially if you can get that inside zone going, which I know the Patriots have been susceptible to. If you can be good and get yourself into third and short, you give yourself an opportunity for C.J. Stroud to not be in that frenetic circumstance that you're talking about. I think you give yourself an opportunity for some of those crossers or some of those stick routes to hit in a way with the likes of Jayden Higgins and using his big body to box out the defender. Christian Kirk using that speed across on digs and such to get there. And then one of the things that I really love is some of those leak outs. You can do that from 4 yards out. You can't do that from 10, 11 yards out. You know what I mean? So you open up your opportunity, your playbook rather, to things that have been clearly useful for you offensively to keep moving the sticks by just being on schedule in third and medium, third and short. And that's going to come down to, can you run the damn football against this front?
You can't say enough about how important it is that Trent Brown clearly trending toward playing, not just because
he was throwing dudes out the club last week.
Not just because of the energy and the cohesiveness on the offensive line and how well they've been playing together.
Is there anything else that you look at in this game? Like maybe how much does the possible return of Jawar Jordan into this thing?
Oh yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. I feel like that a month ago we would have laughed at ourselves for saying this, but I think he's going to be a key element. That speed.
I feel so stupid that in this moment I'm realizing that there was something that I did not look at in this game, because you go into especially a playoff game, you try and look at all angles. I did not look at how the Patriots handle outside runs, and it feels like Jawar Jordan gives you an opportunity to really hit that if that is one of the things that's working on the day.
Yeah,
right. I could see it to where you go, we're actually getting some leverage on the outside where we can get to the outside and turn it up, and I could see Nick Caley just going, all right, so Jawar, it's time for you to go eat, because I like that opportunity to put your best foot forward in every circumstance, and I need to go and see what that looks like for this team.
And the other thing about that, when I say, he's going to be an integral part of the game plan, I'm talking like maybe 4 or 5. Just pick your spots with him to be able to change it up, maybe hit the outside as you're talking about.
Yeah. Do you agree with this statement from the 281? Woody Marks is the best rookie in the playoffs?
Boy, I'd have to think about it. Who would be the candidates? I'm going through the rosters real quick.
You know what? Hold on to that one. We can circle back around to that one as we keep going, because I want to think about that. Also, we got to circle back around to that because right now we got to give away some tickets to the Houston Automotive Show. Lopez, you've been talking about the Automotive Show, and this is a huge event. January 28th to February 1st.
Turn down on it
here quick. If you want some tickets, you just got to be calling number 9 right now, 713-572-4610. That caller will win a 4-pack of tickets to choose one of those days of the Houston Automotive Show. Get out there to the NRG Center to see it. Like, what are we talking about at the Houston Automotive Show?
Well, the events and then just the things they have. The Jeep exhibit is the word I was looking for. Is awesome. They have great stuff with new trucks, new boats, fishing boats, and trucks. It's just really interactive, and it's a lot of fun. It's a take the kids kind of thing.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Family things to do all there. So you can get tickets that are on sale right now at automotiveshow.com, or you can be calling number 9 right now to win those tickets, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, we'll get you our lunchtime confessions here on Sports Radio.
Down is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game. Join us, The Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so freely admitting, this is a horrible thing I'm about to say.
Do tell, sir.
And I hate.
Oh no.
And I hate myself.
Uh-oh. Did you leave a Black Death in the bathroom?
I no, God no. I hate myself for what I'm about to say. I kind of want Miami to beat Indiana.
Why?
What
a hater! What a hater opinion!
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation.
This is the thing. Indiana's an incredible story. Signetti, Mendoza, all that. The Hurricanes are a big underdog, like an enormous underdog that nobody, very few are giving any chance to win this game. This is the most bizarro national championship in the history of college football.
What's the spread?
I have to look at
That's
the
a good
spread.
question.
I'd have to look at the spread.
I'll do that.
But we all know what we're looking at. We all know, and I said it. I said it this week. We might have to put them down as one of the greatest teams in college football history, which is bizarro in itself. If Indiana does to Miami what they've done to everyone at this point, especially in the postseason, they are a juggernaut. They are absolutely awesome. So I'm kind of like, kind of want Miami to win.
Do you think people are kind of underestimating?
Oh my goodness! Indiana's an 8.5-point favorite.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
And they're in Hard Rock.
And that's a low number, compared to what they, putting 55 up there, putting 40. Like, I should be cheering for Indiana. It's an incredible story. I'm kind of. Let's see Miami upset them.
I will say people are kind of underestimating Miami's defense just a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the Miami defense is really good. It really does.
That Ruben Bain's a
Ruben Bain, and then also, what's my guy's name? I always forget the other. Is it Isidore? What have you? Mm-hmm. They're really good. The problem is, I think that Indiana matches up really well because I think that those guys could have a night and still not slow down the way that or not fully stop what Indiana.
The only way Miami wins is if Carson Beck plays perfect.
Well,
which is that's a hard.
But let's think about what we're talking about here. Indiana, for forever in terms of
Yeah, but we're not talking.
And again, that's why I feel bad.
Right now, I am fully convinced that's the best team in the nation, point blank. Period.
I am too.
And so,
like I said, I think if they let's say they win.
So you're just being a hater.
30, no, it's not. Again, I say this all the time. You cannot help how you feel. When you sit down and watch a game, you might say, well, I'm going to cheer for Indiana. What a great story. And then all of a sudden you're cheering. You can't help how you feel. And I'm kind of in that place where, like, what a great story. I'm not going to be heartbroken if they beat Miami. I'm just like, I kind of want to see the upset. I kind of want to see Miami go.
It's an asinine conversation.
What's up, PC? Good to hear from you, brother.
Yeah.
No, I think I go the entire opposite way. Like, I think I come to sports from the perspective I know a lot of people like doing I like the underdog story. I oftentimes am not here for the underdog story. I'm here to watch excellence happen. And that I've been convinced all season long as myself, some of my friends have been looking at Indiana trying to see, if this is real.
Yeah.
Watching it that closely has given me a feeling of, wow, they are doing this in an excellent fashion. Curt Cignetti has built Indiana in the fashion. Like that is the true legacy or the true progeny, so to say, of the Nick Saban Alabama. It's not current Alabama. The team that does not make mistakes, that gets out there and just whoops your keister between the lines, That's not Alabama. It's not Georgia as we had thought with Kirby. It's not Oregon. It's Indiana. And so we talk about that type of team where a team is just excellent, that does what they're supposed to do every down, that just whoops you. That's the type of team I like watching play football, man.
Me too, but nevertheless, kind of want to see the upset now.
See, y'all just being haters. I see you low-key want to see the Canes win. Y'all just being haters. You just really want to see Michael Irvin on full tilt, which can't be mad at you for that. Like
That's not what they're doing, John.
That's what some people are doing, I think.
These are my confessions.
Actually, kind of pursuant. Actually, not even quite pursuant, because it has to do with the Michael Irvin podcast. But I've seen this. Have you seen this trend now of Netflix getting into the podcast game?
Oh yeah.
It's a very minor thing, but it is annoying me, and I think that this is the place where I take my minor annoyances. Can you call it a podcast if you just put it on TV?
Oh, I think so.
I don't think you can.
Yeah,
I think it's just a talk show that you want to feel cool about.
Isn't the podcast though basically the audio of it though?
Most podcasts are televised now. We've seen all those couches. We've seen couch after couch after couch. In somebody's house or in some studio or no. I hear what you're saying.
What do you mean by that?
Let me tell you what I mean by that. Back when it started, way back in the day when podcasts started, it was an audio medium. That is completely changed. It's not an audio medium anymore.
No, and I think that there's definitely like the simulcast versions of it or whatever. I feel like you still got to be true to the initial portion of it and put that thing in audio fashion. I feel like we're seeing more and more, especially Netflix being the ones who do this, where they're like, here, it's a video podcast, and then they don't give you an audio version of it. And it's like, no, it's not a podcast.
Well, they probably should do that.
This is just a show that you have, which is basically just a talk show. And that's fine. It could be that. Can we call it the right thing? Like, these things annoy me. I recognize this about myself. I'm weird in that way, but these things annoy me. And that one is the one that has been annoying. I would shake, but then I woke up and I thought about it again, and it annoyed me just as much.
I feel
it's very dumb. I get it.
No, it's not.
No, it is.
If they don't put any audio only, then I kind of see where you're coming from, and I'm with you. But I thought it was being simulcast because most podcasts now are video.
There's a video component to a lot of them.
Is Pat McAfee's show considered a
Not
podcast?
anymore.
It's a TV show.
No, it's a TV show.
They do put it in podcasts.
Nah. That's just clips.
It's a TV show.
Yeah, that's
man.
just clip. That's a TV show, 100%. Even though they could probably work on some of their backgrounds and and how they hook up with some of these guys in the back of an Uber and stuff like that.
I like how AJ Hawk still looks like he has no idea how he's connected to the show at all.
That's because he doesn't. He's just standing there, cashing a check and nodding his head.
I was about to do another.
You were kind of doing it.
No, the thing that was happening in my head was how my confession already was very small and just very personal of being annoyed. And I was like, I could keep doing that, but nobody wants to hear that. Like nobody is here to hear me complain about AJ Hawk's background and how it looks like.
Say it with your chest.
It's just a backdrop that's
man,
painted.
don't be scared.
I'm done. I did it.
These are my confessions.
I've been waiting all week for this, and
all week. Okay.
Damn.
Thank you, Kayshawn Booty. Thank you
for having the name Booty. Giving you the opportunity to say Booty on air.
It's Booty.
No, it's Booty.
I know he says a Booty, but like that's. I think most people would pronounce that Booty. You do have the audio. I was gonna read the quote.
No,
we've been waiting for someone to poke the bear, and sure enough, he did.
I wouldn't say one of the toughest. At the end of the day, we know we're gonna get man coverage. Got to beat it. It's that simple.
All right. So what he said, that was a little bit shaky audio. He was asked about the Texans secondary. He says, "I think they're just physical cornerbacks, but at the end of the day, I'm physical too. That's a matchup I like every day of the week." A round of applause for Kayshawn Booty.
It's just that simple.
A round of applause because you know, Kamari and Derek Stingley and the whole gang back there.
The Fantastic Four, they're taking to call themselves.
The Fantastic Four have taken
Which is weird.
Note.
Is that not weird? Because you basically run a 4-2-5 defense. Like you run a nickel. So you have 5 defensive backs. Who are we leaving out of the 4 there, gentlemen?
Don't get too technical.
No, I won't get technical. My confession was
Here comes
me.
the well actually.
Without question. That's my middle name. Those are my middle names. Reginald Well Actually Atula. Please check my birth certificate for such. Nah, who gets left out? Are we just leaving out Jalen Reed? Is that what's happening here?
Who does get left out?
You're not invited to the reindeer games.
Petrie's got to be in.
It's Petrie, Sting got to be in, Caleb Bullock got to be in, and Kamari Lassiter. That's your 4.
Yeah, sorry, Jalen Reed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on,
maybe the Fab Five.
Ooh.
I mean,
the Fab Five. You like it, you just don't want to admit it.
No.
I saw it too.
I wanted to say, all right, we're just going to put it all on the table. I think that they're fantastic players. I love the way that they go about things. I love their energy. Kind of a good name. I think the name's kind of weak.
We'll come over to the dark side, the Fab Five.
I also think that's kind of weak. But that's,
no, I could tell in your eyes you liked it.
No,
you just didn't want to. You just didn't want to.
I was trying to decide. I was trying to decide if it was worthwhile for me to get out here poo-pooing their fun of calling themselves the Fantastic Four, and here I am doing exactly that.
Did y'all see the new victory edit that the Texans made? Modern Warfare 2 look?
No, I didn't.
That was so cool.
I can't even keep up with them anymore, man. Although Modern Warfare 2 is in my lane.
Can I actually get a confession real quick?
Go ahead.
These are my confessions.
The Texans have the best social media team in the NFL. That's my confession.
They're good. I mean, have you really looked at? I haven't. I would have to look at.
Yeah, I have not been keeping up with all the other
ones. The Titans are pretty damn
ones.
good.
I think that was you're letting them coast off for like 5 years ago, and a lot.
No,
of things
last
changed.
year they were good.
Okay.
This past year, the Titans.
No.
The fake Oilers.
Thank you for that, Colin. Yeah, I don't. They're definitely putting up a run where they're definitely good. I haven't done the work of seeing if they're around it. So you know what? I will just haphazardly say absolutely the case. Yeah. They're 100% the best. You can't tell me anybody's better.
I'm not trying to downplay
it was the Texans and Chargers for a little bit in like a head-to-head, but the Chargers kind of fell behind, and the Texans have taken the full frontal lead. So
yeah,
full frontal. That's crazy. I do think though one of the things I love about their social media approach, it's kind of wide because they have a little something that I think hits pretty much anybody and everybody. They got some stuff that's hitting like a little bit younger generation, folks that are maybe more anime inclined, all sorts of stuff. Yeah. I think they're spreading this pretty widely in a nice way.
Yeah.
Somebody said it should be called the Four Locos, and I kind of love that.
Ooh.
Except we get back to the place where Jalen Reed doesn't get to be one of the locos.
We need
I kind of like that.
Okay, but it has to be like something where it involves Jalen Reed like as his own entity.
Okay. I don't know exactly. Is this like the Four Locos and an energy shot on the side? Is that what we're doing there? I don't know. I'm thinking too much now.
Yeah. 713-572-4610. That's where just text in on there.
I've allowed us to fall into a very weird wormhole, so I'll dig ourselves out. Those are your lunchtime confessions here on this Football Friday, in fact, here on Sports Radio 610. Don't forget the Football Friday fun will continue even once we're done with the program at 2 because the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, are out at Talyard Brewing. That's where the Football Friday festivities are. Out there in Sugar Land, right next to where the Sugar Land Space Cowboys play. I know that I'll be out there. Lopez is headed out. I think Sean Pendergast will be out there. So come out, hang out, enjoy the Football Friday fun with the fellas of the drive. But before we get there, we got to keep going on this program here on a Football Friday. And coming up next, all right, so there's more, I think, behind the Kyle Tucker signing with the Dodgers than I think has been talked about. I think there's a larger conversation to be had there about the fate of baseball as a whole. And I kind of want to have that next.
Ready? 1 down, 3 to go. 1-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Colin is having a lot of fun on this Football Friday. Maybe me just a little bit less so, but it's fine because the Texans are coming to save it with their matchup versus the Patriots on Sunday, 2 p.m. You'll hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. 11 a.m. is when countdown will start to get you ready for, step 2 of the, what's the process again? What is the exercising? Have undertaken this playoffs? Stage 2, yes, of the 4-point plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Takes 4 wins.
That's right.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that you're on the same level with me. I was like, does that need to be a 3.4 point? We good on that? Okay, very good.
All the way.
4-point plan that you're putting together there. There was a little bit of news that is very, very tangential to the Astros yesterday. If you didn't catch it, Kyle Tucker is staying in the NL.
That bastard.
He only had that 1 year, the one contract year there with the Cubs, and he signs a big contract, free agent contract with none other than Los Angeles Dodgers, 4 years, $240 million with, I think it's like 2 opt-outs. It basically can end up being a 2-year deal for him.
But not an opt-out for the first 2 years.
Yeah, so there's an opt-out after year 2.
Yes, after year 2.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It can essentially be a 2-year deal. Opt out and then get back to the money if that suits him. I don't really want to talk too much about Kyle Tucker himself, although I do think that this could be an opportunity for you to give credit to the Astros for actually doing a thing that maybe they could have done other times, which is acknowledging he signed for how many years with how much money, and I know that the Mets had offered a big deal as well. He was not re-signing here with Houston, except you look up and you got a Hayden Wesneski, you got an Isaac Paredes, you got a Cam Smith. I know we've talked about this before, but this is another reason to appreciate the fact that you got that deal done.
Yeah, look, and the other part about it, from the Astros' perspective, we can lament, losing Carlos Correa segment and just go down the list. Obviously, Tucker, Garrett, Garrett as well. Just down the list, this was
Garrett Cole.
Yeah, Garrett Cole. I
don't know why you said Garrett, and my brain went to Amir Garrett, which I was like, that's not even close to what we're talking about here.
But here's the thing: you go back to those teams that had those players. I'm not saying that Jim Crane was visionary and knew that every single one of those players and more were going to have $10 million a year contracts plus. But he could see that there was no way that they could keep all these guys. So as this team progressed and stayed good, they were able to make smart decisions on when to let some of these players go. So it was actually, if you look back, it was the right play. It hurt sometimes, and you wish maybe some of those decisions were not made, but it was the right play, just from an Astros perspective. From an Astros fan perspective, it stinks.
Yeah.
It stinks beyond stink.
And the fan perspective is wider than even the Astros on a day like today, because you look over and you see the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they've done it again. Just exorbitant salaries, because they are one of the few teams that is willing to go above and beyond to really put a crazy amount of money down to go and win baseball games. And it's bringing up a lot of conversation about what's going to happen in 2027. And I know you're like, 2027, buddy, we're right here in 2026 at the early stages with the playoff run. What are you talking about right now? But this is existential. Baseball really took a big hit in the 90s when they had a work stoppage. And it feels like they are barreling towards another one here, because you look at the way that spending happens in baseball, and you know that the Dodgers, in fact, I have the numbers in front of me. The Dodgers, do you know how much salary they are guaranteed for in 2026 and beyond?
$2.2 billion.
Just about. $2.1 billion.
Yeah.
The next closest, the San Diego Padres, $1.3 billion.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you just can keep ticking down from there. You could take that all the way down to the lowest, spenders is Tampa Bay at $70 million.
Does that include players that are on the roster now, or does that include
just deferred payments too?
Yeah, I mean, this is all the money that they have.
Yeah.
There's just a crazy disparity in pay, and it points to something that we all know, and is one of the unique things that I've appreciated in baseball, is that there's not a salary cap. And it's starting to look up, and you go, is this something that actually needs to change? Because the league wants, the owners want a salary cap because of this disparity, and it feels like the fans might be starting to want it too.
Okay, that second part, yes, but I don't think it necessarily matters. What the fans want, I don't think is going to be a big thing in terms of lockout, no lockout.
I think it matters once the lockout gets here.
Oh, well, yeah, that's after the fact. Like, just the noise that is going to be made, because if there is a lockout, it's going to be a long one. Because Major League Baseball Players Association, for all the mistakes that have been made, in terms of from an ownership perspective, being able to do this and have the deferred payment and all that, they're not going to back off of that. I mean, they're not going to go backwards.
And that's what I think this becomes even I think owners are more mad than anything.
Yes, it's the owners,
because the Dodgers are going over top, but the owners are going to now fight very hard with all of the money that they have and all the power that the owners have in this dispute. They're going to fight really hard for a salary cap, and they're going to sell this. And fans, I think, are going to get behind this because the notion of having something that balances the scales to have, teams like the Dodgers and Mets not just be able, and really it's the Dodgers above all else right now, not be able to continue to do this in our faces. The thing for I don't know if it is beneficial for the players, but now I keep looking at it, and I don't know that it's actually helping the players. I don't know how they win the argument here, especially in the realm of public opinion, because the baseball players are going to take this to a lockout. I don't think that they want to. There's not a way for them to unless they just agree to what's happening here. But you get to a lockout, and the public opinion matters. We saw this in '94.
Once the lockout is here, public opinion will matter. It'll make both sides nervous. It'll probably lead to a little compromise. But the thing about it is, you're seeing all these, and we're having the discussion, but we're seeing all these stories and reports about baseball has an existential problem. Baseball, it's not sustainable. That's one that's out there that you see just about in every story. Is this sustainable? It's not sustainable. Ultimately, I don't think it'll be sustainable for the Dodgers, even the Dodgers with all their money that they're just printing, to have that $2.2 billion just in the next 3 years, including deferments. And I say Nationals because that's the season opener for the LA Dodgers. They're playing the Washington Nationals. There's going to be 14 players on the field that are making at least $10 million a year. All 14 will be playing for the Dodgers. That is an incredible thing that fans are going to be upset about. But back to the main point, they're not going to go backwards. The MLB Players Association is not going. They're going to sit down at that table and say, we'll talk about anything you want, except the hard cap.
The question I'll ask you, because baseball has long been thought of, and without real thought recently, as the strongest of the player unions. It's been a while since they've had to flex that muscle. And one of the things about the player unions, and I'll take this to like football, is that there's a stratification within there. There's the superstar players that make a lot of money. Usually, actually, there's the quarterbacks. Then there's the superstar players, and then there's like the rank and file and the way that this goes down. I think the baseball, you're seeing more of that stratification than ever before. Does that maybe change some of this? Because they're, the superstar players like you, Shohei Ohtani's and guys that are making 400, 500 million over like a decade. I wonder if they have the same interests as some of the rank and file. And I don't know that baseball has continued to build the union mentality that baseball long had before. And I wonder if that fractures it, because there's an argument to be made. And I don't know how strong of an argument it is, you tell me, that the players could benefit from a salary cap because that would bring in a salary. You don't end up with nearly as many teams like the Miamis or like the Tampas, like the Oaklands of the world, like the Athletics of the world, where players are not getting the money that it seems like they should.
I think Kyle Tucker, in a weird way, this can bring us back to the Kyle Tucker discussion. I think he's going to be the poster child for the MLBPA and agents to say, listen, he spent, and I'm looking at it right now, he spent 8 years making, 7 years making less than $7 million a year. And now look at him. I think they're going to be saying, hey, we know how to, if you're a good enough player to last and to be able to, bet on yourself and understand you're going to make money. He made $5, $6, $7 million. But now he's making $240 million. Why? Because we had his back as a union, and we know that because there's no cap, there are always going to be dumb owners. That's one thing you can always count on. They're greedy, if you want to change the word. And maybe not dumb, but greedy, ambitious, whatever you want. The Dodgers are doing this not because they like spending, what is it, $163 million in luxury tax this year they're going to spend?
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. They don't like spending that, but they like winning championships. And there's always going to be the Dodgers, the Mets, the Yankees, whatever it is, the Cubs. Just go down. The Blue Jays were in on Tucker. They were willing to spend. So the MLBPA is going to tell its rank and file, listen, you're going to make money. You're going to make good money. And then you're going to make a bleep ton of money.
How much of the rank and file are you going to hit with that argument? Because how many of the rank and file are going to be Kyle Tucker?
I have that ambition as young players. They all have that. And when you're 21, 23, 25 years old and you're batting 260 used to be just like, hey, he's all right. 260 gets you $50 million now. That's the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can bat 260 with 11 home runs and make $60 million, have a $70 million contract. So it's going to be a long, long lockout. It is going to be a long one.
Especially if you're right and the rank and file and the union on the player side remain strong. I think that there's going to be teams that very much look up and go, there's no way that we can allow the Dodgers of the world to keep doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to create really strong, intense, polar opposites in this labor dispute. And I say all this to say, enjoy the 2026 season because the 2027 season might not come around.
It might not happen. It might not.
That's the way it's looking like. And shout out to Kyle Tucker being a illuminating point on that this week.
Well, hey, listen, if that happens, hey, you got college baseball, man.
There you go.
I'm telling y'all should watch some college baseball.
College baseball is fun. However, I mean, we're not going to pretend like it has the same staying power and the same effect as Major League Baseball. But hey,
college baseball is the people sport. Come on now.
The way this is going, that might need to be an effect that happens. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Still a football Friday, so let's get to it. Texans win because Texans lose because. Big time matchup in the divisional round versus the New England Patriots coming up on Sunday. What are the factors that will determine whether or not the Texans exercise another demon in a place that they've ever been before, the AFC Championship? 713-572-4610. Send in your thoughts. We'll get to it next.
Does the Texans' recent experience in the divisional round give them an required. From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, let's not lose our minds here on a Football Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig, who has the day off. Texans win because, Texans lose because. Let's get to it. Big-time football game coming up for your Houston Texans in Foxborough at Gillette Stadium. 2 p.m. on Sunday is when you'll hear it, when you'll see it. But let's talk about it. What is it going to take? What are the factors that'll determine whether or not the Texans get this victory on the road, John Lopez?
Well, I mean, everybody's going to start looking at the defense, and that's a given for me. I am very, very intrigued by the whole wide receiver rotation. We talked about it a little earlier, and in particular, Christian Kirk. We had a 17-game sample size or thereabouts with him, and kind of wondered the whole time, what is he really worth getting it done? You know, when's the real Christian Kirk going to show up? And then the real Christian Kirk showed up in a big way, and that was for a long time with Nico Collins still on the field. Christian Kirk, a lot of people, as you mentioned during the break, going to be talking about C.J. Stroud. Christian Kirk is the guy that I feel they trust the most. And you'll hear DeMeco Ryans, he was asked about the rookies this week, and we treat them all the same, and their character and how they work and all that. That's all true, but I think when it comes to the playoffs, you have to go with the players that are veteran and have been trusted and been in moments before. I think Christian Kirk is enormous in this game.
It's funny that you use the word has been trusted. I know that the fellas in that locker room were talking about they trusted him. They were expecting this. They were happy to see it for him, especially as a dude who kind of went through the season and did not have the year that you would have expected.
No.
How much do you weigh in that Christian Kirk, 6 of his 8 passes were against a particular, and 132 of his 144 were against one particular defender, which, to be fair, most yards receiving against a single defender in a playoff game since 2018 for Christian Kirk. But how much that there is an argument to be made that you go, that dude, that one defender got absolutely torched, and maybe this was less about Christian Kirk, who, as again, the larger sample size says he has not been able to boogie in that way.
No, I think it's probably a factor. Let's not kid ourselves. But what happens when you have that 112-yard? What was it, 144?
144 of them things, baby.
144-yard game, and I think they trust you, and I think they're going to implement you. Keep in mind, all these pass plays have been implemented and put into the game plan Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I mean, they're in there. I think they trust them. There's going to be some adjustments. I think Jaden Higgins is going to be a big factor. He has to be with no Nico. I think Jalen Noel, we might finally see more regular appearances on the field, maybe even in the slot, as we've talked about.
That's going to be the one that's interesting to me. I can see the ways that feel kind of normal that they get Jaden Higgins the ball.
Yeah.
I can see the ways that feel normal that they get Xavier Hutchinson the ball. I can see the ways that feel normal the way that they get Christian Kirk the ball even. I don't know if I fully know the way that they want to get Jalen Noel the football. And as deep crossers seem like they would be an answer, some corner routes at times, but I don't know if I know specifically how they want them getting the football. And in the way that they have handled offense lately, it feels like they spread the ball out pretty well. So I think we'll get an opportunity to see how Jalen Noel gets the football in the offense, but I'm intrigued to see how that one goes.
Yeah, and then I'm interested to hear yours, but the other one that, again, you almost have to set aside the defense, and although we can talk about it, in more specific ways, just because they're going to dial it up and they're going to be really good. So I'm going to stay on the offensive side. Those double team blocks that the interior offense, we've become big fans of Ursery. Trent Brown, same, has been just a revelation for the line just as a whole. I have not really trusted, if you've listened to the show at all, Jake Andrews very
Really?
Andrews, nobody really has. Very few people really have, outside of the Andrews family. The Andrews sisters. That's an old reference. Anyway, but the way they performed with the double teams on both sides against the odd man front, against the Steelers, the Patriots run an odd man front. And if they can have that same success creating those gaps, big holes in some instances for Woody Marks, they're going to win.
Yeah, I think that ends up being one of the most crucial portions of Texans win because they win because they're able to run the ball in a similar fashion than they did last week, because that was a step up from what we had typically seen in weeks past. But even if you would go back to what you typically seen in years past, or weeks past rather, where it's sufficient, if you can keep this team, this offense out of long situations, put them in third and manageable, stay ahead of the sticks, like you give yourself an opportunity to do all these things well, not put C.J. Stroud in undue pressure circumstances to where you can allow this defensive line, which isn't terrible by any means. Harold Landry, Caleb Chase on, those dudes can get after the quarterback, with Milton Williams on the inside adding a little bit of push as well. You let them tee off, you get yourself into a bad place, and you allow the likes of the Christian Gonzalez, who seems like is going to play, the Carlton Davises, even the Marcus Jones in that slot. I think he is nice. You give them an opportunity to affect the game with the ball in the air because you're trying to throw to pick up long downs. I don't want you to be in those circumstances where, and that's not how this offense is built. They've said that since dating back to training camp. They want to be in man's the way. They want to grind this out and matriculate down the field. And it starts with being good on early downs, and it really feels like running the ball well on early downs as well. Interestingly enough, late downs and long downs is something that I've been thinking a lot about. And I haven't brought this up at all today on the show. I texted you about it real quickly yesterday. I spent a lot of yesterday looking at the one thing that I have as a nervous spot versus the Patriots, and that is explosives.
Yeah.
The New England Patriots have the single best explosive rate of any team in the NFL this year. And it's not just first down, manageable down. 3rd and 14, when you think that they are up against the wall, they be up there chucking the ball down the field, dog, and completing. I literally went through and looked at every explosive. A lot of shotgun, but they also will do it when they're under center, give you a play action, and look to just absolutely tax your secondary. And it's not just one guy, because I would say Kayshon Boutte, right? But Demario Davis, and he is fast. Let me tell you.
So real quick, for those that may not know, what qualifies as an explosive play?
I mean, a 20-yard play, pass down the field, a nice 10-yard run, but I was really thinking in the passing game. Appreciate the clarification there. Hunter Henry, the tight end.
I didn't mention him.
They'll get him. Yeah. They'll get him on explosive. Ramondre Stevenson out of the backfield catching the football. They'll get him not just on angle routes or out routes to the flats. They'll get him on explosive wheel routes. Literally, I mean, Kyle Williams has had explosive. Mac Hollins has had an explosive this year. I mentioned Kyle Williams. Stephon Diggs, his explosives aren't necessarily over the top. They're deep, but they're deep out.
Yard after catch, too. He's decent at that.
But I'm not air yards. I'm not even talking about yards after the catch. Yeah. They'll throw the ball downfield, and I believe in this secondary. I'm going to do the thing that has gotten me in trouble before, but I'm going to look over at Kamari Lassiter at times and say the foot speed sometimes will get him a little bit. Calvin Austin got behind him, but the physicality that Lassiter shows helped him out there. This is going to be a test for that secondary. I think that they're capable of handling it, and hopefully the pass rush will help make it so that the 2.5, 3, 4, 3 seconds that is necessary usually will get to him. But, I mean, because – again, I said they'll do this on 3rd and 14. On 3rd and 14 is when you're looking at Daniil and Will to go and hit somebody. But they do this, and they do it with confidence, and they do it sometimes with some pressure, and they have been effective at it. That's something that I'm looking at, that if you go, the Texans lose, it could be because there's some big plays that happen at times that are uncharacteristic for this defense.
Now, we also mentioned, I think that's a really good point, and I do have confidence in the secondary, especially because of how it plays with the pass rush, as you mentioned. A lot of texters, variations of the same theme. Win because, lose because. We're seeing a very familiar name mentioned a lot.
Is it Coleridge?
It is Coleridge. C.J. Stroud is mentioned by a lot of folks that are texting in and watching on YouTube and Twitch. I'm gonna kind of refine that a little bit. Run the damn ball, CJ.
Yeah, Texans win because they hold on. They have him scramble.
Not just run the damn ball, which is their mantra anyway, and that's what that's how they want to play the game. Ball, CJ. You see that opportunity. One of the most frustrating things in that Pittsburgh game, and I frankly thought, oh boy, that's the one moment when I said they're going to mess around and lose this game. When he had that fumble and there was a big alleyway there for him to just take 3 steps and he would have had the first down. But he didn't run and ended up losing the ball. I was just going nuts. Channel Georgia, man. Channel the game that put you on the map and probably ultimately helped you a lot getting drafted number 2 overall. What are you afraid of? It's a win or go home. It's, a must win, if you will. What are you waiting for? Run the ball if you get the opportunity, because they are going to bring pressure too. So I think that's where I want to see. And, oh, by the way, on the other side, more of a question than anything, the Texans are not real heavy on, quote, running a spy on an opposing quarterback. Mm-hmm. They have done it some. They cheated a linebacker in there to keep an eye on. I think they did a little bit of it with Josh Allen, a little bit with Bo Nix. Here and there.
But I also think they win because the interior defensive linemen continue to use their brains and are very aware and not allow those rush lanes. And, of course, because your edges rush with discipline and not create those escape lanes up the middle. I think that this is one of those times where that teach point, that focal point will need to be activated again by this team. And I'm certain that D'Amico and Matt Burke and Rod Wright are all establishing that within this. Can I hit you with another thing in here?
What is that?
And we haven't talked about it all this week because you scored a whole bunch of points, sometimes defensively. Red zone. Red zone is one of those things that we talk about. Do you know where the New England Patriots rank with the opposing red zone percentage?
Where's that?
Bottom third.
The numbers don't lie.
Yeah, that's
64% red zone touchdown percentage for their opponents this year.
And the Texans had a little bit going there.
Right? So it feels like you had Nick Caley scheme a touchdown in the red zone. It was one touchdown, so I'm not going to make it seem like everything is fixed.
Yeah.
However, you're also going up against a New England team that this season, and this is a season where you can even look at the teams that they played against and not necessarily be all that impressed. All those teams that you're not impressed by, they got in the red zone. They scored oftentimes.
Yeah.
That bodes well, or at least it bodes as well as it can be for this Houston team that has had some struggles in the red zone.
Anything else?
One, I want to bring back again the left side of that offensive line for the Patriots looks like food. So Texans win because their defensive line gets after that particular weak point that very much has demonstrated itself.
Yeah. I want to see, you get on these rolls and they just tend to compound themselves. You don't have to score 2 touchdowns, on the defensive side. That's not going to happen. I mean, I hope it does, but generally you can't count on that happening. For sure, I think an early turnover, forcing Drake May into an early turnover, that might spin this game way into the Texans' favor because they're sitting there. They know what people are saying about this Texans defense. They saw the Steelers game. They saw just this defense just suck the life out of one of the smartest quarterbacks in NFL history. Around and make him look like his glasses were all askew, et cetera. But if you can get success early as a turnover against Drake May, he's still a young quarterback, man. He's still a guy that had an amazing season, but I can get in their heads a little bit.
I think so, and I think also Texans win because a couple more things I wanted to make note of. We talked to Chad Graff, covers the Patriots for The Athletic yesterday. One of the things he mentioned that had my eyes light up was that this defense for the Patriots can be susceptible over the middle.
Yeah.
That feels like a place where you can feast. Now, conversely, you lose because Nico Collins isn't there and the wide receivers aren't able to get real separation because you don't have his impact. That could happen. But on the other side of things, I think that Texans win because they are an unrelenting team just in general. The swarm mentality, that the R&M, the relentless mindset of this, that could be huge because I don't think the Patriots, in fact, in looking at it, they have not faced a lot of teams that have that same relentless mindset that this Texans team does. Not even in the cliche way, but quite literally. As the game goes on, they get more dogged in the way that they play you. Yeah. And that feels like something that could absolutely break this Patriots team.
Look, I said it from the very start of today's show. When you look at the quarterbacks that this Texans team has dismantled, they almost to a man during this 10-game win streak are very proven, quarterbacks, seen a lot of things. Some of them seen everything, made a lot of big plays, won a lot of games, and the Texans just flat whipped their asses. And you talking about Lawrence recently, but Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, just going down the list. These are guys that have been through the muck. They've been, through the fire, and the Texans still suck the life out of them. And so that's why when you hear like Kayshon Boutte talking about, they're physical, but I feast on that. Okay.
It's a different. It's not,
okay.
Not all physicals are made the same.
Okay.
Speaking of physical, we have not again today mentioned the running backs tandem of Travion Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson. How do you see that? Because in some ways I can go, if y'all want to run the football, that actually kind of helps to limit the possessions in the way that the Texans do.
Mm-hmm.
But back and keep the defense on the field longer, which actually has been nice when the defense has had some opportunities to rest. It gets even scarier.
I think Stevenson has proved to be really, really good, especially a red zone running back. But I actually think, I'm glad you brought this up, because I was kind of jotting down some notes yesterday for today's show, and I'm a little, not worried, but I'm a little aware, let me put it that way. I think they're going to really try to get Henderson in space. I think that's going to be a big part of their, whether it's outside zones or screens or whatever. I think I could see where the Patriots are like, well, look, we can't just beat these guys at the punch. We got to get them into some advantageous things. And that's where Petrie comes in.
There's a lot on the linebackers in this game.
A lot.
Stop the run. Keep an eye on Drake May. Make sure that they're not feasting over the middle with some of these, especially Stephon Diggs, who's going to work in that intermediate area. There's a lot that they're handling, and they typically handle a lot. This is another level of a lot. So,
in a big part of their game plan.
This is going to be big on the likes of clearly Azeez Al-Shaair, Henry To'oTo'o. I think you'll probably get some EJ Speed in here sometimes when they decide to go a little bit bigger, or maybe if they get two backs in there at times. And then, of course, good old Jalen Petrie, Guardian Cap himself, that physicality will need to come through. They're going to have to keep their eyes on a swivel. They're going to have to be disciplined, because if they don't, this team can take advantage of those things.
Yeah.
How you seeing it?
I got Texans winning, and I got the Texans winning. I guess comfortably is a good way to say it. I think the Patriots are going to have some success. 27-17.
27-20 was where I was going.
Yeah?
Yeah. So I'm with you in the Texans' favor.
Very shaky on that, because last week Lopez was saying about how the Steelers games would be very close, and then now he's saying.
Well, it was until the defense. It was 7-6.
Reggie knows what I'm trying to do here.
Until the defense said, you know what, we're going to go ahead and make this comfortable.
I don't know. Last time you were like, there's no way that it could be a high-scoring game.
I think it was 7-6 in the fourth quarter.
It was.
Yeah.
We're getting a little too technical around here.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter what the score is. If they get the victory, then we will all be happy here in the great city of Houston. But there you go. That's a little Texans win because Texans lose because. Reggie really trying to make the Patriots wide receivers look good. I'm not trying to make them look good. Drake May has had an MVP season. Who do you think he was throwing to? I mean,
exactly.
And what's interesting is with the Patriots, there's not like a single receiver that you go, that guy's great. They have a lot of receivers that are capable. And that can honestly be scary at times when there's a lot of capable guys you go to.
Absolutely.
And that's kind of what the Texans are hoping for, is they have a whole bunch of guys that are capable out there to execute what they're looking to do. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's still me, because I would typically look over to 150. He's got a day off. So coming up next, I would like to take you to the mixtape that I have put together for you, in which I have to answer for something that I've done. Have you ever said something ironically, and then it just stuck? That brought me to a place with one Cam Newton, and I'll tell you what that means next.
All right, you guys are going to love this, and this is exactly what I'm talking about when I talk.
Waterway Marriott Hotel from the 23rd to the 25th. Want free tickets? Just head to sportsradio610.com/contest this week and register for your chance to win a 4-pack for you and your family or friends. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs, sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is the mixtape right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Figgy Fig out again today, so Reginald Atatula handling the mixtape for you. Shout out to Colin Neal.
Super producer Colin.
I didn't say that. That was ND. Handling the audio on this one. Have y'all ever had a thing that you started doing ironically, but then it stuck?
Yeah, I laughed earlier because I was trying to think of what, but yes, you're. Oh, I know what it was. I always ironically say and I haven't done it on the air in a long time because I've gotten real conscious of it. But instead of blah blah blah, I just always go blah blah blah.
What brought that on?
Just to put extra. It's that
emphasis on
it's that dumb, what this person is saying.
Gotcha.
To be honest, though, if I find out one word that means something, I just use that very often. I use it way more often than I probably should, just to sound smart. That's so facetious.
But
I was just trying to be a little nonchalant.
Yeah.
Hey.
So I just put a little extra. It's so dumb. It's not even blah blah blah. It's blah blah blah. Like you're throwing up, and I stopped doing that because people started thinking that I actually I actually say the word like that incorrectly.
Yeah, I feel like we've all fallen into something where we were doing it ironically, and then we started doing it. Mm-hmm. I have one of those, and that came to mind when I happened to be on the internet, as we all are, scrolling at some point, and I saw this latest thing that happened from Cam Newton. I believe this was on his podcast with a lady named Lady London. You'll hear her a little bit in this.
Lady
but
London.
She was a good foe for him in the conversation. I understand foe is not it doesn't make sense in the way that I'm saying it, but they were having a conversation where she was checking him at times, and she did that in this one as Cam Newton. Sometimes the way with words that he has is fantastic, and that will now come into play. I present to you Cam Newton talking to Lady London on his podcast. Tell me what you hear.
How would you describe your style in one word? That's an adjective.
Can I use a word that I've already used?
Sure, word.
Eclectic.
Say it again.
Eclectic.
It's eclectic.
Well, heavy on the N because
there's no N in it.
No. It's my word.
Oh, let's unpack this. Okay, got it.
Right.
Sure word.
Eclectic.
Spell it for me.
Nclecta.
Okay.
Eclectic.
Eclectic.
Do you want to know what the N stands for?
N-C-L-E-C-T-A.
No, you don't want to know.
And trust me, Colin is right. You do not want to know what the N stands for.
Y'all are going too far. Nobody else goes that far, but
yeah, I listed a little too far.
Eclectic.
Yeah. How much did Auburn give him?
Not enough. The answer is not enough. The single best quarterback performance in a season in college football history, I will not be taking any questions about that. They didn't pay him enough. But yes, that is, if you didn't know about Cam Newton, Cam Newton, I believe, is hilarious when it comes to words and saying things. And this was the latest instance in which he thought eclectic in time in this where he goes, I've been called out. What do I do?
It's my word.
Do I own up to it? Or do I no, this is just my word. This is how I say it. Right? Like, I just say it different. Have you had somebody who's like, no. Yeah, I knew that. I just do it differently. But this gave me an opportunity to bring up something that I say because of Cam Newton, and two, welcome the audience to one of my favorite things, which is the world of Camisms. And I need you to understand, Cam Newton is one of the most hilarious people with Camisms that he really and truly means 100%.
Yep,
one of them that you might have heard me say, because I said it so much ironically that it became a part of my lexicon, is that hindsight is 50-50. The actual saying is hindsight is 20/20, speaking to eyesight, right? 20/20 eyesight, saying that looking backwards obviously is clarity. Looking forward, you don't know. Except at one point in his career, Cam Newton at a podium somewhere said hindsight is 50-50.
Well, you got good vision.
And that is the most I've said it so much, and now
like
I say
Superman.
it entirely unironically, and people think I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to hit you with a few of my favorite Camisms and tell me which ones you like. I would like to start with Cam Newton 1 here. This is Cam Newton just reminding you that, football is a tough sport.
Yeah, I got hit a lot today, but, it's all in the game. We're not playing ballet.
We're not playing ballet out here, man.
Playing ballet.
I don't know how you play ballet, but we're not doing that out here. On this gridiron, it's football, baby.
We're not playing ballet.
All right, how do we rate?
That might have been like, what else are you going to do? Because he's playing a game, playing sport. I'll give him a little grace on that one.
Okay, all right. We now move to Camism
the
number
50-50 thing is the leader in the club.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I wonder if any of these are going to win, but we'll get you this one. This is Cam Newton 2. I don't even know exactly what he was trying to get at here, but you know what? You just got to make sure that you have the right energy.
Our hands are already full with trying to exonerate the energy, for what this week needs to be about.
I hate when energy is persecuted.
Yeah, you got to exonerate it.
Yeah.
Like, how dare you persecute this energy? We got to exonerate it.
I like how he gets stuck in the middle of it.
He's trying to find it. He was trying to find it. He was spitballing. He was throwing stuff up there. You could smell the wood burning.
Got to exonerate the energy.
You would have thought that Blinn education probably would have done something if he got
That's not a good look for Blinn.
All right, what are you doing right now? This is me enjoying Cam Newton he's modern day Yogi Berra.
Pretty much.
I don't know that people appreciated this, and this is the level of respect that I'm coming with. I don't know what you guys are doing. I take you to Camism number 3 here.
Hindsight
in the
50-50.
Yeah, that is fair. Hindsight is indeed 50-50. In which, you got to be careful, John Lopez, because you don't want to overrate someone or you don't want to glorify someone too much. Ain't that right, Cam?
You put a person up on a pinnacle and you just analyze them from so many different areas.
Can't put a person on a pinnacle, man.
My head is hurting.
It's not a good way to go about things, putting them on a pinnacle.
You ever feel your brain hurt?
Yes.
We need a.
We also need to do that.
Not a headache. My brain just hurts.
And finally,
put them up on a pinnacle.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what happens is you put somebody on a pinnacle and then your brain starts hurting. That's not where you want to put people. It's not fair to them. And then finally, because I don't want your brain to hurt too much, this is Cam Newton 4, in which, some things are just so great that you never want to stop them.
This hiatus that we're on right now, no one in that locker room wants to come down from it.
Never want to come down from a hiatus,
What does that mean?
I love Cam Newton so much. It makes me so happy.
Hiatus.
I love it so very much.
I mean, he has a smartphone. You can search these things. You can.
These are just his words. What are you talking about? This is just how he says them. Cam Newton, the modern day Yogi Berra of our time. I love him so much.
No. The modern day Shakespeare.
I did think of another one that I've said ironically a number of times, and some people actually think it's true, which says something about other people. And I've said it on the show before. 57.3% of all statistics are made up. And some people, when I say that, people are like, "Really?" I was like, yes. Which my answer is always, oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, look it up. 57.3% of stats are all made up.
These are my confessions.
Not the right side. There we go.
Yeah,
it's
not
on hiatus.
I need to exonerate the hiatus.
Yeah, you need to exonerate that energy for sure. It's the mixtape right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Are you the type of person who can eat the same thing every? Because I'm very much not. I live in the city of Houston, which is great for me and actually it's not good for me in my wallet. I can get all sorts of different foods, but there's some people that same thing every day.
Not literally the same thing. Like I probably 90% of the time I'll have cereal in the morning.
Okay.
But not the same cereal.
What's your cereal of choice, though?
It's a number of them. Sometimes I get in the mood of healthy. Sometimes, good old-fashioned Fruit Loops or something. But, yeah, cereal 90% of the time in the morning.
What's the longest that you think you could go eating the same thing?
The literal exact
same thing.
Because I believe I saw this story.
You did see this story.
And I know where you're going with it.
You know where I'm going.
And it is psycho behavior.
Enlighten me, folks.
The longest I could go with you, I could probably go no more than a month. Like literally,
it would have to be like a challenge.
I would have to see the finish line. Like you say, hey, can you eat honey bunches of oats every morning for a month? If I know it's a month, I could do it.
Well, that's because you're just not great. You're not a winner. That's why.
I guess
because
I'm
apparently
not.
this is what winners do. A la Curt Cignetti, head coach of Indiana, one of the teams that you'll see on Monday facing off for the college football playoff championship. It came out this week in the Wall Street Journal, not the publication I would have guessed would do this particular reporting, that Curt Cignetti has eaten 500 bowls of Chipotle. And when I say 500 bowls, the exact same bowl daily.
Okay, I did see this.
Over the last few years. And I find this to be absolutely insane. As Curt Cignetti, a 64-year-old man, is a creature of habit, the Wall Street Journal writes, even by maniacal standards and college football standards, that he eats the same burrito bowl every single day of every single week, except when his team is traveling. I have the bowl.
Okay, let's
Are you
hear it.
ready? He orders rice, beans, chicken, and skips the rest of the toppings, but adds a side of guacamole. That's it.
He just like me for real.
Rice, beans, chickens, and
But
guacamole on the side.
This is the thing. Every day.
That's it.
Every day.
That's it. That is how you become a winner. That is how you pull off the greatest college football turnaround in the history of college football in America. Is you eat a rice, beans, and chicken burrito bowl with the side of guacamole. You pull out your $10.90 and you eat your 750 calories of food.
Now I'm not casting aspersions or making excuses, but if you had replaced Curt Cignetti with like the name of a mass murderer, wouldn't you believe it?
What, rice, chicken, and beans?
I gotta have my chicken.
Guacamole every day?
I gotta have my chicken and rice and guacamole.
Okay,
I gotta
Ed
have it.
Kemper,
I
calm
gotta
down.
have it. I gotta have it. I eat that every day. Come on, you can answer it. Like, I'm not saying he's that, but that sounds like something like a complete psycho would do.
Sure. Or, and it's not just psychos. There's some people that for them, like, that is comfort food, or some people have, like, kind of sensory
But
things.
not
where
500 days in a row.
But I feel like if we looked into it, there's probably a lot more coaches that have eating schedule or habit because of how maniacal they are and how workman they are. It brings me back to, you remember the story about Dan Campbell and how he has like the same coffee order every day?
Oh, yeah.
Now,
and it's quite the coffee order.
Yes, and it is ungodly amounts of caffeine.
Isn't it like
to
a
which
quadruple
or
something like
where
that?
we are concerned about his bodily. Yes, exactly. Come to find out, also, Dan Campbell is crazy football guy. You know what he got for his wife for her 50th birthday?
What's that?
A birthday cake with Honolulu blue and footballs on it. Her 50th birthday.
She probably loved it.
She did not love it.
She did not?
She did not love
Really?
it. But she knows what time it is, and she knows who she married. That's neither here nor there. But if I told you that
you get my wife a fishing pole.
All right, so you're saying that like you have not already done that.
No, I actually have.
Exactly.
Does she use it?
Would you? Wow, from the 281. Somebody says, I know someone that has eaten spaghetti for the last 15 years or so. Only spaghetti, nothing else.
Wow.
Are we talking about the same exact spaghetti though, or
That sounds
variations?
like it. Have they won any national championships? Because I'm trying to see if this will give us any insight as to what's going to happen on Monday. But if I told
when do
you,
they get out?
Okay, all right. If I told you that you could have ultimate success in whatever industry that you ultimately wanted to be, but you got to eat the same thing.
I like where you're going.
You got to
with
eat
this.
the same thing. It's got to be plain, and it's got to happen every day for at least.
It's got to be plain.
Yeah, because that's a pretty plain order.
Yeah,
Rice, chicken,
yeah.
beans. Maybe you get a little guacamole on the side to spice it up. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Hamburger.
You got a hamburger. You
I
just
could eat
hamburger
a
every
plain
day.
hamburger. Wait, look, mustard, and no vegetables or anything is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right.
I could do that.
Pepperoni pizza.
Yeah.
I could see it. You look like a pepperoni
Yeah.
pizza guy.
I mean, I love pizza, dude.
I get that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I could do it. Like even for we're gonna have a whole bunch of money, win a national championship. I don't think I could do it. But yeah, that is the maniacal thing that it feels like it's necessary to get to get to the pinnacle of your place. Which of course you don't want to put other people on. You just want to get to on your own.
Nope.
One more here in the mixtape.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I leave you with this, gentlemen. How much do you think that you would pay, or what is the most that you would pay to get into any particular sporting event?
Oh yeah. My team, my squad, my ride or die, gotta be in there. We actually had this discussion in my house about Super Bowl tickets and also the national championship tickets. I think I would cap it, and this wouldn't probably not get me in, at $1,500 a ticket.
Yeah, you would need to double that to get into the national championship game.
Yeah.
$3,000 is the baseline price to get in to Hard Rock Stadium.
We talked about 1,000, maybe 1,500 if they got there.
Gee.
But I wouldn't get in.
You wouldn't get into the parking lot for $1,500. You have to remember, Miami is playing a de facto home game in this game, as it'll be at Hard Rock Stadium. Obviously, it was neutral, supposed to be a neutral site game, chosen well before the Miami Hurricanes make it to the championship. And yet and still, I want to ask you, what do you think the division of fan base is at Hard Rock Stadium? It's Indiana fans have been saving up for
look
this.
like the Peach Bowl.
You think it's? I don't know if it'll go to the Peach Bowl was like 80% Indiana.
All right, 75. Because keep in mind the Miami tickets, the season ticket holders, they only get, I believe it's like 10 or 15% of the season ticket
As
holders.
do Indiana fans. Like there's just a
everything
limited.
else is resale.
Yes.
Students only get like 200. The numbers are way down. And like you would think they give them the students 5,000 tickets or something. I think it's like 200, maybe 500 or something like that. It's a very small number that each school actually gets to distribute. Everything else is secondary market. I bet you 70, 75%.
Yeah, I think there's probably a ton of Indiana fans because they believe themselves to get here and they saved up for it.
Yeah.
That's often a dictator of how these things go. I think I'd probably go like closer to 60-40 here. I think Indiana's going to be deep in. We've talked about this as Miami home game. I think Indiana's going to be deep in there, but that's going to be fun come Monday. We'll talk more about the X's and O's of that game on the other side of this. But the thing that we're looking most forward to is indeed Texans, Patriots, Sunday. That was the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's draft the weekend and set ourselves up for a divisional weekend, which is one of the best in all of the NFL. We'll do that next.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Ready? 1 down, 3 to go. The next test, the Patriots in Foxborough. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoor Day Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Woo, boy. Football Friday rolling on here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. John Lopez, I'm Reggie Atatula. Appreciate you calling, Neil, for being on the ones and twos, not just today, but yesterday as well. Thank you for your exuberance and getting involved with the program.
It's always a pleasure working with you.
Thank you. We're getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a little bit, broadcasting live from Talia Brewing out in Sugar Land, right over by where the Space Cowboys play. So you want to get out and see them. And if it adds anything to your experience, myself, John Lopez, Sean Pendergast, I believe B. Scott, all planning to make it out there, maybe even more. If it doesn't add to it, you're still going to get the drive. You don't have to say nothing to me if you don't want to, right? I'm not important in that way. But yeah,
hey man, don't sell yourself short like that. Come on now.
Well, the point being, if you want to see me, cool. If you don't matter. Like it's still going to be a good time. Great brews.
Going no
food.
matter. Going no matter.
Yeah.
So we need to put Reggie on a pinnacle. All right.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Because afterwards you'll realize the hindsight is 50-50 and you didn't want to do that.
That's
all right,
right.
let's jump into drafting the weekend. Of what I think we both agree that this is one of, if not the most fun.
It's the
weekends
best weekend
in the
of
NFL.
football. It's the best weekend of football.
Some people will say championship weekend, but I think that only having two games kind of makes it so that if one of them does not feel like it lives up, it feels like you're missing out a little bit, don't it?
I spoke with just texting with some buddies yesterday. One of them annual trip to Las Vegas for the NFL playoffs
this weekend,
because he does it every year for the sports books, and because it's such a good weekend. Another one is heading over to Lake Charles,
nice,
to the Golden Nugget for the exact same reason with some buddies. No, it is the best weekend of football there is, in my opinion.
Yeah,
anyway.
two games a day also feels right. 3 games is like, all right, this is the whole day. 2 games feels like, all right, you still got a little bit of room to work around, get some stuff done. So you've got that, but also there's some NBA and some college basketball that we could pick from. So with that being the case, John Lopez, you want to start off?
I went last week. You go ahead. I'll give you the layup.
Oh, okay. I will take that. Actually, that actually makes it a little tough because there's a couple games, and I know that I'm not going to get back around to the ones that I want quite here. So I got to make sure that I pick the right one. Which one do I want to go with?
There's a layup. Hit the bunny. Hit the bunny.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't be putting Reggie on a pinnacle.
Give me Bills at Broncos.
Yeah.
3:30.
I should have said that because I'd have taken it.
Yeah, 3:30 p.m. on Saturday afternoon at Empower Field Mile High Stadium. This one is because obviously we're not selecting Texans and Patriots.
Right.
We all want that game. We're all be invested in it. That one is the one of the remaining games that is most important for Texans fans because that will determine whether or not, assuming that the Texans get their job done, we'll be looking at NRG Stadium for an AFC Championship game.
Yeah, look, that's how we're looking at it. It could happen, people. It could really happen. And best of all, you will know. By the time the Texans kickoffs have won, and you will be playing for a home playoff game, a home AFC Championship game. So that's what makes it good. But that's how we feel. I think even nationally, this is like, oh, Josh Allen. Can he do it without? We've talked about it. Without all those other boogeymen out there, and will he be able to carry this team versus, obviously Broncos and Sean Payton and all that. No, this is, whether it's from a Texans perspective or a national perspective, I think nationally this is one of 2 games that sort of reign supreme. But here it's obviously the one.
I'm actually a little less interested than Josh Allen himself. I know that we were talking about that earlier with B. Scott when he joined us, and thank him again for his jumping in on the program in the 11 o'clock hour. I'm way more interested in the Bo Nix of this, what he looks like in this circumstance, because he did a lot of pulling things out of his keister late in games, and there was a lot of, kind of ignoring the other portions of his game because of the circumstances around him, which, to be fair, that's how this is built, right? Yeah. It is a team sport, and that matters. But as much as there's going to be, scrutiny on Josh Allen, I think welcome to the big leagues, Bo Nix. I want to see how you handle this particular circumstance, so that's why I have that one.
Which leads me to the next easiest one, and that's going to be Rams at Bears.
Yeah, that was the other one.
So intriguing from a number of perspectives. Caleb Williams just, magically getting the Bears to this point, and really confident. The Bears are such an interesting team. Obviously, Ben Johnson, and then you got Matthew Stafford, just plodding along, being a great quarterback, host. It's just every time he plays, he does something special. It's Rams and Bears are going to be a really interesting one to me.
What's funny, though, is that I think the Bears do still have a chance very much in this one.
Yeah.
Even though I think, the Rams are 4.5-point favorites in this. The Bears being at home, I think that it should not be neglected what that environment is for the Chicago Bears. And that offense is something else.
Yeah.
Plus, the defense can turn the ball over. That could be a factor within this one. So, yeah, that's going to be a very fun one. 5:30 p.m. on NBC Sunday after the Texans game. So that could be a nice little nightcap relief after the Texans get it done. And I'm not even going to say what the other possibility could be with that one, but we'll leave that one where it lies. Do I do the obvious thing? I do not do the obvious thing. I will allow you to do the obvious thing if you so choose. Give me, actually, tonight, Timberwolves Rockets.
Oh, good Lord.
I know. I'm ready to be hurt again, is what I will say in this instance, after what was a very frustrating loss against one of, if not the best teams in the NBA.
You're hate watching.
It's a possibility. If I'm going to be honest, it's a possibility. But I'm also watching because no Anthony Edwards. I want to see how they respond quickly to what was a game that felt like it exposed more so some of the flaws that we knew were with this Rockets team. Is this a game where you can maybe start seeing them put some of these things back together is the thing I'm interested in tonight at home, 7 p.m. At Toyota Center.
And Niners Seahawks then for me. And, I think the environment at Niners Seahawks is going to be outstanding. Obviously with the Seattle fans, but such a great rivalry, division teams, and so many questions with the Niners. Real underdog, the biggest underdog of the weekend.
7-point dogs. Yeah.
So I think that's going to be a fun game to watch.
Yeah, without question. All right. There you go. A little quick look at the weekend. Honestly, I forgot to make sure and see are the Cougs playing this weekend, because I probably should have looked at. See, I love watching the Cougs play.
Oh
right
yeah,
now, and they are. They're playing on Sunday, but they're playing against the Arizona State team that isn't the scariest thing in the world. 5:30.
Y'all are missing one.
What are we missing?
Aggies, Longhorns, college basketball.
Women.
Men play as well.
Men play as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep that. Thank you for reminding me. That's actually a very interesting note. I'm going to write that down so that I can keep that on one of the TVs. I need to see that. All right. Appreciate you guys rocking with us here in the loop. Somebody said Reggie loves Payne. You know what? I would like to dispute that, but you know what? There's more and more evidence mounting to the idea that might be the case. Regardless, though, one thing I like more than Payne in this instance is definitely hanging out with the fellas of The Drive, Clint and Ron. We appreciate D&M Autolease for the opportunity to crosstalk with them all the way live from Tallier Brewing in Sugar Land. Fellas, what's it looking like?
Hey, it's looking good. I would say this is the spot that we have been to the most on a football Friday, and why not come on back here for the divisional round of things, man. It's going to be a good time. We've got all kinds of giveaways, including 2 $100 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Will Anderson autograph helmet. Kalen Bullock makes his way as you can ball him. So it's going to be a good time. We already got a good crowd out here. Clint's already signing autographs. It's going to be fun. By the way,
boy, don't miss nothing, does he?
I don't. But by the way, Reggie, you can go ahead and watch Darren Peterson tonight. There you go. You got a weird Kansas Baylor basketball game tonight. You can check out Darren Peterson if you're looking for something this weekend. So yeah, man.
Kansas Baylor just don't feel like it got that same oomph.
I just like to add to it, man.
I appreciate it. No, look, you know I'm a sicko. I got a TV for it.
You excited about A&M and the Longhorns.
I am.
Who's not?
I am.
My man Lopez said, women.
Men and women.
Well,
men and women is what I meant. Yeah.
The women's team is, especially like the women's Texas team. I've actually watched them. Yeah. Y'all know I'm a sicko. Don't laugh at me. Y'all know I'm a sicko.
Oh my goodness.
So it's popping out there, huh?
Hey, already, and we expect a really good crowd as we get ready for the biggest game of the season, obviously.
Hey, speaking of sickos, Kurt Signetti, he is one of those driven to success by all means type sickos. Did y'all see that he eats the same bowl from Chipotle every day and has for over 500 days? Could y'all live like that, just one meal, same way every day for like a couple years?
I could, yes.
Really?
What would it be?
I mean, I could do it with Chipotle, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, once a day, one meal a day, Chipotle. Yeah, absolutely. That's
the same order.
Yeah, I mean, I could. Yeah, I mean, I'm a mix it up kind of guy. I mean, I could eat. Well, yeah, that is kind of my go-to. So yeah, I could do that every day. I mean, I could.
Yeah, not the same thing.
I could greatly appreciate the time saved, not having to think through and where you're going to go, what you're going to get, and just sit right there and know this is it every day, baby. I'm not wasting any time thinking about anything else.
That's a good point. I haven't got myself to being like just food is fuel dude, you know, because I feel like you have to be food is fuel dude in order to do that.
Never been that in my life.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm laughing.
I wasn't gonna. I wasn't laughing at you. That's the man Lopez over here.
No, I'm laughing because I can relate.
I can relate.
Yeah, I'm laughing. Exactly. I am laughing with you like food is fuel. Get the hell out of here.
Hey, salute to the food is fuel guys. I think Nick Caserio probably has eaten
without question.
I'm not even going to salute him.
I wonder if Nick Caserio has enjoyed any like food that he's ever eaten.
Baby. Hey, I just found some ribeyes on sale yesterday, man. Maybe get some chicken
That's
wings.
Good fuel.
But I can't just bang them out every day.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I want a little something different. I want some variety. There's too much good stuff to just sit there and eat. And I would like to know his order too.
I had it for you.
We have it.
So it was rice, beans, chicken, and then guacamole on the side. That's it.
Yeah.
Nah, he's lame, man. I mean, he's a good coach. He's just lame.
Mm-hmm.
I'd threaten to leave him if I was his wife.
I thought you were going to say if like you were his quarterback or something on the team.
Man.
You're just like, wife, we're getting out of here.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say his old lady either don't care, and she has no respect for the discipline and the organization. I mean, when you're wired that way, which I think you have to be. I mean, you have to be successful at that level to a certain degree.
I think he judges her silently, and I think, or at least she feels he does.
Yeah.
When she's getting other stuff and he's sitting there shaking his head, where's your discipline? Kurt seems like he has a where's your discipline?
He does that eyebrow thing.
Fair,
he does
fair.
that eyebrow thing that he does on the sideline.
Look at me. You don't want to be great, Diane.
He'd probably turn his nose up at our cheesecake conversation yesterday. Huh? 2 or 3 inches.
Yeah.
Listen to these two undisciplined punks.
I'm done if you don't take your ass to Chick-fil-A one time. I'm done. Sit up here and get this Chipotle. At least go to Freebirds.
Oh, boy.
Very good. Oh, man, sounds like y'all are in great spirits. It's a football Friday. Why would you not be? And I'm looking forward to being in great spirits. I think Lopez, B. Scott, and Sean Pendergast, and you should also be looking forward to being in great spirits by getting out to Talia Brew and seeing these fine fellas as they go about getting you ready for a football game on a football Friday. Fellas, have a great one. I'll see you in a little bit. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, baby. The Drive is live, and, baby, it's beautiful out here. The weather is lovely right now, and we are outside on the stage at Talyar's Brewing Company. A great spot to go to. They brought their own beer. You got so many different type of beers. You go as soon as you walk in, pass it across the wall, and you gotta figure out what you want to choose to get great food here. A great spot for a playoff edition of a Football Friday, Clint. It's going to be a good time. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, as I said, with the fellas. Plenty of prizes to give away. If you're in the building or you're on your way, why don't you grab a raffle ticket? Our promo staff will help you out. You can come up to the front here. You can grab a ticket. Got a chance to win $100 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors, autographed football by Kalen Bullock, the safety, and an autographed helmet, game-size helmet from your All-Pro, about to get paid defensive end Will Anderson Jr. Grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box, give yourself a chance to win. But Clint, baby, this is going to be a beautiful, beautiful day.
Yeah. Well, I'm not ready to get into the game yet. I just want to encourage folks to come on out. This is one of them days, this time of year. What are we, mid-January yet? What are we, 16?
Yeah, 16th. Yeah, that's mid.
January 16th. I mean, I don't know how many more days like this you're going to get out of the next 2 months. And this place is absolutely beautiful. We're sandwiched in between 2 red brick buildings here with a very expensive metal roof, brown roof. I mean, bars on both sides. turf area right here in the middle with the picnic tables. Got a few open still.
Big screens all over the place.
Big screens all over the place. The food's tremendous. I mean, this is one of them days where, boy, the weather's got to make you get out of the house. I mean, not that we can do it all the time, but the weather. Come on out to Talyards Brewing Company, man. This is nice right here. This is one of them days you got to stop and be thankful for, man.
Yep. Come on out, hang out with us again. Man, it's gonna be a good time as we're here till 6 o'clock, and it'll. Oh, I see them. There go the commissioner and Marion, and they're walking in now, dressed up. They got in here, so make your way on out here as well. A lot to get to as we will get you ready. Get you ready on this Football Friday for your Houston Texans with their chance to get to an AFC championship game for the first time in team history as they'll go to New England to face the Patriots.
Yeah, big-time opportunity, obviously, man. The organization having never been to an AFC championship, and not only do you have a great shot with New England standing in the way, a very winnable game, but you also have looming out there in the distance, potentially the Buffalo Bills winning their divisional round game, which means the AFC championship could be right here at NRG Stadium. And so why not hope for it all, man? That would be big. We need Buffalo to beat Denver, and obviously our Texans to win, versus New England. That would not be a crazy bet. That would not be a crazy bet to make. And so man, it's a good time to be a Texans fan.
And also here we're at Talyards here in Sugar Land, so make your way out. It's right next to where the Space Cowboys play. Also, remember all weekend this place, and I come here on Saturdays often with the family. And because you got all kinds of stuff your kids can play, playgrounds, all kinds of areas over the weekend. Saturday and Sunday, you can come out here, come in your gear, your team gear, your face paint, whatever you wear, like the commissioner. He's got his outfit on.
Yes,
come on out here
indeed.
and wear whatever you wear, and you can run into beer specials and all kinds of things.
Any cheesecake?
Cheesecake specials? I'll have to check with Chuck on that. Not sure. Cheesecake specials, there should be. I wouldn't mind it. Of course I wouldn't, but come on out all weekend, all right? You can get out here Sunday. You can get out here tomorrow, but Sunday as well around 1:30 they'll get going and come and they want you to look the part, baby, and take advantage of those beer specials, those drink specials they have here at Talyards and Sugar Land. All right, Clint, before we kind of jump into some things, just some stuff that's come out. The big story right here from an injury standpoint. Here are reports, and we'll get the official one coming up here in a little bit later. But according to Aaron Wilson, Texans Pro Bowl wide receiver Nico Collins not practicing, still in the NFL concussion protocol, and not back for Sunday's playoff game versus the Patriots, which has been an expectation since the head injury on Monday. So it's not practicing again, and it looks like, Clint, that we will see once we get the official injury report. Not a major surprise that the Texans will be without their top weapon, Nico Collins.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that. I don't know how I hear that from Aaron, to be honest today. I don't know that that's official yet. I mean, I think it's probably heavily expected, but that's going to be a big blow to the Texans. I mean, this kind of opportunity, a very winnable game, and not having your best offensive weapon obviously is not good. So.
But the other part of it, at the end of his statement there, which has been the expectation since the injury occurred on Monday. So they've probably been preparing for it that way anyway.
Unfortunately, I saw a video a little earlier that the name is escaping me, but there's a doctor, former, I believe he was a Chargers back in the day when they were in San Diego. I think he was a team doctor for them. But he's a doc that on social media, he analyzes injuries before they announce what happens, and he's obviously got a background, and he's pretty accurate with it. I mean, I listened to him on Ross Tucker's podcast a little earlier talking about first concussion, usually a week to 2 weeks, second concussion at least a month. And so I hate to break that news to Texans Nation, but, boy, if he is accurate on this one, that means it's going to extend, could potentially – and probably will extend beyond just this week, because this is Nico Collins' second concussion.
Got one in week 7, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't want to – I hate putting that out there in the atmosphere, but the reality is this may be a little longer than one game Nico Collins. So buckle up and let's hope and pray that the rest of this wide receiver and pass catcher group can produce in a way that we can win a game.
Better news, right tackle Trent Brown returns to practice after missing Wednesday and Thursday. There was never any real concern of his status if he would play. It looks like he is trending to be ready to go in practice today, and the same for Danico Autry as he has been kind of managed throughout the week with the knee. So those two are good.
The Trent Brown piece, I think, is a lot bigger than maybe we're being led to believe. I mean, this Trent Brown at that right tackle position, specifically right next to Ed Ingram, and I don't know what the percentages are. I'm sure they're out there in this advanced stat era that we live in. But it sure felt to me like watching the game film, watching the All-22, that when they need to run the football, boy, it is heavily to that right side and behind Ed Ingram and behind, obviously, Trent Brown. And so, again, man, that mountain of a man, 6'8", 380, when he can lean on a defensive tackle or lean on a defensive end, and then you get Ed Ingram involved, I mean, those guys can really displace a defensive front. And so Trent Brown being in this game, being healthy, at least looking like he's healthy and practicing, is a big deal. I had somebody yesterday, Ron, ask me when we were up at Buffalo Wild Wings up on the north side, they said, who would you rather, Trent Brown or Nico Collins, if you had to pick one? And my initial response was like, are you serious? Nico Collins. The more I thought about it, no Trent Brown means you got to shuffle your offensive line. No Trent Brown, you lose some of that physical presence, damn sure at that position, and that right side where you've made hay running the football. So it's not that I'm going to give you an answer right now, better question than I gave it credit for initially.
Yeah, I'm in the boat that you were initially.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm Nico all day.
Well, yeah, you think about that, and all of a sudden you got Jarrett Patterson in there with Milton Williams, and all of a sudden you got a lesser physical tackle out there. And you got to take into account the way Nico is used in this offense. I mean, that's to me it was a better question than I first gave it credit to be.
Yeah, to me, that means you're putting Titus out there at right tackle, which I think he's probably your best all-around tackle anyway, playing guard. So yeah, I'd rather have the threat. I'd rather have without thinking. But no, but the Trent Brown being back though, that's the Milton Williams situation on the inside. Potentially, you like those matchups with that interior three. But yeah, man, it's good to have them back. Him, Danico Autry, they should be good to go in this game. All right, as we continue through, Clint, you look at many times, especially when we saw C.J. Stroud to start his career, Clint, when we would get in these franchise-defining games or these take the next step, because this is where they are right now, you would think that C.J. Stroud would be front and center and somebody that you'd look at and say, all right, we ride the backs of C.J. Stroud. And I'm wondering from you and the people today, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. Is this a game that you think, on the road against the 14-win 2 seed, that has maybe the other side? Is this a game where you believe CJ needs to go out and win the game, or is this a game where you feel like CJ is going to just need to go out and not lose the game?
Yeah, I don't think there's an opponent left in the AFC where CJ's got to go out and win it. I think CJ's just got to keep the negative plays at a minimum. I mean, look, if he throws a pick, I'm cool. I mean, if he's running the ball and he fumbles, that's part of football. I'm not overly concerned about that. But all C.J. Stroud has to do is appear to be in command of every snap and every situation, whether he's throwing the ball away or he has an answer for pressure or he's taking a sack or he's running. Doesn't matter. Just stay in command of the offense and ultimately no negative plays. No huge momentum swinging plays. If you're in the red zone and you got points, hey, man, protect the football. No penalties, no flags, no turnovers, and let's kick the field goal. If you're backed up and you're coming out or you're your back's against the wall, let's be careful there and not have any negative plays. All he's got to do is go out there and be efficient, minimize the risk, and I think the Texans can win this game.
Yeah, see, it's interesting because I think on the other side, I think Drake May has to make I think Drake May has to be like one of the leading forces of why they win this game. Like I think Drake May has to play well for the Patriots to win this game, and I think that's kind of how they have been throughout the year with him, and they operate that way with him. They gear their offense and their team towards him playing well. I'm close. I think CJ just has to come in here and just not make mistakes. I think this is going to be a game where CJ is going to have to make some plays, right? Like I don't think this is just a – last week I think he just needed to go up against Pittsburgh and just not do anything to hurt them because Pittsburgh just wasn't going to be able to sustain much. I think this game – obviously, I don't think he has as much pressure as any other quarterbacks to have to really be the driving force of their team because the driving force of their team is their defense. But I do think CJ is going to have a handful of moments and plays that he is going to have to make. There are going to be some third downs that he's going to have to make or some plays that he's going to have. The hope is they don't get down, which would enhance that. But I think he's not going to have to carry this team like he's had in the past. But I do think there's going to be 4 or 5 plays that we're talking about on Monday. All right, CJ had to make these plays to help his team win.
I mean, I think it's fair. I think any quarterback left in the playoffs today is going to have to make plays at some point in time. But it's just, to me, this is less about the great plays you make and more about the negative plays you minimize or take completely out of the game.
Yeah, text line coming in. CJ just needs to manage the game. That's it. Just don't turn it over, and we'll win. Don't try to make any big plays. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, as you say all the time, then you have to kind of change up. Yeah. But yeah, I do. I think his responsibility is different than the quarterback on the other side. But I do think we got to look up and see him make some plays. All right, coming up, speaking about the guy on the other side, Drake May. He is potentially the league MVP with the season he's had. He'll at least be 1 or 2 there coming up. What's your level of concern facing Drake May? We know how great this defense is and what they have done to the best quarterbacks in the league. What's your concern in this particular game for Drake May? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, what's your concern in this level of game? We'll talk about that next. But what's your concern in a power outage hitting this area? Well, if you've lived around here for any amount of time, you know it.
2022. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, baby. Yeah, you can clap it up. There you go. A good time to be had here. It is just 2 o'clock. We are just getting started. We'll be here until 6 o'clock, and we're getting you set, getting you ready for the biggest game. Been in this round, 6 times? Been in this round. This is the biggest game in Texans history for their chance to get to an AFC championship game for the first time. We will get that going for you. Many people, many 6'10" personalities expected to come on out here. I know Reggie said he was making his way on out here. So come on out, have a good time. Plenty of prizes to win once again. If you've just arrived and you have not put your ticket in our raffle box, you might want to go do that. Give yourself a chance to win. We've got multiple prizes out here for you to win today. Text line coming through. I would love for it if C.J. Stroud could go out and win the game, but I don't think that's what's needed. Followed up by another text saying, C.J. just not that guy to go out and win games anymore. Just manage it.
Wow.
I don't know, man. I don't know that. I just hope that I don't know that we've reached that point that we've already said he is not that guy. I hope that's not what the thinking is. I hope the thinking is more of just play towards the strength in your team. And now he has struggled. He has not played to the level that he played when we saw him his first year, and he struggled in the last game. But I don't think it's because he's not capable. That's what I seem to get from that. I think your thought is, Clint, this is just what the game calls for with how the team is set up and structured.
Well, I mean, this is just such a mental game and a mental play here. It's not all around the park like we've seen CJ do at an extremely high level. It's about the offense itself is such a mentally driven offense by the quarterback, and then you look at, again, being on the road in the elements and having to communicate. These are all factors that CJ's it's got to be beyond just the physical ability to pass the football and the physical ability to escape pressure. There's a lot of thinking going on, and there's a lot of noise and distraction when you're on the road. The moment is huge. It's just a big ask, and so to think that there's going to be a major shift beyond just cleaning the game up, I think is probably a tad bit unfair. The reality of it is right now it's just a matter of managing the game. And by the way, I know a lot of people in the text line talk about managing the game as a disrespect. It's not to me. I mean, the better game manager C.J. Stroud can be, the better and the happier all of us Texans fans are going to be, period. For his whole career that he's in Houston and this offense is here, right? The better game manager he can be, the better off we're all going to be, and the happier the more games we're going to win. So I don't view that as a negative, by the way, just clearing that up. So it's just such a cerebral game at this point for C.J. Stroud when it comes to improving and developing and getting better. It's not about the physical abilities. It's about handling the pressures. It's about handling the offense, owning the offense, and we'll see. Last week, dealing like always more through adversity than you do anything. That's just life, but it's really true in sports, and it's absolutely true at the quarterback position in football. And so last week was a major struggle. All week long, you watch, or let's say a couple of days after the game, you watch that film and you understand, hey, man, I can't try to do too much, or I can't, try to make a jump pass after I'm scrambling, after I drop. Like, eliminate that, and that could be a very powerful moment for him in his career. Hopefully it is, and we don't see that again this week.
Yeah. All right. The
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, what's the breaking news? What you got, Tyler?
Well, as you mentioned in the first segment, Ron, this is something we kind of knew was coming, but it is now official. Texans wide receiver Nico Collins, with that concussion, he is officially ruled out for Sunday in New England.
All right, it is official. Nico Collins, not a surprise, had not practiced all week long, including today. Hadn't even really been seen at practice he is out for this game with that concussion. And so obviously now it's official, something we all kind of thought, a big blow as we talked about there in that first segment. Officially there, Nico Collins out of this game. Someone who won't be out of this game is Drake May, and he may be the MVP of the league. His coach understands the challenge he has in front of him with this great defense. Here is Mike Vrabel on what his young quarterback's going to be looking at.
Yeah, I think that's, again, having never done it and been, it would be hard for me to say other than, try to make a great decision, use great ball security and making sure that that's all part of everything that we've been working on, and, having two hands on the football and pocket, and, just having a feel in the timing of when you have to get the ball out on rhythm, and hopefully, if not, being able to extend, and when you extend, making sure that you're good with the football going up into the pocket.
All right, that's Mike Vrabel talking about what he thinks his quarterback is facing and what he's got to do. And as we said, man, his numbers, 4,400 yards, 31 touchdowns against 8 interceptions. He rushed for 450 and scored another 4 rushing touchdowns. He's had a great season under Josh McDaniels, his first year, who has brought him in. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Honestly, what's your level of concern from Drake May? And it can go any range. Obviously with this defense and what they've done, we've seen them face the Patrick Mahomeses, the Josh Allens, a lot of the great quarterbacks this year. What's your concern level with Drake May in this game?
About a 4.
Yeah.
It's fairly low. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like he just said right there, like you gotta play in rhythm in the offense. And that's what this defense has been so good at this year, is not allowing quarterbacks to play in rhythm. And that is, I don't think a young second-year quarterback is third-year quarterback, whatever he is. I don't think that's going to come easier to him than it is, say, an Aaron Rodgers or even a Josh Allen. I think it's a major problem. And so, that part of the game, I believe, is advantage Texans in a huge way. Now, there's no doubt about it. The arm, his ability to stretch the field, take those shots, hit the Texans with the explosives, coupled with his ability to buy time, extend plays with his legs, I do believe is a threat. I do believe, that takes the concern level from a 1 or 2 to about 4 or 5 up there in the middle range. So, look, he went out there last week against a really good Chargers defense, threw for 270 and ran for damn near 70 yards. And so you're talking about a guy that – and it never was in rhythm, right? You watch that game last week. I mean, they were getting after him pretty good. And he still put up 330, 340 yards, whatever that totals up to be, and still made plays. And so that part of Drake May scares me, makes me nervous. But the concern overall for the total package of a guy that's viewed as an MVP this year – I'm at a 4.
Yeah, I think he combined with Josh McDaniels kind of have the recipe of what you want to do. Like, I think another hidden thing for him, and I think this is an adjustment from year one, he's completing 72% of his passes, which would lead you to believe, Clint, that they're doing a lot of on-time stuff. They're doing a lot of, in-rhythm stuff. And so they have that part, and I feel like Josh McDaniels is a type that's going to really force that and really push that, and they've been doing it all year. So I agree with that type of success, but he also has the element of using his legs, getting outside, and making plays off script. Now, we understand if you have to live at that, like Josh Allen had to, like Mahomes had to in the game, the Texans will get you. But if you are, for the most part, able to stay in rhythm, but then go out and selectively have to try to make plays, and it's not becoming the offense, that bodes well. Like Aaron got outside of the pocket a couple times last week, but didn't really have, the ability to make the plays off of it. Drake May has more of the ability to make the plays off of it. So I think his skill set, along with Josh McDaniels, fits it. I don't know how successful they're going to be in it, but I do think he at least has the tools. I'd say probably like a 5 of of concern of being able to use his legs to get throws off, and he makes crazy throws with guys on him.
Yeah, he's got some freakish arm talent in terms of just throwing the football. You know, I still think he's developing to becoming a better passer of the football. When it comes to just raw ability to throw a football, he's up there with him. He's Justin Herbert. He's Josh Allen. It's a different animal now. So. There's no doubt he can get loose. But, you know, a part of this game that I don't know how to factor it in, to be completely honest with you. We heard D'Amico Ryans talk about it, is I expect to see some zone read, which you don't typically see in the NFL. I think there was a time at Lamar Jackson. I think there's a time when you see somebody out of Josh Allen. But for the most part, you don't see a ton of it in the NFL. I think see a lot of it in college. I think this is a game where, boy, offensively – if Josh McDaniels is really concerned, I could see him being a guy that really leans on that early to see if you can make some hay with it. I mean, because they got two good running backs. They're obviously the quarterback can move it, and if you put those, you know, our defensive ends are such pin my ears back and go get it. If you put those guys in conflict, in other words, if you run a zone read, put the ball in the belly of the running back, and then I'm reading Will Anderson. Will Anderson is so quick to commit. We've talked about this defense before. Those guys are so quick to commit and to hunt that if you can catch them slipping a couple of times, a guy like Drake May can go get you a first down, maybe even an explosive play. And so I would expect early to see some zone read out of them, which we haven't seen from many, if any, quarterbacks to this point. In fact, D'Amico Ryans spoke about it earlier in the week, about you'll see some of that. I think he was referring to the red zone, but it wouldn't shock me if they didn't bring some of that out early on.
Yeah. All right, as we continue this matchup, it's a Football Friday, a playoff edition of Football Friday. We are live here in Sugar Land at Talyard's Brewing Company. Make your way on out here. Plenty of great food, great drinks, absolute great drinks, and prizes that you can win. So come on out and hang out with us as we get you ready for this huge game on Sunday. I know it's a Football Friday, but there was some big news. And for our listeners, when Tyler Milner gets himself good and emotional, I feel like it's probably a good conversation because our listeners are probably good and emotional because he seems to speak for them. We'll discuss what multiple cursing text message that we received from Tyler Milner late last night, one of the big stories in sports. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Tuck time is coming.
Ready? 1 down, 3 to go. The next test, the Patriots in Foxborough on
441-417-9281, 441-417-9. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Tucker and Alvarez. That does not feel good. Kyle Tucker goes down at home plate as he fouls that one off his front foot or front shin. I don't think he can go. No, he just shook his head.
Yeah, he tried to give it a little trot.
No, it doesn't feel right. Yeah, that's enough.
He was using the bat to walk back to the dugout. That's not good at all.
Why you pick that one? Now you could have.
That's all I think about with this turd, bro.
Now we can
Weak
look at
ass
it.
shins.
There are so many great moments that Kyle Tucker had. Caught the last ball in the World Series in 2022.
Nobody
so many
cares.
great moments, and that's the one you got to roll
in foul
through.
territory. It's lame.
Would you rather not catch it?
No, I just care about the Altuve. That very first ring, baby. Ground ball to Altuve, put it away. No one cares about the last out in 2022. Screw this guy.
I don't think that's true. I think a lot of people care about it. I had a great time in Little Woodrow.
713-572-4610. Do you give an F about Kyle Tucker getting the last out in the 2022 World Series?
No, listen. All right, so we're sitting here, and I saw it. And I was in the midst of posting it, and Tyler hits our chat, and he is hot. He is smoking hot at this turd. I'm curious because I think I got a feeling, and Tyler will express it where Tyler stands on this. Admitting, but I think a lot of people have a reaction to this, and especially here in Houston. I am really legit curious where people are bothered by on the Kyle Tucker thing. If you missed it, Kyle Tucker just signed. We thought he was going to sign a $50 million a year deal with the Mets. That was offered. It was short term. No, it was short term, but of course it's the Dodgers who already have Shohei, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, Max Muncy, or Will Smith, the catcher. They just brought in maybe one of the best closers in the game, and Edwin Diaz, Yamamoto, who was the star of the playoffs, and a pitcher they brought in for big money. Snell, Glasnow. They got so many dudes over there that now they got high price guys. They can't even find a spot for them that they'll probably trade. And they add Kyle Tucker, and he's getting $60 million a year for 4 years. So at 32, he's going to be a free agent again. $60 million a year for a 4-year deal to go to the Dodgers. I'm curious, are people more bothered that Kyle Tucker went to the Dodgers of all teams, or that the Dodgers now just add Kyle Tucker to the already group of dudes that they have where this thing feels like it's unfair?
I don't give two rips. I'll be completely honest with you. Kyle Tucker's never been – he's a great player, and we appreciate your service, but Kyle Tucker's never been he's just never been a player for the Astros for me that moves the needle. Like, I don't care where he goes. I don't care what he does. I have zero interest in tracking Kyle Tucker or even Kyle Tucker even being on my radar, to be completely honest with you. Bregman, a little different. When Carlos Correa was gone, a little different. Even
Bregman would never
what?
Do
Bregman.
what Kyle Tucker just did.
Yeah.
Time out. Tyler, you're full of it.
Nope.
Every last person here would go somewhere that offers $60 million a year. I'm telling you right now, Alex Bregman would go to the Los Angeles Dodgers.
If you're good enough, you get multiple offers.
What? Kyle Tucker or Alex Bregman, Jose Altuve would go to the Los Angeles Dodgers if they offered him $60 million. $60 million?
I'd believe it if I saw it, but I ain't going to see it.
Well, no, you're not going to see it. 60?
No, they'll get the 60 somewhere else. You think other ball clubs can't pay him?
And there we got your fighting Tyler texting in. Okay, he's a trader. I think your ass would have gone for 60. $60 million?
Nah, I'll find a different home for 60. One with a ballpark that isn't full of idiots.
What if nobody else was offering that 60? What'd you say, Tyler? You take a pay cut to go somewhere else?
I mean, it depends on how significant, but what I'm saying is in baseball, you can find that money somewhere else. Let's go somewhere else.
I guess.
He actually had more somewhere else, didn't he?
No, not per year. This was a short term. Like I said, this works out. It's a 4-year deal. He's going to be a free agent at 32 again after making 60 per.
I thought I saw a report where he took less. He could have went somewhere else for more. Either way it goes, like I said, it doesn't. It doesn't move the needle much for me, man. I mean, go on over there. Go on over. I mean, hey, form another super team, man. I'm not a big super team guy. I'm not a big bounce around and form a super team and then go out and try to win a championship. Not a big fan of that in pro sports, and so I'm not here either.
See, Tyler, you seem to be bothered by this, and I didn't think Kyle Tucker meant a lot to you either, but you seem to be really like Kyle Tucker's dead to you, right? Like he is like you're not remembering the good times here. You're done with Kyle Tucker, and it is because he went to the Dodgers. Like, that's the part that's pissing you off.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kyle Tucker, in my own mind, my fandom, I mean, since departing the Astros, he, like you said, he was never like a favorite Astro or anything. Dude's kind of weird, to be honest. But, no, yeah, I mean, it was already just kind of like whatever between him disappearing every October and all of it. But now you do this? Yeah, I got nothing.
Listen, I fully understand why Astros fans like I think I would say most people maybe are more towards Tyler's end than your end. That like you, of all the teams you could go to, you would go to the Dodgers. For me, it is just what are we talking about? Like what are we doing here with baseball? How in the hell can they we thought the Yankees were bad back in the day. How in the hell are they have the ability to just sign everybody? I mean, that's just like that.
Shohei's betting money.
That I mean, it's I guess maybe the Dodgers have.
Shohei's donating to the roster.
They've been fading to T Mill's best bets, but I'm not sure. Like it is.
Whoa!
But I'm just saying that's the part that is just it makes you want to throw your hands up in the air. Even other teams, you're just like, what the hell? Like that lineup they're going to put together. Kyle Tucker may bat 6th or 7th. That lineup is utterly ridiculous that they have the ability to just go and spend that type of money. Like I am not a
maybe they can get Mike Fiers.
Maybe. I'm not a believer. They'd probably get him cheap, but just pay him a little bit more just
Give
for
him
fun.
Some cheese for the
I'm not a believer in the salary cap thing, but this is starting to get just a little bit out of hand here. That one team is able to do this, and I think they could probably add more, which is crazy. I don't know if this is just a situation where other teams. So I mean, their payroll is it's going to be like $2 billion over the next couple of years of what they have to pay. That is just insane for the playing field is just not anywhere close. I mean, anywhere close to fairness, and this is just as lopsided as it's ever been. I mean, if I'm in Pittsburgh, man, let's just let the Steelers play. Let's just play in a different division. I mean, they need to split the Dodgers up and like the SEC and the Big Ten breaks away. It is insane to me. Someone texted in, Ron, not everyone is a greedy ass bee. Some people understand loyalty. You're foolish. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This $60 million, you're foolish. Yeah,
I'm telling you,
yeah.
certain
You talk
Astros
about loyalty. You think Kyle Tucker thought there was loyalty when they went in that arbitration meeting and they were saying all that about Kyle Tucker? You think he felt that loyalty then? Get out of here. $60 million.
What happens when you don't produce in October?
There ain't a person in this whole place right now, if you were offered $60 million, that you would say no because that was my former team's rival. Get out of here.
If you're worth it, you get it somewhere else.
And Tyler's lying. I'm telling you right now.
I'm
not. You're lying.
Especially the GOAT, Altuve. Hell no. No chance in hell he would ever sign with the Dodgers or the Yankees, especially the Yankees, actually.
Okay. All right. Well, now he won't. But if he was in his prime.
He never will.
And there was an offer of $60 million. I think you're crazy.
That's a big if, though. I mean, when he was in his prime, he got re-upped with the Stros.
Happened, we see it, right? But I think it's like that part. Fans will be upset. Right? I mean, I think you got to understand. You see the contract, man. You're like, well, damn, man. Hell, I can't really mess with that. That's something you can't turn down. All right, coming up, let's get into the matchups here as the Texans will take on the Patriots coming up. What matchups that you need to be watching for coming up? We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, it's the new year, y'all. Are you still dealing with those same old hair?
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
And I'm going to tell you, Dodger fans are the worst.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition 2610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, here we go, baby. Big day. Beautiful weather out here at Talyard. Here in Sugarland, as you just heard the big voice guy. And look, I see Sean Pendergast has made his way. I see Reggie with the shades has made his way. It's plenty of
I'm always
open room.
good raw dog in the drive.
That's right. He is always good raw dog in the drive. But it's plenty of space available for you. Make your way on out here. Come on out, enjoy yourself. Again, if you're just rolling in or on the way, grab a ticket. You can enter our raffle where you got a chance to win. We've got two different $100 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors that someone can win. We've got an autographed game size helmet from Will Anderson. That'd be a hell of a prize if that was a helmet that Will had worn and took off inside. No, but and we have a game football that is signed by safety Kalen Bullock. All you got to do is get your ticket in our ticket box. We'll start doing that in the 3 o'clock hour. But a lot to have fun with today, as the weather is beautiful. The place we're at, Talyard, is a great spot here in Sugarland, and this is an all-important Sunday coming up for the Houston Texans. And Clint, I think one thing we can dig, a lot of people will be looking at is what are these matchups that they should be paying attention to? What matchups in this game, and we do this most weeks before the game starts, which matchups are going to be maybe the ones that potentially determine this game? Let's start for the Texans when they have the ball, Clint. What matchup for you is one that you're really keen on that could make a big influence in this game?
I think it's easy, man. It's the defensive minds for the New England Patriots versus our quarterback, C.J. Stroud. Terrell Williams, the defensive coordinator. Mike Vrabel, defensive-minded head coach. What they do schematically up front, if they decide to give us a lot of the looks that C.J. Stroud and really the offense overall has been inconsistent with, the pressure looks, whether they come or not is irrelevant. But the pressure looks and belling and bringing in all that kind of stuff, I think it's the games that they play and how C.J. handles them is going to dictate whether this is a tight game or is this a game where the Texans can separate. I think if C.J. handles those situations well, we run the football even remotely close to how well we ran it last week, and our defense plays just up to par, what they typically play, up to expectations, I think the Texans could win this game convincingly. But it's all about whether the game is tight in the fourth quarter and a one-score game and it can go either way. I think that is going to be dependent on that matchup. C.J. Stroud and their defensive mind, how they try to get him off his game and get him with them happy feet and holding the football and panicking and being overwhelmed. How do they deploy their defense to try to do that, and more importantly, how does he handle it?
Yeah, and I think Nick Caley is involved in that too, working with him and trying to figure things out. Because there's going to be probably need for adjustments, right?
Right. Here's the thing: is if you look the last two games, the Indianapolis Colts. I know they didn't play the whole game, but if you look at the last two games, you can look at those situations when you got those pressure looks when they crowded the line of scrimmage. And if you're the quarterback, you got to feel pretty good about your guys being able to decipher who's coming, who's not. You got to feel pretty good about trusting the system and going, okay, I don't have anybody for this nickel defender coming off the edge, but I got everybody picked up, so I'm going to peek him, I'm going to see him post-snap to make sure he's not coming. Like, you should feel really comfortable with what's been put on film. Previously, I can't say that.
Yeah.
But most recently, the quarterback of this football team should feel comfortable in trusting the system. And – we'll see if he can do that. I think that's going to determine whether this is a tight ball game or whether they can stretch this thing out a little bit. I think they can win without it, but I think that matchup is going to be a powerful one in this game.
Yeah, that's when I'm looking at it. You kind of brought it up for me when the Texans have the ball. You kind of brought it up in that conversation. To me, it's the offensive line and the tight ends, like the guys that are up front in this run game against the front seven of the Patriots. Now, I think the Steelers have a lot more names that you know in that front seven. We know T.J. Watt's name. We know Cam Hayward's name. We know Patrick Queen's name more, Highsmith. But this is a better group up front this year, and they've got some dudes up there where they can give teams a lot of trouble in the run game because, Clint, when you look at it now that it is official, as Tyler came in breaking news in the first hour that Nico Collins is out, I'm not saying it's 164 yards like they did last week, but Clint, they have got to run the ball with some level of success in this game. They have to run the football because being in third and longs is going to be problematic, especially without Nico. And they've got a pretty good set of corners where they can feel really comfortable with their matchups. And if it's 3rd and 5s and 3rd and 4s and, manageable third downs, that's so much better. And we saw the running game just change the entire game offensively for the Texans against the Steelers. And I think without Nico, with some of the limitations, I think running the football is massive for the Texans to have some level of success.
It's never been bigger. I mean, when you talk about second round of the playoffs, you've never won here. You have no Nico, so you don't have the ability to remove that safety from the box just by aligning and just by personnel, right? You've got a quarterback that has struggled on the road in these colder environments and these more chaotic environments. You got a first-time play caller. Like if you can run the football, you take all that. You don't take it completely out of the equation, but you significantly reduce how all of those different factors can negatively impact your performance if you can run the football, right? I mean that will be so big this week if they're able to do it. Now they handled that front last week against Pittsburgh significantly better than I expected, particularly Hayward and their interior guys. They handled them significantly better than I expected, and so the confidence has never been higher.
They whooped their ass.
No question.
Yeah, I mean that was
no question. I mean that game that could have been even worse. I mean if you look at kind of the way the Texans play football, if they would have been a little bit more aggressive and
yeah, if you take out the flea flicker and just say, "Hey, let's just keep running it." If you take out
if you take out the flea flicker and the turnovers,
the turnover,
you could have ran for 200 yards.
I'm just saying, instead of those plays, let's just keep running it.
Yeah, you did anyway, didn't you? But yeah, I think I'm with you, Ron. I mean, I think that is you want to flip this game upside down, man. Let the Texans run the ball like in a dominant fashion, like they did last week, and. Boy, you really, with that defense and running the ball, you really squeeze New England in a major way.
Yeah, New England's a top 6 rushing defense in the league, and during the regular season, the Texans were 22nd in rushing. I think they rushed for about 109 yards a game, and the Patriots gave up 101. But I think it is, as you said, it's never been bigger. I think it is enormous in this particular game with Nico Collins being out. They've got to find other elements. And the other part is Woody Marks. Does Woody Marks now become their number one, their best threat? That would you say that's their best offensive threat now, Woody Marks, that Nico is out?
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say the most explosive. If you're not going to play Jalen Noel, then I would say that's your most explosive. I mean, look, Higgins is a big, long body that can get over the top that poses some mismatches physically. Christian Kirk obviously played last week with the level of twitch and explosion that you hoped he played with in the beginning of the year. So I think all of those guys play into it. But when you start talking about matchups and linebackers on Woody Marks and the fact that he's going to touch the ball in the run game and potentially in the pass game, I think he had 4 or 5 catches in that San Francisco game last time Nico Collins was out. So I would imagine that's part of the plan with no Nico. So, yeah, I mean, I would probably go with Christian Kirk, leaning heavily into what we saw last week. Because there's no doubt, clearly he had the matchup won there, but Christian Kirk was moving at a different level both speed and twitch and change of direction and all the explosion. Like, that was a different dude than what we saw earlier in the year, obviously with the bad hamstring and all that. So, yeah, I would probably go with Christian Kirk, but Woody's
I just brought up the Woody thing of just saying even more important of running the football because he may actually be your top weapon.
Well, he's damn sure going to touch it more than everybody else.
So that's when the Patriots have the ball, when the Texans are on defense, and that dominating defense, which is going to be the thing that we believe is going to lead them to winning this game if they do. What's a matchup you're looking up there?
Well, I think it's their tackles, Will Campbell and Morgan Moses. Will Campbell struggled mightily last week. Morgan Moses is questionable this week versus Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. I mean, it's flat out. If they find a way to give Drake May time, we're going to be in trouble. There's going to be his legs are going to be involved, his ability to stretch the field. Now McDaniels is drawing up shots and getting those explosives, and I just think our edge rushers versus a banged up Moses and a Will Campbell that struggled mightily last week versus, I would say, good edge rushers, not even on the same planet as our guys out in L.A. with the Chargers. And so I would say that matchup right there, again, you want to turn this matchup, this game, you want to turn it upside down. If Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are in that mode where they are literally crashing the pocket a huge chunk of this ball game,
that's what
then
happened.
it's over.
That's what happened to them last week. OA had 3 sacks in the game for the Chargers, and Khalil Mack was just driving Campbell deep. You think CJ's heard it this week? Will Campbell has heard it all week long for his performance, and he even came out, hit him with it. I don't give an S this week. So he's been hearing about it. That is, I agree. That's a matchup every week when you play the Texans, but it's even bigger this week.
Well, Ryan, you got one of them. I mean, I like Will Campbell. I like his demeanor. I like the way he's handling the struggles last week, and but that don't mean that handling it in a good way or respectable fashion or kind of like you would want a dog on your team to handle it. That don't mean that ain't gonna help him when 55 and 51's lined up across from him. So you got their 2 tackles are one of them's wounded and the other one's treading water, man. And so I think it's going to come down to those 2 guys eating, and then everybody else around them obviously wins.
Yeah, for me, and our guy Ocho will. I know he'll love this one. For me, the matchup that I'm looking at is that matchup in the slot, and that's former Houston Texan Stephon Diggs against Jalen Petrie or whoever that is. And listen, Petrie has looked a lot better in coverage. But that is obviously still the weakest part of his game. And Stephon Diggs has had a resurgence this year, over 1,000 yards. He's been their best weapon, and he is working in the slot, and he has experience working against these guys. You know, he's been going up against Jalen Petrie a lot in practice. Now, Jalen Petrie may be a different guy than he saw last year in coverage. But I look at that as that is clearly a safety. Him and Hunter Henry are safety valves for him that he gets the ball to out quick. And when you got quick pressure, who can uncover quickly? And I think for him most of the year that has been that slot matchup because I mean their receivers, Clint, as you know, like I mean they're not great receivers. Booty is talented. Williams, the rookie from Washington State's not bad, but those match up against Lassiter and Stingley aren't as much in their favor. They feel like maybe that one may be one where they can win.
I'm going to tell you this. I'm a big Petrie fan. Petrie's coverage ability hadn't improved enough to where I want him matched. I don't ever want Jalen Petrie matched up on Diggs in a man situation, especially if the quarterback's going to have time. Now, I say ever. That's a long time. I just mean I don't want to try to make a living doing that, right? The reality of it is this, is if we're watching that game and Jalen Petrie on Stephon Diggs is a problem that we see multiple times, that's on Matt Burke and DeMeco Ryans. Just like last year versus the Jets, getting Devontae Adams matched up on Jalen Petrie in a man situation. That ain't on Jalen Petrie. If it happens once, cool. I mean, it happens. It's football. But they shouldn't be able to consistently scheme Jalen Petrie into having to cover Steph Diggs. Now, if it's zone coverages, I'm all about it. Get physical with him at the line of scrimmage, get after the quarterback, bring the safeties down to squeeze him a little bit. force him to hold the ball and throw it over the top, I'm with that. If you get hit in that situation, then so be it. But boy, just thinking that they're going to be able to get Petrie on Diggs consistently, that would be a coach. That'd be a coach problem I'd have if that's something we're discussing after
so
the
that
game.
concerns you if he's because he's been playing a lot of. I mean, he's been playing all over, but we see him in coverage in the slide.
Yeah, no, I don't think. Look, I mean, in this defense, it may happen. I mean, but we don't pressure a lot. We don't blitz a lot. I mean,
he has help. Yeah.
I mean, he's got a lot of help. He knows where his help's at. He's not in a true man situation much. If that becomes a problem, then that means that we're having to add extra defenders to the rush. So we're having to play man more than we want to on the backside. And not only that, we're doing it with Jalen Petrie versus not arguably, their best receiver. That ain't going to add up. You know, that should not be a problem that isn't remedied fairly quickly by the coaches if it does rear its head.
Yeah. All right, you can text yours in, your keys, your matchups that you're keeping an eye on. I see Champ Slice over there talking about Travion Henderson in the run game. His speed, they're two running backs that they like to use. Him and Stevenson are going to be interesting watches as well, being the Patriots when they run the football, they have the ball. But yeah, man, it's a lot going on in this game. A lot of matchups on both sides that are going to be critical in a game that feels like it potentially will be a tight game. All right, coming up. Drake May, he did get a chance to see this defense. Their offense faced this team last year in a win when the Texans went up to Foxborough and beat the Patriots. But it feels like this defense is different. Even though a lot of the players were there, what is so different? What is so different about this defense that Drake May is facing, even though a lot of the players are the same? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, look, the football playoffs are here and under.
Karam Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here we go, baby. Yes, we are live here at Talyard's Brewing Company here in Sugar Land. The party has just started. My man looked like he got that grapefruit flavored beer right there. Those notes. There you go, man. It's a good time to be had out here. And they've got all kinds of different type of beers, and they brew it all right here. They brew their. I don't want to. I'll say it that you all the way that you all understand. They have all kinds of sodas here. I usually call it pop, but I was going. They have all kinds of sodas here that they brew.
Get a liter of cola.
Yeah, I try to keep it. Every time I've said pop, people look at me crazy. And a great spot to bring the kids. You got the kids, man. A beautiful playground, all kinds of room to play for the kids, and great food. They got the barbecue that's going to be getting going here a little bit later on. You can make your way on out here, man. And I saw Sean Pendergast earlier. I think he's out here. Reggie's out here. It is a fun time to be had. Prizes for you to win as well. So get on out here and enjoy yourself and join us on this Football Friday. Clint, when we look at this, this is not a foreign matchup. They faced each other last year. Now, I would look at this group and say, Clint, that the Patriots are clearly different, right? Their whole culture is different when you bring in Mike Vrabel and and everything that he's changing up. Mike Vrabel and Josh McDaniels, that obviously that's a big major change in what they're bringing in. But they've also added some different parts, free agency and some young players that are playing. Diggs coming over, Milton Williams coming over in piece. But when you look at the Texans, especially defensively, Clint, 8 of the 11 starters are still here on this team, and Danico Autry is somebody that is still here that's not included in that. The only guys that are new are Rankins, EJ Speed, and Tommy Togiai.
Gosh, close, but
close.
Tommy Togiai in the building. Yeah, they're the only 3 new additions, and Tommy was here at times last year. So a lot of it is the same. And if you look at it last year, they were the 6th rated total defense, and then 14th in scoring. And then obviously this year, it has gone to an entirely different level. They're 1st in total defense. They were 1st in scoring most of the season. Now Seattle got past them at the end of the year, but 2nd in scoring. What is different? What is different about the defense this year, even though they have a lot of the same parts? Matt Burke is still the defensive coordinator. D'Amico is still, the head coach. What's different, even though a lot of the parts are the same about this defense?
It makes you think, right? Has the Matt Burke being the full-time play caller and actually calling plays on defense actually been an upgrade over D'Amico Ryans trying to be a head coach and a defensive play caller and juggling all the things that a head coach has to juggle? No slight to D'Amico Ryans. We all know that he's one of the best, if not the best defense. But now you've got a dedicated play caller. How much of a difference does that make, right? I would say the biggest change is just another year in the system. We heard Tommy Togiai talk about him getting an offseason in this system and him taking his game to the next level. And I think if you look across the board, with the exception of the 2 defensive ends and the 2 corners, I would argue that everybody's taking their game to the next level. Kalen Bullock had a hell of a rookie season, but if you look, he's playing in the box a lot. He's got a lot more responsibility. I think all 3 of your linebackers, EJ Speed included in that, Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair, I think they've all taken their game to another level as well. And so I think it's probably overall big picture, just one more year in the system, and knowing the defense and the game like the back of your hand, and just playing at a whole different speed as a group, as 11 guys, not just a handful of really good football players you got the whole group playing downhill and playing fast and quote unquote swarming like D'Amico needs them to.
Yeah, it is. They were extremely aggressive last. I mean that's a lot of their nature, right? Will and Daniil are downhill aggressive players, right? The linebackers are aggressive, but I think that part is when you look at guys like Henry To'oTo'o and Kalen Bullock and those guys, there's not as much thinking now. Right, you're saying this extra year in the system, knowing the league more, they attack immediately, and like we talk about, I don't know what it appears Henry To'oTo'o has just gotten like much faster since his rookie year, but it's probably him knowing the defense and knowing offense is a lot better. But that. They were, like I said, they were aggressive. It seems like they're 10 times as aggressive as they were.
Well, there's also a healthy Jalen Petrie. I mean, last year he was in and out with injuries.
And then finished it.
You know, his ability to stay healthy and improve, right? Another year, more development, and you're healthy takes this thing to a whole nother level, man. You know, I think Kalen Bullock takes this thing to a whole nother level. And so – the others, the pieces that were there last year that were playing really well, that are the pillars, if you will, in this defense, they're still who they were. But the supporting cast, if you will, no disrespect, but the supporting cast seems to be playing significantly faster.
Yeah. Someone texted in and said Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock aren't even the same players they were last year, which is first I would say I'd agree, which is crazy because I thought they were good last year. Right, there were just some moments where they got caught, but I thought they were really, really good last year. The first thing you said is interesting. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Do you think D'Amico coming off as the play caller and Matt Burke being the play something that has caused this defense to take the next level? Because if you would say what's the major change besides them being year 2 in the system, the next major change is D'Amico moved away from calling plays. Now, I still think he is heavily involved in game plan and what they're doing throughout the week. But it's weird because I would think that D'Amico Ryans is one of the best defensive game callers in the league in the last 20 years with what he did in San Francisco and then what he did here. But that is one to look at because it is probably the biggest difference from last year to this year is that change of him taking over play calling.
Yeah, it's not an ability. I think it's literally the bandwidth, right? I mean, if you're the head coach, you only have so much bandwidth to coach the defensive side of the ball and the offensive side of the football and manage and juggle the things that come with being the head coach. And so, you know, you hand it off to a guy that's his only responsibility, and now all of a sudden you would think that the attention to detail just from having the time and it's not about ability, just having the time to actually dig deeper, I would think the attention to detail is even more, right? And it's similar, but it was not quite to the level of detail because D'Amico was wearing so many hats. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that could be a reality.
Yeah. So, yes, he got a glimpse of this defense. They have changed, but this defense is different than the one that Drake May saw last year. Yeah. Even though the parts are very similar.
And Drake May's a year older too. I mean,
yeah,
Drake May clearly is. It is hard to play the quarterback position when you've got a lame duck coach and you know you don't.
In his first year.
I mean, when you all of a sudden when you all of a sudden get a guy in there that gets the pieces around you in check and everybody's rowing instead of drilling holes in the bottom of the boat, that is a game changer for the quarterback. So I think the quarterback's probably significantly better as well.
All right, coming up, our weekend slate, man. There are 3 other games outside of the Texans-Patriots. We'll look at the rest of the divisional round and check in a little early on the national championship game, which is Monday night between Miami and Indiana. We'll look at all that coming up next.
All right, Houston, it's a new year, baby. It's time for some fresh oil in that rig.
stock show in Rodeo. This thing is legendary.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, live with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, baby. The drive is live, and people are starting to fall in here. And I heard a birdie. Tyler said that one of the radio legends is in the building.
Yeah, man. I feel like
Jim Rome is in the building. Jim Rome's right next to you, Tyler. Now, listen.
Bit of a fanboy right now.
I'm curious, Tyler, because you are I'm going to take a picture with any celebrity that I come close to, and I give it to you, Tyler. Tyler is not. He will stop you. Hey, man, can I get you a pic? Like I bet Tyler right now, because I saw our engineer Matt do this the other day. It was sad, but he made a collage of famous people that he took pictures with, and I bet Tyler can do a solid 2-minute collage, because Tyler will get you. He will get you. He is not. There's some people who be like, nah, I don't want to bother him. Tyler will get you.
He'll get you.
Now, I believe you got Craig Bijio in the bathroom, I believe.
I didn't take a picture with him, but I did run into him in a bathroom.
Did you get a picture with him later?
No.
Oh,
it was at dinner. I don't bother folks when they're having a meeting.
You do have a line. Usually you will grab that. I'm just wondering, where does Jim Rome, is he got to take a picture with him guy?
Yes, absolutely. That is where my radio love began, man. My dad listening to Jim Rome.
See, Jim Rome's not I got to take a picture with guy for me. I like Jim. I want to talk to him. Like, I don't know if Jim's a got to take a picture with Gus Johnson. I got to take. I don't know. Yeah.
Gus?
Oh God.
Why Gus?
Gus is like my hero.
Is he a Kansas City guy or something?
No, I just Gus is. I can listen to Gus's calls forever, and I've been since I was a kid. I can rattle multiple ones off. Tyler knows it.
It's a talent.
I won't bore you all with it, but no, hell, like Stephen A. I don't agree with everything he says, but that's all right, man. I'll probably take a picture with him. Right? Like there's some take a picture guys. I don't know if Jim Rome fits in that category for me.
Clowns.
I expect to see a picture, Tyler. That's all I'm saying.
If the moment presents itself, I'm going to get it.
Yeah, I know you are.
But he's doing a show. I'm doing a show. I don't know if our paths are going to cross.
Who was the rapper that was up there like a couple weeks ago, and Tyler was going to get that
Mexican OT?
Yeah, that's what it was.
That's the Mexican OT.
I said, Tyler, I think he's in the hallway, and Tyler was ready. I love it. I love it. Tyler, yeah, he won't. I think you guys. I've seen the Slim Thug photo. I've seen the Paul Wall photo, walking in the concourses. Yeah, Tyler.
Oh yeah, Minute Maid. That was funny.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've seen it's the Dyke now, but yeah, I've seen this. So get your little Jim Rome action.
I'm gonna try.
I expect to see that one. All right, a little weekend. There you go. A little weekend slate. Sean knows him. Sean will probably get you to have dinner with him. A weekend slate here. We know the Texans, they're traveling to Foxborough to take on the Patriots. But there are 3 other big games this week. Buffalo and they will start this thing off in Denver as Denver's coming off that bye. Denver's only a 1.5 favorite. The 49ers and the Seahawks play a little bit later on Saturday. And they are a 7-point favorite. Seattle is. Even with this latest injury that Sam Darnold apparently this week got himself an oblique injury, but they believe he's still going to go. And then the Bears and the Rams play in Chicago after the Texans and Patriots. And the Rams on the road are a 4-point favorite. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Which game are you into the most? Which other game outside of the Texans and the Patriots are you looking forward to the most? Where are you at, Clint? Which game are you into?
I mean, hell, there's no doubt about it. It's Bills Broncos, baby.
Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. We need the Bills to beat the Broncos, and then we handle our business up in New England. And we got an AFC championship, not only the first AFC championship that we've been to, so not only the first win in the divisional round that we've had as an organization, but you come home against a Buffalo Bills team for an AFC championship again, a guy that versus most of the league is an MVP caliber player, but for whatever reason, D'Amico Ryans and this defense make him look pedestrian. So yeah, I mean it's the Texan blood in me goes right to the Bills-Broncos game, and the good thing is we'll know if you need any more build-up for Sunday's game, you'll know because the Bills-Broncos game.
Where are you leaning towards?
I like Buffalo in that game.
Yeah.
I like Buffalo in that game. I think the layoff is I think it's the biggest advantage in sports in terms of health and being able to prepare for a longer period of time and yada, yada, yada. But I do think there's a factor with a young quarterback of layoff and not having a game, especially with a young quarterback. And so I do like Buffalo in that game. I like both the road teams in the AFC this week.
And it feels like, from a national perspective, not only the Texans can host the AFC Championship game if they find a way to win, and the Bills do, but it does feel like Josh Allen is the big story of the playoffs, right? Like, is this going to, like, if you say, what is the biggest storyline of the playoffs? And I think the biggest storyline is Josh Allen going to be able to break through? Right, there's no Mahomes, there's no Lamar, these things that have kind of been in his way. Is this the year that Josh? And I think that I think that is clearly one that people are really pushing. The one thing in that game is, like, the worst we've seen Josh Allen the last 2 years is against the Texans, and I mean that rush crushed him. I think. Well, not even you can argue. The numbers say that Denver has the best pass rush in football. They lead the league in sacks, and they have led the league in sacks all season. But they got those two guys off the edge. They got Zach Allen, and you wonder if they give him similar problems that the Texans did. And they've got a good back end too with Surtain back there. Now they got that other kid, Riley Moss, who he can be a struggle at times. But I wonder if they give him the same issues that the Texans gave them, because their defense is kind of built similarly.
Well, look, it might happen. I mean, that defense, when you talk about getting after the quarterback, they're as good as anybody. But I don't believe just getting after the quarterback is why the Texans have his number. I think it's the swarm mentality. I think it's you're getting attacked by bees, a swarm of bees when you're playing the Texans. Denver's defense is good. I think there's a lot of good. I mean, L.A. Rams defense is good. I think the Eagles defense was good. I think there's several. Seattle's defense is good. When I watch those defenses versus the Texans, the difference is you've got 11 guys on that team that they are all relentless, high motor, never quit type of players, and that causes real problems for Josh Allen when he gets outside and wants to float around. I don't know that Denver's defense brings that same thing across the board. I mean, they're obviously really good and really good at rushing the passer, but I don't know that. Like, it's ill-advised even for Josh Allen to get outside the pocket for versus the Texans. I don't know that that's the case against those other really good defenses. Yeah. And so, that's why I lean into. I think he'll have some success against Denver, and we'll see if we get the hopefully playing, we'll see if he can have any success against us. But, yeah, I like both road teams this week, which would mean that we're going to be sitting here talking about an AFC championship next week.
Of the games we're looking at, Bills, Broncos, Niners, Seahawks, Rams, Bears, they all got a chance to be really, really good games, Clint.
Mm-hmm.
I am captivated by the Caleb Williams and Chicago Bears situation.
Absolutely.
Like, especially them in that stadium in Soldier Field and how that is looked, and Caleb Williams and how, like, they almost look like the Cubs. The way that the city is kind of coming together, and it'll be there again, and they'll be playing the Rams. That is like, can Caleb, Ben Johnson, and that group have some more magic? That has been a fun watch. That's been the unexpected story walking into it. The Bears and
this is. I mean, if you like watching high level quarterback play, I mean, this is the one, right? I mean, you've got the MVP and Matt Stafford. And you got a guy that is the next coming, if you will. I mean, I always refer to Caleb Williams stylistically as a Pat Mahomes, and I really do believe, as much as he plays off script, off schedule, but the more he learns to play from the pocket, there's obviously a Matthew Stafford talent there with that freakish arm talent. So, yeah, man, if you want to see exciting, probably, on one side at least with Matt Stafford, some of the best quarterback play that you're going to see, and then some of the off script, off schedule, stuff with Caleb Williams. I mean, this is one of those hard to take your eyes off the screen type games.
High of 19, low of 9.
Ooh.
And they play the night game.
Yeah, that might cause some problems for the Rams, man. I mean, the Rams being an indoor team on the West Coast, obviously. Then you look at Matt Stafford. I don't know all of his history. I hadn't studied him, but playing indoors in Detroit a good chunk of his career, obviously playing in that division. You got to go to Chicago. You got to go to Green Bay. You got to go to some different outdoor stadiums. So I'm not saying he can't get it done, but it's got to be a little bit of shock to the system to go to Chicago.
And quite frankly, Chicago they've been playing in that. Like, it's been they had a game that I think is going to be potentially colder than that one against the Browns earlier this year, which they threw the ball around. But yeah, that Caleb Williams, that thing is that has been a really, really fun, interesting watch to see what they're able to do. All right, those are our the weekend games. The weekend games, real quick. You think you got the Bills, you got the Texans, 49ers, Seahawks. Who you see winning that one?
Well, I mean, the thing there is I think that
oblique injury.
That oblique injury is a little bit more serious than I think they're leading on. Actually, it happened Thursday at practice. He left the field. I don't think he returned to practice that day. And they're talking about precautionary, but I mean we're in the playoffs, baby. I mean you leave practice and stay gone from practice. Clearly something's wrong. And so, I mean I would have to. I'll be honest with you. I don't think they have a shot to beat the 49ers if they don't have him at quarterback.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I got to wait and see there. I think the Seahawks win that game if everybody's healthy. And then I like them pulling off,
Yep. All right, what you got coming up?
It's easy, baby. Does the success that C.J. Stroud and the Texans had in the past game against the 49ers earlier this year with no Nico Collins, does that give you confidence? Does that particular game give you confidence because Nico's out this week as well? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that,
Access exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, good and football horny out here at Talyar's Brewing Company over in Sugar Land. Come on out, baby. Come on out and hang out with us. Come on out and hang out with us. It is a good old-fashioned football Friday, one of them playoff kind. You know, the kind that's a divisional round with a chance to win your first divisional game in organization history, as well as get to the AFC Championship game and potentially, if the chips fall right, potentially host that. And we got a lot on the line here in Houston, a lot to be pulling for, a lot to be excited about. But I want to tell you real quick about Talyards. I want you to come out and join us today, no doubt about it. My man Reginald, I can't say the last name without adding the old on the end of it, by the way. And Sean Pendergast, one half of Payne and Pendergast. They're already in the building. The weather is absolutely tremendous. I mean, this is one of them days that we'd love for you to come out and join us because you love us. We'd love for you to come out and join us because you love Talyar's Brewing Company. But the reality of it is the good Lord has blessed us with a tremendous day. So come on out and enjoy. There's plenty of seats right here in front of us. It's all turfed up. Got a little kids area back here to my right. I say little. That's a monster kids area, play area. So bring the kids. It's family friendly. We got TVs everywhere. Come on out and hang out. Also, want to announce a Texans watch party Sunday right here at Talyards. There's a Texans watch party. Come in your gear, your jerseys, your face paint. There'll be beer specials. There'll be food specials. And, heck, also, they said tell them to come out tomorrow, too.
Yeah, Saturday, yeah.
Got playoff game Saturday, too. So wear your gear. Wear your Bills gear if you want to. All right, wear your Bears gear, whatever you want to do. Wear it up here and check these beer specials and the food specials as well. We got a little news here that is official for each team. The two big pieces here. Nico Collins been ruled out for the Houston Texans. Nico Collins, no Nico Collins this week. Now we just got to win to hope we see 12 in a uniform again, and hopefully, again, like I said, we see it in our building in an AFC Championship game. On the flip side of that, Christian Gonzalez, the cornerback for the New England Patriots, was full go, no designation in practice today. He is obviously, again, full go and will play this week. God. So, yeah, I know, Tyler. Unfortunate for us here with Nico Collins. Fortunate for them in New England with Christian Gonzalez. They're going to have their full lineup on the defensive side of the football. They got Milton Williams back last week or a couple weeks ago, and he's balling out. Christian Gonzalez, they dodge a bullet there with him being out for a week here. So bad news on here in Houston, good news in New England. But that brings me to a point, Ron, because there's a lot of talk about the Texans offense with no Nico Collins, right? And I think the fact that you won last week and the fact that Christian Kirk went out there and went for 144 yards and a touchdown, I think that may be, minimizing the importance or at least the conversations around no Nico Collins. This is big news to not have your number one wide receiver. I mean, without a doubt, your number one most explosive player on offense is a real problem. But if we look back if we look back to mid-year, Nico Collins goes down week 7 against Seattle. I believe it was in the fourth quarter of the Seattle game. And 8, the Texans come home. I think it was right. You had that stretch of 3 games right there, and the Texans come home, and they beat the San Francisco 49ers 26-15. And with no Nico Collins, they rushed for 157 yards. Again, Nick Chubb and Woody Marks, pretty complimentary there, pretty even spread. I know Nick Chubb had more carries, but in terms of production, they both had a good chunk of yardage there, both successful. They had 5 pass catchers with 4 or more receptions in that game against the 49ers. And get this, neither one of those 5 that had 4 catches were Dalton Schultz or Christian Kirk. So they spread the ball around.
Christian Kirk was out of that game too.
Christian Kirk was out. Dalton Schultz, I think he just had 1 or 2 catches, something like that, right? C.J. Stroud, 30 catches. I'm sorry, he didn't have 30 catches. 30 completions, 39 attempts, 318 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. And the question is does that game in a vacuum give you confidence that they're going to have some things figured out with no Nico Collins against the New England Patriots? And I don't know how you look at this game and not say, well, this is the only sample size we have to lean back on. And the fact that no Nico, no Christian Kirk, no Dalton Schultz, and they spread the ball around the way that they did, I think there's a way to turn this to where if C.J. Stroud is wholeheartedly committed to just spreading the ball around and not looking at Dalton Schultz, that this offense could run pretty smooth. I lean into this performance here against the 49ers, one, because it's really all we've got to lean into, but I lean into it as something that we could really use to gauge potentially the success that they could have against the New England Patriots.
Yeah, I think it's something that you that should give you some more confidence than the alternative. But I look at it and it's more of I hope that they can replicate that.
Yeah.
Not as I don't feel great. I'm sorry, I don't feel great about.
Well, I don't think anybody feels great about no Nico.
I don't feel good about it. Like it isn't just with the Texans. Like if Puka Nacua could not go for the Rams,
sure,
I would not feel great about that for them. If you're taking any team's top player weapon, no matter who the quarterback is, on the road against the 14-win team, a good football team, you don't feel great. And then when you also add in the situation where your quarterback, however you want to dial it up, he's not playing at his best right now. He doesn't seem to be in a space at his best right now. It's a tall task.
For me, there's a couple of things here. I think this game is indicative of what they're capable of doing. Obviously, without Nico Collins, but the other part of it, is when you look at the way they use Nico Collins. I said this 10 times this week, right? When you look at the way they use Nico Collins, I hated it. I didn't agree with it. I still don't agree with it. But when you look at it in a vacuum this week, it could end up being a huge plus because they've never made Nico such a focal point of this offense the way that Jamar Chase is in Cincinnati, the way that Jefferson is in Minnesota. I mean, you just mentioned Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. They move those guys around and strategically try to get matchups, and the Texans have never done that. And to me, that could play a big plus here. The other part of this is obviously the emergence of Christian Kirk last week, Ron. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers, now this is something kind of a double-edged sword for me, right? Last week's game, we were able to escape and win by, 24 points. Right, but the reality of it is the Steelers were on to something defensively. The Steelers' ability to make life very difficult for Nico and to take Dalton Schultz out of the offense, that has to be a recipe that I believe New England tries to duplicate. Right, obviously no Nico, so you don't have to work real hard there. I do think they'll take the number one wide receiver, whoever that is, and they'll pattern read, and they'll be in, if that's Higgins over there that you replace Nico with, they'll pattern read, they'll be in his hip pocket like never before, and they'll take him out of the game. But the bigger part of that to me is Dalton Schultz, Ron. Dalton Schultz is, we had these conversations earlier in the season. Dalton Schultz is the player watching the Texans play. If Dalton Schultz is appearing pretty consistently, I don't care if it's down the field or over the middle or in the flats or whatever, but if Dalton Schultz is appearing pretty consistently, CJ is seeing the field really well. The defense is playing a style of defense that is allowing them to take the underneath stuff and be that what was it, death by 1,000 cuts. And so he's the piece to me that, boy, if he's appearing, even if it's not catches, if it's just targets and he's having a hard time separate, but if they're targeting him and he's a part of what they're doing, that part, I believe, is the best version of the Texans offense that we can see. I think it was that way before, but it's damn sure that way now without Nico Collins.
Yeah, to go up and be like, all right, man, he's gonna be a big play, explosive guy like he was Monday night. I don't think that is something realistic to land on. But can he be what you – because that's not even what you thought you were getting. That's not even what you were planning on getting when he came here.
Yeah.
Like to have multiple, 40-plus yard catches or something like that. But can he do what you wanted him to be?
Yeah.
And that is quick plays. Can it be – can he give you 70 yards? Can he give you, 80 yards? Can he be there on third down and fives and create quick separation and get plays? I don't know. Asking for that, like that game, that was number one receiver, big time. I don't think that's something. Christian Kirk hasn't shown that all season. But can he land the middle of what you would want your slot receiver to bring to the table? I think that's potentially attainable. Again, we haven't really seen much of that either this year, but I think that's more doable, especially with more targets coming his way.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the Dalton Schultz piece is really big for the Texans offense in general, no question about it. And then when you look at the Steelers, the Patriots defense, they have been very susceptible to tight ends. And
yes,
you look across their schedule. Early on, Bowers had 5 catches for 103 yards. Buffalo, Kincaid. Now these are really good tight ends. Maybe a little more explosive than Dalton Schultz, but definitely success. Kincaid from Buffalo had 6 catches for 106 yards. Fannin Jr. and Joku had 10-plus catches combined for 100 yards. They both those guys in Cleveland had good games. Otten in Tampa, 9 for 82. Dalton Knox again against Buffalo had 2 touchdowns against the New England Patriots. So they've been susceptible to tight ends. So I think this is a monster game for Dalton Schultz. And again, not only because Nico was out, not only because the defense, the New England defense seems to be susceptible to tight ends, but also you just can't disappear in the playoffs. I mean, he's got to be a guy. I mean, he was a non-existent. I think he had 4 catches on target and 12 total yards against Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And Ron, those were like, I know one of them was a ball over the middle that did convert a third down, but C.J. Stroud damn near missed it. Another one of those kind of see and ghost type deals.
Oh yeah, where he's in the ground and he had a hell of a catch.
Yeah, and then one of the throws where I said C.J. Stroud is just a freak. I mean, his ability to throw the football and generate the power that he generates with that short stroke is absolutely ridiculous. But it was kind of an outlet over to the side on the sideline with Dalton Schultz, and so he's got to be a bigger piece of this offense. I think that we talked about matchups earlier on, and we'll.
It's a Football Friday. Yesterday was a Thirsty Thursday. It appears we are having more technological problems, people. Oh, you back, boys?
Yo, there we are.
There we are. Yeah,
Come on,
now.
We're back. We're at Talyards, by the way, out in Sugar Land. Talyards Brew Company. Come on through and hang out with us.
Text line just came through on you. Said that you sure us winning depends on Dalton Schultz.
I think when you talk about individual players on the offensive side of the football, if you said which guy has to be a big piece of what the Texans do, I would say Dalton Schultz is number one. Now, I'm not talking – obviously, if you're running the football and Woody Marks is rushing for 120 yards, that's a different animal. Now, that's clearly – if we're talking pass catchers and basing this on who's had a career year and who's been a big part of this offense, when this offense is successful, when it's humming, who's a big part of it, I would say that you've got to get Dalton Schultz rolling.
It would seem like when you start to look around there, like – of the receiving options, and really of all the options, like he is the one that's been most consistent this year, and that's the thing. That's the thing. We've talked about what the Texans are going to do without Nico Collins, and they've known all week, and I'm certain the Patriots have probably had an inkling too. That's the other thing is we're not really sure how Mike Vrabel and that crew over there are going to handle. Not like what adjustments, how different are they going to play it without Nico Collins in? Do they look at Dalton Schultz as somebody as a bigger threat that they want to pay more attention to? Do they look at Christian Kirk as somebody that's a bigger threat? Do they just play straight up and do whatever it is that they normally do? How are they going to do things? Because I think that is going to be that Nick Caley and they're going to have to adjust off of whatever it is they do.
I'm going to tell you, I will be shocked if New England's defense does anything out of sorts.
Yeah.
I mean, we just don't have anybody that scares you right now. I mean, if we're just being completely honest, like the Texans don't have a player, a pass catcher or a running back, that an opposing defensive coordinator's like, man, we got to know where this cat's at. Oh, boy, what are you going to do?
If they were, I would think it is like the run game. Like we can't like that. Yeah, that can't be.
Well, I think it's. I mean, obviously you got to stop the run, and I think when you talk about pass, I think it's more about presenting those press. See if you can see CJ's head. I don't think there's anybody in a Texans uniform that's a pass catcher that has Vrabel. It's keeping Vrabel up at night in terms of them making big plays, them being able to separate from. I mean, this is a good secondary. I don't think they're real worried about. They're not real threatened. This for them. I'm sure they're looking at this like, damn, this is the easiest matchup we've had in a long time in a damn playoff game. So
probably attack is similar to what they did last week against the Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, I would. But shoot, the Chargers got.
I mean, they had a few other guys, but probably you're right. They're probably gonna. They had great success.
Yeah.
Probably playing against. The weapons they have on the outside, and they probably – you're probably right. They probably won't veer too much off of
I think they'll stay in structure, which will give C.J. Stroud a chance to make some plays, and it's going to be about the group. Again, you hope that he can go out there and you have 5 or 6 guys that have 4 or 5 catches and you run the football well. That's going to be the recipe, obviously. But looking back at the 49ers game, they had a lot of success. I do think it's fair to look back at the 49ers game and doing that. You can look back last week, obviously, with Christian Kirk stepping up big when Nico was out as well. And so, we'll see. There's some hope there that we can still spin it around the park without 12.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, we will we'll continue breaking down this game, getting you ready for the Steelers. Steelers, you already beat them down. Getting you ready for the Patriots coming up on Sunday. But Monday night, I'm certain we won't have a lot to talk about because we'll be talking about what happened with the Texans. But Monday night, the national championship game is going to be Indiana in Miami, at Miami's home stadium. Indiana's an 8.5-point favorite. Do you get the sense that this will be a game that's competitive? All the other games Indiana has played to lead up to this point in the college football playoff have been absolute ass-kickings. Do you think this one will be competitive? We'll discuss that and more coming up next.
All right, look, if you're out there and you're suffering from breathing problems,
Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, as we are live here on this playoff edition of a Football Friday, and you could be a winner. Congratulations to our first winner as they took home a Kalen Bullock autographed football, and that's how you do it, Clint. You bring the kids out here, you bring the family out here. They got adult me to put out. They got adult beverages over there. They got their kids' drinks, and they're sitting down there chilling, listening to the drive, and their kids have gone somewhere. Their son did one of them nice soccer celebrations right in front of the stage here, but took themselves home a winner. If you have not put your name in or grabbed a tickle.
Whoa,
if you haven't grabbed.
Wait, a ticket.
Hold on, ticket. You know them T's. Give me, Tyler.
I don't know what you're tickling over there, but he's talking about a ticket.
I'll be honest, man. It's Friday, man. Get your tickle in, man.
You
go ahead and tickle somebody. My man just stared her deep in her eyes. He's about to get tickled. But grab you a ticket, put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to be a winner. We're going to hook somebody up with a $100 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors coming up after this break. That's right, man. My man came in here with the Duquesne sweater. He got to grab him a ticket. Go ahead.
One more raffles.
Hey, get in there. So it's a good time to be had here.
Free tickle down there, too, now.
Free
Get
tickle.
ready.
It might. Yeah, that's a promo staff right there.
You never know where it's coming from. You're surrounded by them.
Hey, calm down, Matt. All right. Great food, great drinks here as well. All right, Clint, as we will continue on the Patriots and the Texans coming up on Sunday, but the national championship game is on Monday, and I know that's something you will be definitely taking a look at and watching, and most will as we've finally gotten down to the end. Miami, the last team in the field, even though they're the 10th seed, but they're the last team put into the field. They have made their way to the title game, and they will face the Indiana Hoosiers. And it is in Miami, in their home stadium, Clint, and Miami is an 8.5-point favorite. They're seeking to win their first championship first time. Indiana. I'm sorry, Indiana. What did I say?
I thought I heard Miami's an 8.5.
Oh, sorry. Indiana is an 8.5-point favorite. Excuse me, as they're going. Which you would think would be a road game. I got a sneaky feeling that they might have more red in that stadium than Miami does, but we'll see. But they go in undefeated. They have been the best team in the country, and they've taken that to another level in the playoffs. My first question to you on this here, Clint, is do you think this is a competitive game? Do you think in the fourth quarter that this game is competitive? And unlike the games like they had against Oregon, Indiana did, or unlike the game they had against Alabama where we knew in the third quarter that this thing was over. You think this is competitive?
No disrespect to Miami. I think they're better than both of those teams you just mentioned. But no, I don't think this is a game, man.
Really?
I think Indiana rolls. I mean, this is one of the best college football teams we've ever seen, and I mean team. Like we obviously So
you think if they win this game, they're in there like the modern
I think they
teams.
comfortably win this game, and I think that they are in the conversation with Joe Burrow's LSU. with the Miami, two different Miami teams down there that had Ed Reed and all those NFL prospects out of it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they got to be. They got to be not from a pro prospect perspective. Dating in the playoff perspective, they've got to be. I just think this is too good. Like, it's hard to believe that we're watching a team that is this good at everything. I mean, it's a pro-style approach, super physical throwing the football. Well, I mean, running the football when they have to throw it, or not when they have to throw it, when they want to throw it. The quarterback is an old-school pro-style from the pocket type guy that's spinning around the park. It seems like they got about 4 receivers that are 6'4" and long as anybody on the field. Making plays. Defensively, they are really, really good. Man, this is as good a team as we've seen in a long, long time. I think they win this convincingly.
I agree that this Miami team, especially because it seems like to me when I watch Indiana where they have had advantages, which is just crazy, where they have had the advantages has been like they're just kicking teams' ass up front, both their offense and defensive line. They run the ball well. They rush the passer. They stop. Like that is what they've had the advantage of. That is the advantage that Miami has also had at every game. Like their offense and defensive line. We talk about they got multiple draft picks on both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively, and they do have some weapons, right? That young kid, the 17, or he came in 17, 18-year-old, that you get the ball in space. He's a problem, and they can be physical with their run game and their running back. And this is they haven't been. I mean, they go 56-22, and I'm telling you, against Oregon, it wasn't that close. And there's a late touchdown that was scored there.
35-7.5.
and then went to 42. Ooh. And then they're up 38-3. They beat Alabama. Clint, they haven't. That's not like
Don't
indicative
forget the Ohio State game before that.
But I'm just saying, that's not like the margin. Like those teams did not belong on the field with Indiana.
Yeah.
That's not what they have been doing to teams that are good teams this year, right? Like Ohio State, they beat Ohio State, but it was 13-10. Like the game was competitive, and it was competitive in the fourth quarter, and Ohio State made a mistake. Iowa, they win against Iowa 20-15. The first game against Oregon was competitive, 30-20. Like they've had Penn State 27-24. That was their closest game. It's like they got into the playoffs and hit another gear, and that's what the thing is this them, what they've done the last 2 weeks, or are they more like the competitive games they have played this year against better teams?
Well, I mean, look, the truth of the matter is they are more well coached than anybody out there, anybody that played so far. That is fair.
And Miami made a bunch of mistakes in their game.
Yeah, and you're talking about being more well coached than some pretty damn good coaches. I mean, so you're talking about now you have that advantage, right? If you have the ability to go out there and be the more complete team and stretch a lead out and have a double-digit lead in the second half and you stretch it out, right? Or you have the ability of when it's a tight ball game and somebody is on par with you from a talent perspective and a game plan perspective, I'm coached better than you, I'm more disciplined than you. It's the Saban way of doing things over the years, how he was so successful. It's the same thing. They've got it. The only thing they don't have is the 4 and 5 stars, which look out. I mean, I don't know if it's necessary in today's world, the transfer portal, to recruit on that level, especially from a star rating perspective. But, boy, you got to believe that their talent's going to get better as they succeed. And I just think Indiana's too much, man. They are fun to watch, man.
They are. I think this one's tighter. I think Indiana wins. Obviously, I think the quarterback play is a big thing that is going to play a role in this. But I don't know. I think I think it's tighter than this because I just think what they're able to do. I don't think Miami's going to physically just get destroyed. Like Ohio State didn't just physically get destroyed. I don't think they're going to physically. I'm surprised Alabama got physically destroyed up front like that. I just don't think Miami will, and that to me, like, that is when you start to get in woodshed territory with Indiana.
Well, the other thing here is from a quarterback perspective, I mean, you want to talk about a guy that can up his draft stock. I think he already has in the college football playoffs, but Carson Beck, I mean, he's a guy that, boy, last week was good, especially down the stretch in the fourth quarter. I mean, there was a couple of big-time NFL throws in there that were, whether you're talking about anticipating or you're talking about driving the ball over to an open receiver over the middle, he was really impressive. And people are starting to kind of whisper and talk about, don't forget about Carson Beck in this year's draft. It's Indiana, and I think he's going to have to be the reason that they keep this thing tight in the second half. If he goes out there and has a big moment, you talk about a guy from a quarterback perspective that could really, really raise his draft stock.
Well, No Smith, the kid from Oregon, he's out of the draft now. He decided to go back in. Yeah, it's him and Ty Simpson. Like, we'd be kind of fighting out that range and the kid from Ole Miss. So, yeah, he has a – I think that, to me, that's where it goes. I have – even though I don't like listening to Mendoza talk because I feel like he's a politician with talking points going into his interviews. But I have much more trust that he's not going to make mistakes and he'll make the play more than I have with Carson Beck, even though Carson's been there 9 years.
Yep.
I did not know he had 7 years in the game. I really didn't. That one threw me off.
You want to talk about a guy that thoroughly enjoyed it?
And he did. He's still enjoying it.
I mean, big money at Georgia, big money at Miami for 2 years. I think he's ran through the Cavender twins and a couple of different.
I think he just had one.
Well, one of them's fine. I mean, one of them.
I don't think he ran through.
I didn't mean run. I should remember who I was talking to. You're right.
He probably did run through both of them.
I didn't mean that. I mean he just won up. Even though I wouldn't.
He may have accidentally. I think
isn't one of them with Jake Ferguson, the tight end for Cowboys?
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't think Beck's
you can mix them up.
I don't. Yeah, if they were interested,
if they were having fun. Yeah. All right, coming up. As Clint talked about a little bit ago, matchups that you ought to be looking at, the biggest matchups that you turned out watching for that could be at the advantage of the Texans. We'll do that coming up next.
God bless, brother.
Ready? 1 down, 3 to go. The next test, the Patriots in Foxborough on Sunday afternoon. Hear the divisional round game here with pregame coverage starting at 11 a.m. Kickoffs at 2 with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we continue live here on a Thirsty Thursday. It's a good crowd. If we got Sports Radio 610 personalities in the building. I see Sean Pendergast was in here. He's been in here. Reggie from In the Loop's in here. Brandon Scott is in the building. And the best dancer in the world right there, Patrick Creighton's in the building. Give him a hand. Don't break it out now. Don't do it to him, Pat.
What was the move? What was the move? It had a spin. It had to be the foot over spin.
I'm just telling you. And
that's the finish.
I'll put good money he can break out a foxtrot right now. I'm telling you right now. I
don't know, man. He's walking ginger, man.
Good money. He still knows the steps.
Gingerly.
He still knows the steps. But Patrick Creighton's out here.
Bike.
If you want to go at it with Larry and Sport, Larry Stafford and pulled up in here. You can let a lot of y'all text in some stuff about Larry. You can roll on in here
tennis shoes.
and have it. They're not, man. They're Nikes.
He done upgraded to them Nikes now.
They've always been Nikes.
Larry bullied you into getting some new shoes.
No, he didn't. They were Nike. I take the pictures of it now. I did. I took them. They're Nikes. They were Nike walking shoes. Nice and good and comfortable. But come on out here and hang out with us. Great food. They do it right here at Talyard. You want to bring your kids. A lot of people are out here with their kids. They got chairs set up where you can watch them close or be far away from them like I do it when I come out here with my kids. It's a great, great spot. Barbecue opening up here in less than an hour, so get on out here.
What do? You put your kids over there and you go sit on the far corner, or do you sit close
I usually am in one of these little corner areas. Sometimes, like you come in there on Saturday, man, you got to get what you can get.
Yeah.
It's packed. But me and Corder find a little area to sit and then have the drinks for the kids, and they run off. They come back, get their drinks. Bam, we order up some pizzas, and, baby, you could knock out a good 2 or 3 hours out here, man. And adult beverages, is they got all kinds of drink you want. You want a beer, they got beer. You want you got drinks, they got margaritas, they got all that.
I'm gonna tell you, that may be one of the biggest changes for me in life was when you get a full understanding of the value of that. If you don't have kids, you have no clue. Just show up and drink some beer, watch TV, whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you, I overpay for drinks. I overpay for the food that I'm eating for one reason, and we do it probably twice a week. We go to a place that's got one of them right there. Somebody says, damn, you go up there all the time. Them drinks are expensive. I said, I don't care.
Yes.
That child care is expensive. That playground will take care of them kids for a good 2 hours.
You're not quite there yet, but especially when you hit that age. See, I'm at almost 12. He'll be 12. He'll be 12 on Sunday.
Oh, and then go by himself?
I'm almost 12. I'm at 12, 8, and 5. They self-sufficient, baby. I can go sit anywhere in this spot. Before.
I ain't letting mine out of my.
I know. Before Nicholas was a little young, I had to sit a little closer and watch him. Now, nah, man, he gone, baby.
Hey, that is one thing. I'd be a nervous wreck.
Yeah, they get older.
There's two exits. There's two doors by the playground exiting the parking lot.
Uh-huh.
Now they're emergency exits. Well, I watch them things like a Hawkeye, them things when my two are out there.
Yeah, I mean, I
watch too much Investigative Discovery.
Yeah. You'll slow it up.
That Investigative Discovery got me. I don't trust nobody.
You'll slow it up. Yeah, you can see him. You got an eye on. You can see him. I can see down to the up there. That's one of our spots.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's right. I understand it may be slightly aggressive.
Beautiful.
But I'm just
that's beautiful. When you reach that point in them ages where you get in the pool and your heads ain't got to be on a swivel all the time. When your kids get old enough, and you can be in the pool. I'm at that point too, boy. I
am not. Laney don't even try to swim. She steps off the step and then laughs as she goes under.
Man, there's that time when they was at a certain age, man. I'm completely tired.
I'm there.
Over with.
I am there.
All right, Clint. Let's look at it. When the Texans have the ball, our guy Wood, who's a big time listener, comes to a lot of our events, said, "Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm nervous about that offense." When the Texans have the ball, Clint, what's the matchup that you're paying attention to that you're going to look at that has a real impact on this game?
Yeah, I think it's the defensive minds. What we watched last week, every Texans fan knows. I mean, whether you want to admit it or not, whether you think it's a big deal or not, you know it obviously was a negative. Was C.J. Stroud's ball security and C.J. Stroud being overwhelmed. So I'm going C.J. Stroud versus Terrell Williams and Mike Vrabel, the two defensive minds for the New England Patriots, the defensive coordinator and the head coach. The matchup, there's no question about it, Ron, that the number one priority in defensive meetings right now is schematically how can we overwhelm or frustrate number 7. If we can do that, we have a huge advantage. And so there's no question about it. Schematically, you're going to see some of those things. Now, they may bail and play the same coverages that they always play because you know what they're comfortable in, but they're going to show looks consistently throughout this game to try to rattle number 7. So I think when the Texans have the ball, I think this is the number 1 overall. When the Texans have the ball specifically, it's definitely the defensive minds of the New England Patriots versus C.J. Stroud. His ability to handle those different looks and stay cool, calm, and collected. You don't have to throw for 300 yards, but stay cool, calm, and collected. Negative plays is going to have a major impact on the outcome of this game.
Yeah, they're going to hunt trying to put him in positions to turn the football over. Because I would think Mike Vrabel and company's thinking to themselves, if they come in here and they turn the ball over 3 times like they did last week, we're going to win.
No question. But you watch that game, and again, it's easy to get into this low-hanging fruit of a turnover conversation. And it never was about the turnovers. Like, do you think that what do you think causes C.J. Stroud to drop a snap that hits him in the waistline? Right?
You've been there. What causes
He's trying to get his eyes up to see what kind of rotation you got in the secondary, or in this case, he's getting his eyes up to try to make sure that the guard blocks down to that A-gap rusher and to make sure the tackle blocks down the defensive tackle. And then all of a sudden, he's not trusting, right? He's trying to get his eyes up.
Did you think he was overly concerned about or not overly, but do you think in his play there was a lot of, he was concerned with the rush? I
think the rush had a part to do with it. I think identifying what the defense is doing and rushing that process had something to do with it, and just the overall not being comfortable part of it is the problem, right? But it's not like, we ain't seen C.J. Stroud just drop a snap maybe once in 3 years. Yeah. I mean, it's not like that's been a problem of his. That was caused by, in his mind, things were moving fast, and in his mind, he was thinking, I got to see this or see that. In his mind, how can he get cooler, calmer, and collected in those moments? He's going to get challenged by the defensive minds in New England. We'll see how he handles it. All
right, on the other side of the ball, Clint, on the defensive side of the ball, when the Texans are there and the Patriots have the ball, right? This is Josh McDaniels, who is guy's been around. He has won Super Bowls. He is one of the better offensive minds in the game, and obviously we see what he has done in year 1 with Drake May, has turned this into an MVP type season. For you, when he is at the controls, Drake May is under center. What for you is the matchup you're watching?
I think it's their tackles versus our defensive ends. No secret here, right? Those are our 2 big dogs, right? That'd be amazing. Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter obviously need to eat to make Drake May uncomfortable, to keep, as you mentioned, Josh McDaniels from getting in a rhythm. But if you look at what's going on at the tackle position for the New England Patriots, you got Morgan Moses is a tackle that's questionable. I mean, he's questionable from a
missed some practice time
injury report standpoint, right? So at the very least banged up, and you don't want to be banged up when you got 51 and 55 coming downhill at you. And then you look at Will Campbell, the rookie left tackle, I believe. He is a guy that's really good player, but struggled last year. Struggled last week. There's got to be some level of pressure, kind of putting a little bit of added pressure on yourself to not be the duck this week that gets Drake May killed. I think those 2 guys versus Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, I think that's the key to defense.
Because they had rough weeks last week.
Yeah. You get home, you speed up the clock of Drake May, you limit his ability to throw the ball down the field, you get him outside the pocket, off schedule, out of rhythm, and then our swarm approach can really sink its teeth in. That's going to be the key.
They gave up 5 sacks and other pressures, which created turnovers as well for the Patriots last week with Drake May, and it looked like almost a physical thing of what we talked about, right? Like Campbell was just getting driven back into his lap often by Khalil Mack and others. So that was something that really did really jump out in the game. So if you're looking for matchups, right, what Vrabel, the defensive coordinator, their group is trying to do to try to make C.J. Stroud uncomfortable, try to make him concerned. That's coverages. That's whatever they do up front, and then also those tackles, right? If they perform the way they did last week against the Chargers, they're going to have a real problem with Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. The other part is Barnett comes in and gives you problems as well if he's in the game. So that is a big part of this game. As we roll into the 5 o'clock hour, a little 5 o'clock. Let's take a look at the injury report. It is officially out. We have guys designated, multiple players out for the Texans. We'll let you know who they are. And one that is really interesting for the Patriots. He's someone who has a designation now that ended up not practicing for the first time this week today. We'll let you know all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Oh, my! He's on fire! Does the Texans' recent experience in the divisional round give them an extra?
Get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is we are here. We are here live on a Football Friday playoff edition. We are in Sugarland at Talyards Brewing Company, a great, great spot. And it is starting to fill up a little bit. I see barbecue coming out. I didn't order that, but it sure looked good. I see barbecue coming out. I see pizza out here. It's great food, great drinks. Bring your kids. A great spot to bring your kids and hang out and let them play while you sit around and hang with us and give yourself a chance to win some prizes. All right, we're going to be hooking people up in the 5 o'clock hour. We got a $100 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, and we have a game autographed by Will Anderson Jr., the All-Pro, that you can win in the 5 o'clock hour. Grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box, and you can be a winner. Again, we're at Talyards, and let me tell you here, they're doing it big all weekend, all right, especially Sunday during this Texans game around 1:30. Come on out here. And they want you out here in your gear. I see the owner's dog. He's in his gear. He's in his Texans jersey. They want you in your gear, your painted faces. If you dress like the commissioner, if you got a jacket that says commissioner on it, wear your gear. Bring it all out here. And they have amazing beer specials that you can take advantage of. And if you haven't walked in there and taken a look at the different beers that they offer, they're all brewed here. Even the non-alcoholic drinks here, you might want to go take a look at it, and he'll have specials here all weekend. Not just Sunday. You come out on Saturday as well for those two games. You can be able to take advantage of those beer specials. So a lot going on here at Talyards on this Football Friday. Clint, let's jump into the injury report here, and straight up the big news is Nico Collins. Nico Collins, with that concussion, has been ruled officially out of this game. Not a major surprise at all. And reports from Aaron Wilson was this was something that they kind of expected after the game on Monday. They kind of expected that he wouldn't be back. And to be honest, if you saw the way he was walking, him having to be in a cart, this is not at all a huge surprise. But Now we know he's not an option. Justin Watson, by the way, also out. He suffered concussion in that game. He is out. Let's start there. Nico Collins, Justin Watson, he is out, and he's the big story of this game being out.
Look, Nico Collins being out, hard but fair, man. It's part of the game. You gotta keep it moving. And I know it's coach speak, the next man up thing, yada yada yada, but it's reality right now. And the small sample size that we have with this offense with no Nico Collins was pretty dang good. C.J. Stroud threw for over 300 yards. Yep. 5 receivers had 4 more catches, and it wasn't Dalton Schultz and Christian Kirk. Last week with no Nico, Christian Kirk went off. And so now I'm not telling you all those things are foolproof, and it's just going to happen again because it happened in the past. But there is some hope there that with no Nico Collins, that you're still going to be able to move the football. You're still going to be able to sustain some drives, and we've seen C.J. play some of his best football without Nico Collins. And so it's unfortunate, but it's part of the game. It's hopefully the approach to offensive football that they've shown all year long and been stubborn, almost bullheaded with, now it'll pay off. Hopefully it'll pay off now that you got all these other guys that have seen so much action and got so many reps.
Yep, they're going to have to figure out a way to make up for it. Right, in some fashion. It doesn't necessarily have to be another receiver. They're going to have to find a way to make up for the absence of everything that he.
Thing is, kind of goes back to what I was talking about a while ago. Like the absence of Nico. I know this is hard to wrap your head around, not yours, but just in general. Like the absence of Nico, it's not about replacing production. Right? Sure, there's a clutch part there when the game's on the line. You want to go to him. Blah blah blah. I get that. You're not going to replace that. But when it comes to the replaceable part of Nico Collins, it is all scheme, right? Like, this team has had a ton of success in this offense, knowing, like, when Nico's on the field, there's a safety over the top, there's a corner press down, and it really limits what the other 9 defenders can do to the rest of your offense. So it makes things not easy, but relatively vanilla of what defensive coordinators can do versus you. And so you lose that advantage. And so it's more of a scheme play of, okay, now you lose the advantage of knowing, hey, they're going to, in critical situations, they're going to shade everything to Nico. Now they can play it however they can move and shake safeties and corners, and there's no rhyme or reason, right? How do you perform under those circumstances? That's the Nico thing. It's not about, boy, you talking about 90 to 100 to 110 yards a game and this many catches. It's just, that's not what you're looking at. You're looking at that scheme difference.
Yep. Trent Brown, he is listed as questionable. He returned to practice today. Danico Autry returned to practice with no designation. And by the way, Gerard Jordan, who had the high ankle sprain, now mild high ankle sprain, full participant. He's really been a full participant most of the week.
Yep.
And it looks like he is going to be
Trent Brown being a limited participant, just him being back on the field is big. Him being a part of, we've probably not discussed this enough, how big it is, just because we know we've got good answers with Titus Howard being a bounce outside and Patterson being able to slide in at guard. You've got good answers, but that doesn't take away from the fact that this team, when their best chance to run the football is to have Trent Brown next to Ed Ingram and run that sucker downhill with those two getting pushed. And so Trent Brown being a part of this team on Sunday is going to be big to determine whether they can run the football. And we've already talked about it. If you can run the football, then it makes life significantly easier for the rest of the Texans, CJ, Nick Caley, and everybody else.
Yep. On the Patriots side, Christian Gonzalez, their Pro Bowl type level corner, one of their best players. He had the concussion as well coming out of that Chargers game on Sunday. He is clear. He is going to go. He has no designation. He was in contact drills yesterday, so we kind of knew that. The one to look at, though, now obviously we don't cover the Patriots and we don't know their week to week and how they do things, and this could just be a rest thing of how they do things. But Harold Landry, who is their leader in sacks, Harold Landry has been a limited participant all week with a knee. And then today, Clint, he did not participate, and he is listed as questionable in this game. So Harold Landry is one to watch. I don't know if this is normal. This could be like a Danico Autry thing when Danico Autry just doesn't and he comes at the end. Don't know. But this is one to keep an eye on because Harold Landry is one of their – this is a team that doesn't have a lot of names defensively. They just got a lot of guys that all are above average and pretty good. And he may be the best of the crew, especially when it comes to rushing the passer. So he is one to definitely keep an eye on.
Yeah, when you're looking at – I mean, I would rather Christian Gonzalez be out, but when you're looking at them, you know, the pieces that are could be difference makers, I believe Harold Landry is one of those guys. And so, yeah, man, keep an eye on that one. It would be advantage Texans if he can't go.
All right.
5 o'clock fire.
And now against the Western Conference, Jim, they've gone 28-6. And on the road, the Thunder will go to 15-4. Just amazing numbers. Everything you rattle off about them, you just got to open your eyes even wider with each passing note.
All right, that was our guy Kevin Harlan on the call. What was last night? Thursday, courtesy of Prime Video, as they had the call last night, and the Rockets, they lose 111-91 at home, and a disappointing performance, right? They were whole. They had most all of their key players. Sengun played, Durant, and they just and Thompson, they struggled last night. And to me, I think the overall conversation walking into this season, and I looked at the Houston Rockets, I thought they championship contender. This is right there. There's OKC. There's them. There's the Knicks. There were other teams. I thought they were one of the handful of teams that were legit championship contenders. But with this loss last night to OKC, when you look at OKC, Denver, San Antonio, Detroit, which has emerged in the Eastern Conference. They've played 7 games against those teams. They're 1-7. They have struggled against the top-tier teams this year, and I'm at least pausing on the thought of putting them in that group. Right? They've even lost some of those games where the other teams didn't have their full group. Right? They've lost with some important pieces out of those games. So that is concerning. I said it yesterday when we were in 5 o'clock fire with this game. They need to, or when you were talking about the bets that you made. By the way, I know you lost at least 2 of them. I know you got the rebounds for Şengün, but they got to start winning some of these games, and they've lost consistently to OKC, Denver, San Antonio, and the one matchup with the Pistons who's emerged. So that's a big thing jumping out when they're playing these better opponents. They're seeming to struggle.
What do they need to do?
No, I mean, I think like last night, defensively, they just got themselves locked up, and that's unusual for this Rockets team, this year's team. They're able to score the ball much better than 91 for this team. That is crazy. And really, in some of these, it's been late. They've been tight games with OKC. Now this one wasn't, but the first one they played was at multiple overtimes. They've had tight games with Denver late. They just haven't been able to make the right plays at the end of the game. But defensively, teams have been able to, especially late, get stops on them in these games. So they've definitely got to pick this thing up. But 1-7 against those top teams is really concerning.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, one of the big stories of the day, and I know as I look at this, Tyler has gone, I don't know why you put this face on him. I saw this last night. But Kyle Tucker, late last night, Kyle Tucker signs a 4-year, $240 million deal, $60 million per. He signs a 4-year deal to go with the Los Angeles Dodgers, and it is just it's really becoming comical right now that the Dodgers and listen, I don't fault the Dodgers. Hell, man, clearly, if I'm a team, I wish my owner would spend the money like this. I wish, but like it feels like to me we're reaching a point where baseball needs to step in. This is insane. The amount of money that the Dodgers are spending and able to spend. Like some of them, yeah, maybe the Yankees are deciding not to spend this much, or maybe the Mets or some of these other teams are not deciding. But there are other teams that just don't even have a chance. They can't do this. The Pirates, Tampa can't mess with this. Hell, the Astros. Look, I've been critical of Crane about, like, come on, man, stop treating yourself like a mid-market city. But he can't do with this. Like, this is ridiculous. Like I heard John Lopez. I was listening to In the Loop earlier today. He said their first series is against the Washington Nationals, and they're going to be 14 players between the two rosters that make $10 million a year or more, and all 14 of them are going to play for the L.A. Dodgers. like it's just in the contracts you look at, like, hold on, how the hell are they paying this guy $60 million a year? And we know the contract Shohei got, and we know what they gave Yamamoto, and we know what they've given Mookie Betts, and we know what they gave, how they outbid Atlanta to get Freddie Freeman to stay there. It is insane how one team is able to just do. It'd be one thing if all the teams could spin this way and they're just doing this on their own, but it's another thing that they're just I mean, literally probably 70% of the league can't even dream of even doing this.
It's silly. I mean,
no, it is.
The whole thing is, you mentioned, salary cap earlier. It's got to be.
I hate to do that.
$2.3 billion payroll. I mean, come on, man. 2.2, whatever the hell he said it was.
It's something like that, but it's insane, man. That is ridiculous. And boy, Tyler, if we thought Kyle Tucker was going to get with the Cubs, or he was going to get a small ovation, I'm going to assume he doesn't get a video. And the next time he comes in,
that's a great point.
With the Dodgers.
Finally, I'm going to get Tyler to come around to my way of thinking. It took Kyle Tucker to the Dodgers to get
Tyler will get – he'll pay good money for that ticket just so he can voice his boo. Just so he can bring his –
Oh, and I think a bunch of other Astros fans will be booing our asses off.
And I think Tyler's going to try to get close. If I know Tyler, it's a hell with this. I'm going to try to get close so I can boo him.
Should get you some third base tickets?
Yeah, by the way, Kyle Tucker, boy, you played this thing well, by the way. You'll be 32 when you become a free agent again, and you're sitting here with $240 in the pocket.
Tucker Turd Alert.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this happened late in the week, but this could affect one of the games tomorrow. Seattle Seahawks, their quarterback, Sam Darnold, who has been an important part of them becoming the number 1 seed in the NFC, injured his oblique, but he does expect to face the Niners. According to reports, the injury occurred Thursday. Darnold said he felt a little something in his oblique on his left side while throwing during routes on air period, and that he left practice as a precautionary measure. He said he just didn't want to push it. Wasn't the day to push it, so that was it. Just came inside, got some rehab, and I feel like I'll be ready to go for Saturday. You played this position. I don't know if you've dealt with an oblique issue
100%.
or side. Like, what's your thinking on if this could be towards this game?
Well, it depends on how bad it is, right? I mean, I can't remember if I played that week or not, but I went to throw a ball.
So you've had an oblique.
Yeah, I went to throw a ball to my left, and it felt like it just popped. It felt like Jackie Chan hit me with a karate move in the ribs, Chief. It was rough, and I can't remember if I shot it up and played or what happened, but it was rough. So it depends on how bad it is. The fact that he left practice, the reports are Thursday that he left practice and didn't return, and in a playoff week, that's pretty damning. And so that left side, it's his left oblique, and when you talk about for a right-handed quarterback, everything you do is pulling with that left side. They'll tell you it's all rotational, but you're pulling down and around with that left side, and that is that can be really painful, man. So this is big news, man. Obviously doesn't affect us because we're on the other side of the bracket, but, man, this is big news. Sam Darnold, boy, that sucker.
I just assume, Clint, that it's I'm not saying it's a lot, but I just assume it's probably a little worse than whatever they're saying. I would just assume that is like
you leave practice and don't come back. I mean, that's.
What do you mean Thursday's not the day to push it? I mean, did you push it today?
That ain't the day to miss.
I just assume that. Not to say that he can't play. But I wondered, does this alter how he throws the ball, or what?
It's not, you can't alter how you throw it at all. I mean, but it can damn sure be something they got to shoot up, or something that when he throws it, he feels it and cause him to be inaccurate, or something along those lines, man. But now there may be something there too. They've played each other in division games. There's, that maybe they're super familiar with the opponent, and they feel comfortable with him missing. But boy, missing a Thursday before a playoff game is
something else.
It's a tough look now.
All right, let's get to it as we continue here. We're about to hook somebody up with a $100 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors as we continue here at Talliard's. T-Mill's best bet. He quit yesterday. I'm sorry, he took off yesterday, and now he is back. Got the divisional round, big weekend. And I'm certain the Texans are all through this. T-Mill's best bets as we continue coming up next.
Hey, look, if you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, pick the phone up. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers right now, 281-222-2222. And if you're out there, knock on wood, hopefully you don't ever need Mokaram Injury Lawyers. But if you do, I want you to stick this little bit of advice in your pocket, man. First of all, it's Mokaram Injury.
Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue rolling on here on the final hour here on The Drive as we get you ready on this Football Friday. This playoff edition Football Friday here at Talyard has been a great bit of fun. Love going back and forth with Larry and the rest of the folks around here, man. It's been a lot of fun. I see you, Commissioner. They've been here from the jump, man. It's going to be a fun watch coming up on Sunday. We're going to continue to get you ready for them. I want to give this little tease because I do want to send this off to Tyler and get his best bets. T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a second. But after he gets done with best bets, I want to throw something out to you that I've been thinking, and I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing in reference to this game, but I'm a bit concerned. I don't even know if concerned is the word, but I wonder if this is what we'll see. But let's get to T-Mill's best bets first
get Tyler out of the way.
Oh, we ain't got it. I didn't say that. You know, I said it one time, and it was an accident. I think.
I mean, we just need some winners, man.
There we go. And I'm thinking maybe if we kick it off with Tyler, maybe that changes some
late, early, slow motion.
We didn't get the winners from you yesterday, did we?
I'm not. I mean, don't take it personal. Hell, I'm the worst. I'm the worst in the world.
I will say for the most part, you guys will get one. You get one. You won't get completely shut out. Well, this week.
No.
You don't get completely shut out.
You only like one of these 6 best bets?
No, I'm just saying you were one. 6. You were one for something the other day. You were the one for has been your thing. And Clint jumped in and went 1 for 3 yesterday.
And hell, I think Tyler suggested that one.
All right, if you miss it, check it out at T-Mill Real Deal. What's your best bets to this weekend?
Yeah, I got 6 picks for best bets. We are so back. We're about to win so much money. 6 picks in the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. Going to start off with the Rams as they're going to be in Chicago taking on those Bears. You like that one, Dirty? Okay.
I do. I like it a lot. Rams minus 3.5. I like it.
It actually does a lot for my confidence when y'all say you really like some of these bets. I like that. It makes me feel better. Bills plus 0.5 point in the first half. That's in the first half against the Broncos. Bills plus 0.5 point. Bills plus 2.5. in that same game. I teased that a little bit. I think it's actually a little lower, but I teased it up to 2.5. Now for the hometown team. 3 picks within this Texans-Patriots divisional round game. First, I'm on the hometown squad, Texans in the first half, money line. Great odds, plus 140 for the Texans to be up at halftime. I'm also on the Texans plus 4 in New England.
That's not bad.
Thank you. And lastly here, Texans team total. They're going to win this game. I think they need to eclipse this. Texans over 19.5 points. You don't like that one.
I like to go towards the positive here. I
respect that.
I like the Rams and the Bears there, and I like that Bills plus 2 in this game. It just feels like it's going to be tight. And in my mind, I say Josh Allen versus Bo Nix, but Bo Nix seems to thrive. That's when he rolls through. So, but I do like those two 19.5. I don't know that I love that. Even having to get to 20.
I do, Tyler. I like it.
I know I could see it. I could see.
I think this New England Patriots defense is highly overrated relative to their schedule. And I think 19.5 when there's a young quarterback that might turn that thing over. He might get you a defensive touchdown. You've had 5 defensive touchdowns in 3 wild card round games in the last 3 years. It's not like there's a turnover in territory where you field goal range or something. So you're probably gonna get some cheap points too. Yeah, I like that, man.
It's only 7 Kaimi field goals when you think about it.
That's a great point. Even better. Better.
So that's
7 in New England with the. I don't know.
Possible snow.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Yeah, he can do it.
He kicked well in Pittsburgh last week. Yeah. All right. That's T-Mill's best bets. Again, if you miss him, he'll have them posted up at T-Mill Real Deal. You got till tomorrow to look at these. So you got times away if you want to go exactly with these or fade some. You got time to do that as Tyler looks to he took the day off yesterday. He just said, guys, we just got to chill out, and then he's brought it back. All right, Clint, I wanted to get your thoughts on this, the people as well. So we know Nico is out of this game, and we know we watched last week, and I believe D'Amico watched last week thinking to himself, man, it's 7-6, and the only reason why this game is like this is because we keep turning the ball over.
Yeah.
Do you get the vibes that in this game, no Nico, maybe weather, we'll see. Do you feel like the aggressive level is even going to come down further from D'Amico towards Nick Caley in this game against the Patriots? Right? Like we talked about CJ being handcuffed at times by the offense and what they're doing. Do you think it gets tighter because of the circumstances of what he did last week and no Nico?
Yeah, no, I don't think it does. I don't think so? Look, I think if you're talking about it getting quote-unquote tighter, I think it's because we ran the football well last week and he's trying to lean into running the football well this week. So I think if it does, statistically, I don't even know what the numbers are, but statistically, if it turns up the first half is a little bit more conservative, I think it's more because, hey, man, we just ran the football really well against a big, strong front in Pittsburgh, particularly in the middle. Let's see if we can really, really lean into it, shorten this game, keep the ball out of Drake May's hand, keep my defense, fresh, and run this sucker downhill. I don't think it's – look, I don't think that D'Amico can go any more conservative as it pertains to the offense. I think they're there. You know what I mean?
You think it's tougher to go? Because some of the looks on his face, which you understand after some of the turnovers, was just like, oh, boy. Like, I got to tighten this up.
I think D'Amico's in the same place where all of us are. For the most part. With the offense and with CJ in a sense of, look, we're just at a point where we've got to minimize the risk in a major way.
I'll be damned if I'm going to let y'all lose it.
Yeah, I think that's where we all are. Like right now, when we look at the year for this offense, not just CJ, but the offense as a whole, like right now is not the time to try to think we're going to be able to do things consistently throughout a four-quarter game that we haven't shown the ability to do all year long, right? And I mean, this is one you got to lean into your streaks. You got to lean into what you're doing well right now, and based on what we just did, you got to run the football, and we'll figure out how to bring the offense along, the pass game along, the C.J. Stroud thing along. We'll figure that out. Let's just don't turn the football over, run the football, and hey, if that doesn't, if that puts you in a position where you're down early, then hey, we got to go. We got to go make some things happen. And I've said it before. I mean, I trust C.J. Stroud in that scenario more than I do in the normal off scheme, the normal run. You give me C.J. Stroud in a situation where we got to open it up a little bit and maybe play catch up. I feel pretty good about 7 in that instance. I don't like it. Now's not the time to go into all this, but the point is like this offense and CJ and asking them to do things, against this defense that we haven't necessarily done to date. I don't think it's the time, man. Now we got to run the football and then let the game dictate what you do.
I looked at it. I'm like, we got weather, you got snow, you got no Nico Collins.
Yep.
He like however you put it, he don't seem like the C.J. Stroud at his best that we've seen. Well, and then the turnovers is the only reason why that game was even a thought in the fourth quarter. Yeah. And I wondered if that just all screams tighten this up. Tighten up.
I don't think it can get any tighter as it pertains to I think you're looking at let's run the football, let's bootleg, let's quick those little token play actions where he comes around and throws those bangs over the middle. I think they stay right in stride with what they've done recently, and again the emphasis being on, hey man, if it ain't there, just throw it to Granny.
Yeah.
Stop all this jump throws and all that jive.
Just
let it rip, man.
Yeah, just fire it out. All right, we'll get our predictions and we'll get your thoughts as well as we do our Friday finish. The Texans will win because why? They will win if they do what? This has to happen, in your opinion, for them to win the game. We'll do that and discuss that coming up next.
Does the Texans' recent experience in a divisional round give them an extra edge?
the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Order at BlueChew.com, code 610.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live here, and still, man, it's a great spot to be at, even after we are done here as we finish things off here at 6 o'clock. It is a great spot to continue your Friday night. Bring the kids, bring them all out here and enjoy yourself. They usually do some tours around here, so you can get involved in that. But this is a great family spot for a Friday night. And we've had a great time here. Shout out to everybody here at Talyards. This is, I believe, the 5th time we've been here for a Football Friday this season. It has been first class each and every time that we've come out. Again, as they've got some great beer specials, and in particular on Sunday, come out in your gear. You got some face paint, do it. You wear some shoulder pads or something, do it. You wear a helmet, whatever you do, come on out.
Nipple tassels?
Take advantage. Yeah, some nipple tassels, sure.
Right.
I mean, it's a kid-friendly place. Keep your shirt on.
That's why you cover your nipples, bro.
That would be weird.
She swung the tassels. I'm seeing her swinging them. Yeah, if they're Texans one. There you go.
Who are you talking to?
Hey, she right here. She was swinging the tassels. Right there. She was swinging the fake tassels. Finger tassels. No, she did not go through with
I
those.
thought you were talking about some real tassels.
Sorry.
What am I missing here?
Courtney, there is nobody here swinging tassels, honey. There's nobody here swinging tassels. No, but it's been a great time here. And shout out to our engineer staff. Shout out to our promo staff, Tyler, who they have all done a great job of keeping us on the air and helping us put this together every time we're out, and in particular today. So we appreciate everybody who has played a role in that. Before we get to our Friday finish, remember, text in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. We'll get to our predictions here in a bit, and also they're going to win. What's the key? The Texans will win if they do what? You'll feel most confident if the Texans do this, that they will win. And I just want you to know you're lame if you just type in if they score more points. I think you understand where we're getting to. But if you want to be lame. But coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will have the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, will sit down right at 6 o'clock to finish things. That's the last time you hear from him before the game on Sunday. So that's right when we get finished. I saw Patrick Creighton in here. He is going to – Damn it. Damn it, man. Stops me right in my tracks. We saw Patrick Creighton.
I think that's his finish. Like when he spins on the dance floor, I think when he stops I think when he lands it. You know what I mean? When he sticks that landing, I think he really gets a good one.
Yeah, I think
when that spin stops.
Now, let's not
you
just,
know what spin move about where you kick one foot over the other and then it just goes into the spin?
I don't believe that is the case now, obviously, but I think 25 years ago, Patrick could have given it a run on So You Think You Can Dance. I think and
no
finished
question.
there.
And finishes with that, and then the
tuxedo,
the borderline creepy look as he's making that noise would be. I'm looking at him right now. I think there was a real creeper
it's that look he's got right now.
I think there was a real creeper look there.
I don't know if it's creepy, but that one right there.
What do you mean you don't know if it's creepy?
Coming up, Area 45. That guy dancing, Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani. They're coming up. They go 10 to midnight. They will have it for you and get you ready even more for this game. Talk about the Rockets as well, as they've got a back-to-back tonight. I'm sure you'll hear from them with that. This is the best late-night sports show in all of Houston, Area 45, so you got to make sure you take a listen. All right, as we said, we'll get into that 713-610, how you can or what it is you think the Texans will win if they will do this. Someone said, what a hell of a week, tassels and cheesecake. Ron going to be in trouble
2-inch
this
cheesecake.
Weekend. Yeah.
2-inch cheesecake, I'll take 3-inch tassels.
I'll taste great.
I'll take
Nope.
I'll back off.
Tassels now, Tyler? Otassel eating Tyler.
I got coping skills. Skills.
That's just a rapper.
You almost drug me right into that. I had 5 things to say, but I'm going to stop myself.
Tyler said that's the rapper.
Again, I'm stopping myself. Clint, let's start with you. What's the key? The Texans, they're going to win if what happens?
Well, I'm going to lean back into the matchups that we talked about earlier, key matchups. I think if C.J. Stroud wins the battle of the defensive minds of New England, trying to throw exotic looks at him and these pressure looks, and if he can just stay cool, calm, and collected in those moments. Just cool, calm, and collected. Get your cleats in the turf. Either get north and south and pick some yards up with your legs. Throw the ball away. Just play. Just make the smart play. If he wins that battle, I think the Texans can win this thing convincingly.
Yep.
I think they can pull away in the second half and win convincingly. I think it's where it's at. If not, it's going to be a coin flip at the end.
Yep. Text line coming through. They must get Schultz going and minimize Diggs. The Texans, I like this. The Texans will win if they get a lead early and don't have to play catch up.
That'd be the game plan.
Yeah. Not that they can't do it, right? Obviously, we watched Davis Mills lead the Texans down 29-10 entering the fourth quarter, but that definitely is not the strength of how this team is built right now. To get down and have to fight back. Texans will win if they win time of possession. Texans will win if they win the turnover battle from the people. To me, Clint, I lean towards this. I think the Texans will win if Nick Caley has his best game as a play caller and an OC.
You guys don't take that, huh?
I think this offense is going to need some help of plays being schemed up for them to be able to score enough points and make enough plays. When you take Nico out, I think he's going to have to help Christian Kirk. I know what he did on Monday, and I think he created some matchups to help Christian Kirk.
Absolutely.
But I think he's going to have to help Christian Kirk get open. He's going to have to help CJ. He's going to have to, as you said, he stuck to the run game on Monday and didn't veer off of that. I think Nick Caley, you talk about weapons on the sideline and polos, I think they're really going to need their OC to help them be able to do some things schemed up to get people open. Because when you look at what they're going to have out there, I just don't know how many guys they have to go play. And then they also don't have their guy in Nico Collins out there that attracts attention to allow others to make plays. So I think the way that you potentially make up for that is he's had a great week. He's seen something, schemed something up. Like that start to the Chargers game, that was Nick Caley scheming. He schemed up 2 damn touchdowns. He schemed up 14 points, which basically put that game made that game tough for the Chargers to come back in. So I think Nick Caley has to have a huge game coming up in the game on Sunday. Text line, you keep jumping in. Text line, they win if the Texans can find a way to contain Drake May. That's ball control from our guy Joe. Shout out to Joe. I ain't seen you in a while, Joe. Man, get your cell phone out here. YouTube and Twitch, no offensive turnovers. No turnovers. Yes, no turnovers in this game. Yeah, I don't think you can get away with – maybe you get away with a turnover. I don't think you can get away with what you got away with last week. I think that is a tough one to think you can roll with. All right, Tyler, let's get some predictions in. As I see a lot of people – someone just said, what did they say, 23-14, or somebody just walked out and said –
23-17.
23-17, Texans winning. Tyler Milner, where are you at? What's your prediction for this game?
Similar, but different. I got the final 27-13. That's what similar means. 27-13 final score. Your Houston Texans make franchise history and advance to that AFC title game. Let's go Texans. Don't any Lettermans. Just get up there, whoop some ass. Let's go.
27-13 is where Tyler is. You want to go last, or you want to go next?
I'll go now.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go Texans 23-20.
Let's go.
AFC Championship, 23-20.
23-20. Tyler, 27-13. Clint, 23-20. As I see on the text line, 16-13 Texans, 28-12 Texans. Texans win 24-10 on the text line. Guy Gene, our guy, he's got Pats 20, Texans 17.
Lame.
In this game. All right, for me, when I look at this game, we've talked about it all week. I don't feel great for the Texans. I don't. I look in the game, and I think they have the better coaching staff overall. I think they have the better quarterback. I think they're at home, and Nico Collins is a killer for them. I think the Texans are going to have a hard time being able to score enough points in this game. And I'm not saying they got to score a lot. I'm not saying they got to score a lot, but we've seen this offense get bogged down. And the thought that Nico is not there, and the thought that that the way that CJ's playing right now, I don't see a lot of bailout. I've got the Patriots winning 17-6. 17-6. Yeah, I know it. Again, I hope I'm wrong. You're talking about them in the AFC Championship game.
6 points, that's going to be painful.
I know it.
6 points, that's going to be painful.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I